Good morning, El Dorado County. It is now 9 o'clock. It is a pleasure to see you all here in our board chambers. Want to issue a warm welcome to each and every one of you and to those that are joining online. Today is Tuesday, January 30th, 2024, and it is my pleasure to call to order this regular meeting of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. And to get us started off right, would like to invite Pastor Craig Klatt of the Camino Adventist Church to get our morning started. Good morning, Pastor. Thank you for being with us.
Oh, look at this.
They're here for you. Yeah.
Can we take up a collection?
Love it.
Pass the hat, right?
Speaking of getting started right, thank you. Thank you. Let's bow our heads. We gratefully and humbly assemble together here today, Lord, recognizing the opportunity that continually is ours to be part of a community that is special in every way, from its history, ancient to its present time. It's a special place to live, and we're so grateful for it. As we embark on this journey today, we pray that your blessing and leading and guidance will be on the board as they lead out and as people have the opportunity to share their concerns. May we all be moving forward together for just an even better place to live and to serve. We thank you for all these things. In Jesus' name, amen.
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 Thank you so much, Pastor. Appreciate it. And with that, Supervisor Turnbull, would you lead us in the pledge, please?
Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Wonderful. We now move on to the adoption of the agenda and the approval of the consent calendar. Do my colleagues have any changes or comments on the agenda or consent calendar? Supervisor Lane.
Thank you. I have a comment on item 14.
Pardon?
That's it. That'll do it. I have a comment on item 14.
You want to share it?
Oh, I thought you go all the way down and then you come back. Okay.
I mean,
Go
we could
for it.
mind read,
Go
but
for it.
that's not as
I'm
effective.
new. Okay. On item number 14, on the staff report, it looks really good. On the actual report that's attached, it's entitled Tax Year July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023. And there are numerous mentions of Measure S, South Lake Tahoe transient occupancy tax, and it's not. It is in the unincorporated basin.
The basin.
Right? So I would like for staff to just make that correction so that it's entered into the record correctly. That's
Thank
it.
you so much.
Thank you.
Good catch.
Supervisor Heidel.
No changes.
All right. Supervisor Turnbull.
No changes.
Supervisor Parlin.
No changes.
And neither do I. So at this point, we're going to take comments on the consent calendar. So we're going to open it up to public comment, but once again, it's only comment on our consent calendar, not on any agenda items which are before us today. So Kim, hold on, Chris, let's have Kim, can you please open up the public comment period on the consent calendar?
Now taking public comment on the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when the allowed period of time has ended. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
And it's helpful if you tell us which number you're commenting on. Good morning.
Good morning, Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. I'd like to speak on 14. I want to stress that 14 is very significant, as Supervisor Lane has expressed in previous board sessions. This was a big deal. And so her comment is very relevant. Unincorporated area of Lake Tahoe Basin. Essentially, also, I believe, and you got to tell me if it's true. This was for snow removal, not for general maintenance. Meaning, I believe that we had a deficit during the winter months of not having enough money to cover some of our costs coming from other places. This was specific then to snow removal. That's what my thought was. If it's incorrect, then please let me know.
I think
Thanks.
that's
Bye.
incorrect.
That's
It's
incorrect.
incorrect?
Yeah,
It's for all general maintenance?
you're incorrect, Chris.
So
Okay. Thank
hold
you.
on,
Thank you.
Let's get public comment and then we can make any.
I still have a
additional
minute and
clarifications.
46 seconds left on my,
Do you have any other
on my
comments on
clock.
this?
I just want to say that I can be correct, incorrect. Sometimes that happens, but I just wanted to bring it up to make sure that everybody understood. And this was for the benefit of Lake Tahoe. Thank you.
Great, thank you. We'll get clarity on that. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak on the consent calendar? All right, seeing none, let's move online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Kelly District 1.
Good morning.
What a vibrant day to see it so busy in the chambers. I have a comment or maybe citizens' concern on understanding more item 15, which is to provide rental deposit and monthly rental for a non-minor dependent. I'm not really sure exactly why and how that works. I'm more concerned on if we are signing a lease, is this a supervised lease agreement? What is our liability insurance? As we know, not everybody treats spaces with the respect that they deserve, and sometimes things can go astray. So we as a county, which means myself and the other taxpayers, are in a lease agreement with a non-minor dependent under less restrictive programming. It looks like coming from the South Lake Tahoe Juvenile Treatment Facility. And we're going to fork the rent of $1,750 a month. I'm really perplexed on how this program works and how we're protecting ourselves in these situations. If this is to become the norm, that we're not using our resources of the facilities we have for, I'm assuming, perpetrators. Again, I don't know what a non-minor dependent is. So I just wish we could maybe get a little bit more detail on how that works and how that applies to the county's liability. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, at this point, I'll close public comment on the consent calendar. And perhaps let's first take clarity on item number 14, which is the Measure S. Would you like to weigh in on that, Sienna?
Sure, Madam Chair. Staff will make the recommended changes regarding the title of the measure in the attachment. We can do a red line and then attach it to the Legistar item.
Right. Perfect. And as far as the purpose of Measure S?
That's the purpose of me. Just reading directly from the staff report, the additional revenue is dedicated solely to snow removal and maintenance of existing roads in the unincorporated portion of the Tahoe area.
Perfect. Thanks for clarifying
Thanks for
that.
having that there for me.
And then any clarity on item number 15 as to how these programs work?
I was texting with the chief probation officer and it doesn't sound like he is online.
All right, so perhaps we can touch base with the probation
Actually,
officer.
I see him trying to log in.
Awesome, thank you.
perfect.
There it is. Chief Richard, did you want to weigh in on this item?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Brian Richard, Chief Probation Officer. I apologize because I am remote and traveling to another meeting. Can you bring me up to speed real quick on the question?
Absolutely. Thank you, Chief Richard, for calling in. We appreciate it when you're in transit. There was a question on item 15 as to what a non-minor dependent youth is, for one thing, and how this program works. And
Absolutely.
especially in conjunction with our juvenile treatment center.
Yes, so a non-minor dependent is actually literally that, a dependent of the juvenile court, but a juvenile who is not of minor status, but has reached attained the age of majority. So over 18 years old, but considered a juvenile by the court and therefore by the probation department until no longer under supervision of the court. In this case, the juvenile is actually I believe, almost 25 years old, and is a part of a program that occurred when the state of California stopped housing youth in the Division of Juvenile Justice and returned that population to local jurisdictions. We have one such youth in our juvenile treatment center, and he has been ordered to a less restrictive placement by the court as of yesterday. And in accordance with the court's order, we are securing placement for him in the community.
Perfect. Thank you so much for clarifying that, and we wish you happy travels.
Absolutely. And I'll stay on the line just in case there are any other questions before I jump off.
I think we're good now. Thank you so much, Chief.
Thank you.
All right, I'll bring this back to the board for the adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar.
Move with the changes that were made.
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Supervisor Parlin, seconded by Supervisor Lane. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Wonderful. So with that, let's move on to our 9 a.m. item, number 19, Kim.
Item number 19 comes from Supervisor Parlin, recommending the board, 1, consider documentation, staff information, and public comment regarding the proposed native direction / home CA substance use disorder treatment centers. 2, approve and authorize the chair to sign the attached letter. And 3, provide direction to staff to collaborate with affected departments, agencies, and organizations to research and determine a path forward to either fully mitigate the negative impacts to our county and our communities or relocate the facilities.
All right, perfect. And before we go into this item that I know is of a hot topic this morning, wanted to kind of explain our process since there's so many of you in our courtroom, our boardroom that are perhaps new to this process. So we welcome you. Really glad you're here. The board will first introduce the item. We'll turn it over to Supervisor Parlin to introduce it. The board may have some brief comments or questions, and then we'll turn it over to you for public comment. I would just like to reiterate to my colleagues and to all of you in the audience that we have a packed agenda today, and we have our next item is at 10 a.m. So we have about 45 minutes for this item. And I'll explain the public comment process when we get there, but we want to make sure that all of you are heard. We're really glad you're here. So a little bit more before public comment. I'll turn this over to you, Supervisor Parlin.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Gosh, I don't get nervous too much anymore, but I am today with all of you here because I feel a tremendous amount of pressure to do the best that we can regarding this issue. So why are we here today? The state of California passed legislation in 2021, and they want to put in more treatment centers in the state of California. We need treatment centers. Nobody's going to argue against that. It's the location, and you are all extremely aware of this. In that legislation, they said that they just gave themselves a blank slate and said anywhere that these projects are planned with this grant money that they set aside will be automatically conforming to the land use in that area. And really, truly, to me, that is shocking that the state of California, who requires that we have a land use plan, who requires that we have public health and safety codes, there are road codes, all of these things that they tell us we must do, and then they allow this. So yeah, I'm just as concerned as you are. And as our representatives, we feel that we're very limited in what we can do. But I think that the reason I'm having this item today is to get the board's authority and direction to staff to do as much as we can. I'll let you know that I have reached out to our Senator Marie Alvarado-Gil. One of her staff is here today. I've reached out to Assemblyman Joe Patterson. Both of those representatives also reached out to a community group called Rescue Deer Valley. I really appreciate our state representatives are so engaged with us. it's really refreshing, I must say. So with that, the senator's office asked the board for a letter to help explain our concerns so that they can take that letter from the county and then go and approach Department of Healthcare Services, DHCS. So the letter is drafted, it's on the agenda, and I'm hoping the board will sign that today. And then I'm going to ask the board for kind of very specific, narrow, I hope, focused direction to staff to engage in this process and impact it as much as we can. And quite honestly, if you read the draft letter to the senator, I don't know if all of you are familiar with our system where you can go on and click the documents that are attached, but I had the draft letter on there, and quite honestly, it just, we're asking for assistance to do everything in your power to ensure that the Department of Healthcare Services oversees these projects to minimize negative impacts of these planned projects and preferably relocate them to a more suitable location. And I think that's really what we all want to see. It doesn't make sense where they're planning it. It just doesn't. And if they had come and consulted with us, I think we could have found a more suitable location, quite honestly. And I would like to see that in future legislation, that that's a requirement, that they must consult with the local jurisdiction to find suitable locations. So that's kind of where I'm at. I think that's a really boiled down why we're here. You're all familiar. Chair, do you think there's any need for discussion now, or should we get public comment? Given that we do have some representatives here.
I will
from some of our
definitely invite them up.
agencies too.
Yes. Supervisor Turnbull, do you have a comment
Yeah,
at this point?
this seems like to me, there's no transparency, especially when it comes from the state of California. And the big issues is, like, I was down and visited McClellan Air Force Base when they talk about the C-130s. And all these housing is empty. I don't understand why we can't go back to where we had it before at these Air Force bases. They had it in Mather and then it was closed. We had the DeWitt Hospital that was in Placer County and it was closed. I know, but I think it's, we need to solve this problem, but it doesn't need to be put on the residents of this county. And I'm sorry, but Alameda County, keep it to yourself. It should stay in their county, not us.
I think it's San Joaquin.
Well, San Joaquin, well, all right. But anyway, I'm just saying it's wrong is what it is. And there's got to be more transparency and there's not. And they sneak these things in without anybody even knowing.
I was a little, I hadn't quite gotten there yet, but we do ask that you refrain from applause in the boardroom. Just in case there are
Sorry, you
opposing
guys.
views, we want to make sure that everyone feels welcome to be heard. So thank you for understanding. Thank you for understanding. Anything else, Supervisor Turnbull?
No.
No,
Okay.
she won't let me talk. So
Like,
anyway.
like, dude, I want to hear from the public.
Yeah,
That's really part of why we had this item. And we're going to give direction to staff to engage on this. And I think we have a lot of other electeds and here, so.
I will get to them in just a second. Supervisor Heidel does have an opening comment and then. we'll-
I share Supervisor Turnbull and Supervisor Parlin's concerns here. It seems inappropriate for the state to take this kind of action unilaterally without a proper review, without consequences, without looking at impacts. But my primary question is, who owns the property when this is done? And if it's a tribe, can then they turn it into trust property? Because I didn't get that deep into this study, but that would be my bigger concern as this evolves, is what can the tribe, if they own the property, do with it? Because I didn't see who owns the property. Is it the state?
No, it's an entity at this time. Yeah, and it has, yeah.
Controlled by the tribe?
Not, it's not a tribe. Actually, it's not a tribe. It's a tribal entity. So there's a difference. And I would say that that's a premature question. In the board direction, those are the kinds of things that we'll be asking staff to
Clarity on.
research. We just don't have a lot of information. We don't even have an application for a building permit
I think
yet.
it is appropriate because I think we need to know long-range impacts of these kinds of decisions.
That
And we
would
need to put them
be-
on notice right away.
That would be a
Absolutely.
good one to put in our research.
Okay, perfect. All right, at this point, I would like to invite our sheriff up here if he has any opening comments. Good morning, Sheriff Lykoff, and appreciate our undersheriff, Brian Goldmitz, also for being here.
Good morning, Board, Madam Chair. Real quickly, the People's Sheriff's Office has some major concerns in regards to the recovery of treatment facilities that have been grant funded by the state being placed anywhere in El Dorado County. These facilities will house a number of individuals. I've heard the number tossed around of 250 beds. And these individuals will be coming from communities outside of El Dorado County. These individuals suffer from what I'm going to continue to call substance abuse. I refuse to use the more softer, socially acceptable term of severe substance use disorder. These facilities will also house individuals who suffer from mental health issues and those individuals who require prenatal care. We already have a facility in El Dorado County that houses troubled youth, and we run the gamut of calls there. We run into verbal disturbances, trespassing issues, theft from around the community around this facility, runaways, and most recently we handled a complex sex trafficking case out of this. So these facilities will have a negative impact on the rescue and surrounding communities, as well as an increased workload on our agency, as these facilities will require calls for service to include time-consuming investigations. And this is coming on the edge of a more constricted budget than what the county has seen in years, and will probably have to deal with for the unforeseeable future. This is just one more fallout from the failed 2014 Prop 47 bill that was sold to Californians as the Safe Neighborhoods and Schools Act. The passage of this bill has been anything but safe for our neighborhoods and schools, as we've seen homelessness, drug usage, and theft run rampant throughout our state, and having to deal with the fallout from that. So what are we left to deal with now? Our governor approving funding for nonprofit organizations that want to purchase homes and land to build treatment and recovery centers in our beautiful neighborhoods and communities. We need to make a strong stand for our citizens. So I urge you to work with our state representatives and other pertinent agencies to ensure that our citizens' opinions and concerns are heard. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Chief. Once again, you can do jazz hands. Jazz hands are good. There we go. Thank you. Thank you for understanding. Appreciate your statements, Sheriff. Appreciate you being with us. I'd like at this time to invite any representatives from the Rescue Fire District. Do you have any opening comments you'd like to share? Good morning.
Good morning. For you that don't know me, my name's Brian Ranza. I'm the interim fire chief for Rescue Fire Department, and I'm here to speak to this issue. It's ironically, the citizens brought it to us. I have not heard nothing from the builders. Usually you get them phone calls, you know, they're getting ready to start these kind of projects. So concerned citizens came, which drew concern for us because we're obviously going to be impacted like law. And I'm just going to cover some of those areas that a lot of us are already talking about, but from our perspective, the fire department, we definitely have concerns for the traffic impacts. The bridges, just like at Green Valley and Deer Valley, those kind of, every day you can almost see an accident within the hour. Like logistically and operationally, they're going to be bringing, food, supplies, just people in and out, so that traffic's going to get more congested in those areas. Can those bridges handle some of those vehicles coming in? The wrecks, it's going to impact us definitely. And a lot of the times Rescue Fire is by itself out there. We're on another call, and a lot of other agencies are a little further out from us. So that's an impact. The EMS system, it will be an impact. I'll hit on that in a second. But those are a concern. The road's fast too. It's a rural road and there's a lot of speed that goes on in there at times, and we're concerned for those issues too, with folks coming in from out of town not being familiar with it. Again, impact. Another concern of mine is the fire prevention. Probably the biggest calls a fire chief you get most of the time is based on fire prevention efforts. Within those, my concern for this commercial facility, which it will be, we're not talking residential, we're talking commercial. So it's going to be fire sprinklers, as they should be doing. We have no statutory authority to enforce that. So we're hoping they do the best thing. Usually we do have those. That's why folks get mad at us sometimes. We enforce those rules, right? So we have none of those. We have no teeth in this situation based on who's building it. So sprinkler systems, even more importantly, water flow, I'm concerned about. How are we going to be able to supply these sprinkler systems if there's a fire, and how are we going to get these people out or safe? On top of that, operationally, emergency response. I got a 3-person company. If I'm lucky, I got a lot of people coming from a ways. If we have to do a rescue and a fire, you're talking major resource drawdown. And we're not Sacramento, we're not Metro and Sac City. We don't have 200 engines coming. So that's a major impact, and it's a major strategic undertaking to get folks out of there safe, those kind of things. So on an operational level, that's a major concern as well. Not that we can't, we do have a good mutual aid system, but it will do drawdown. Also to the EMS component, the JPA will be drawn down tremendously on this. I worked in Diamond Springs for a long time, a lot of con homes, assisted living, those kind of things in there. It drew us down daily. I mean, and we were having other agencies covering our area all the time based on the impacts of that. So that will be happening in rescue as well. Also, the fire safety and the egress issues, the high fire danger area. I mean, it is a tinderbox out there. We all know we're out there in the north end. There's times when there's other conflagrations going on. We're alone out there making sure everything's covered, so it could be a difficult task in making sure we have adequate resources to maintain those services. Now you put these type of facilities in and we're doing the medical aids, and then we have another, maybe an auto accident, it's going to draw down resources. So we do have that concern. Rescue also, we have reached out. My acting fire marshal has reached out to the company and tried to get some information, intel. No return calls. So we're not getting nothing back ourselves. We want to be partners in this if whatever happens, so we could at least try to influence a good product if it does end up happening. So that's another thing we're trying to do. Also, at the end of the day, my biggest concerns for the occupants, if it does build, our citizens that are going to be affected. And most importantly, as well, is my firefighters that go in those buildings when they're on fire. If those things aren't built to code proper and they don't have no statutory authority from us, like telling them, giving them what they need to do, the right things. Let's say they don't put a sprinkler system in with those we're talking a pregnancy treatment facility with possibly multiple families in each room. It could be a mom with several kids. We could have numerous people we got to get out at one time. It will be a challenge amongst challenges, especially in a wildland incident, a structure fire, if it were to happen, those kind of things. So I'm not only here to protect lives and property of our citizens, that's my job, that's my oath, but also to protect my firefighters. Yeah. So that's why I stand before you today, and my concerns for these facilities, us not being a part of it is negligence that, at its finest right now, as far as I'm concerned. I don't know the intrinsic part of if the building departments receive plans, the kind of process, but we definitely haven't heard nothing or seen nothing, and that's our concern. And, we definitely support a lot of the feelings in here at this point in time. So if you have any questions.
All right. Thank you so much,
That's
Chief.
All
Really
right.
appreciate it. And the board may have comments a little later. So
Cool. All right,
thank you so much. Appreciate it. All right. Lauren, do you have anything you'd like to add? This is Lauren, the district director from Senator Marie Alvarado Gill's office. Thanks so much for being here, Lauren.
Good morning, board, and good morning, neighbors here in El Dorado County. I'm here on behalf of Senator Marie Alvarado Gill. Supervisor Parlin, thank you so much for reaching out to Senator and engaging us on this issue. Thank you to Rescue Deer Valley and the folks who we've met with here. So we're really here to listen. We do have a letter drafted that the senator plans to send with an enclosure of the county's letter if approved today, communicating a number of the concerns, obviously, from the community impact. So the mitigations that need to be taken for this, and also in mind of fiscal stewardship. There's significant taxpayer dollars that are going into these facilities, and we want to make sure that there is really direct oversight into making sure that what is being proposed will be able to serve an effective, which we all agree is a critical need, but this is not to serve our local residents. And so we have a number of concerns with that we plan to communicate. So just again, thank you everyone for giving this time here today, and we're here to listen, and look forward to hearing from the community.
We continue to greatly appreciate your engagement with us, your
Thank you.
collaboration with
Thank
us,
you.
both to you and the senator and your staff. So thank you, Lauren.
And she certainly would have been here today. She's currently at the Capitol taking votes, but one other point of clarification, this legislation, when it was passed, she was not in office, so did not take a vote on that. I think that's a really important point, but I know the board knows the senator well and certainly would have been here if she could have been. And I think you know that she's a very strong component of local control, and this project has no regard for that. So
thank you so much. Yes, she's amazing. All right. So at this time, we're going to take public comment, and Kim will open it up in just a minute. We'll ask that you line up in the aisleway, and we have 3 minutes to 3 minutes to speak, and we do adhere to that time so everyone can get their voice heard. It's also helpful that your comments are additive rather than repetitive, and you're welcome to come up and say, that you simply agree with everything that's been said. And let's see, is there anything else that, oh, and we do have a timer up front for your, oh, absolutely, yes, of course. One more thing. So there is a timer up front that will help you keep track of your time, and the buzzer will go off when the 3 minutes are up. And before we open public comment, I do apologize that I didn't invite you up. Our assessor, John DeVille.
Hi, everybody. I'm speaking today not only as the assessor, but as a person who's lived in rescue since I've been 3 months old. So I'm very concerned about this facility going in. From the assessor standpoint, I think when you buy a home or property in a zoned area that's residential, especially when you're trying to be on property, you don't expect this to happen. And a lot of people that are probably here today, a lot of people that live in rescue, they don't expect a treatment facility to go in near their house, and that is going to impact their property values. It could impact property values, which would impact them, impact the county. So that's one concern I have. And then as a citizen of rescue, I'm concerned that this is going in, the risks that may impact the community. The sheriff talked about it. I have those same risks. I have those same concerns about the risk of people that have drug problems rolling around, escaping from that facility, and things could happen, and it's a concern of mine as well. And I probably share a lot of the same concerns as the people that are coming up here today. So I wanted to just voice my opinion. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. So how many people would like to speak today? Is everyone lined up? All right, so please line up, and we'll get this started. So Kim, please open public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 19. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when the allowed period of time has ended. Public comment will be taken first from those, excuse me?
We do ask you to please.
I shouldn't have to speak up if people are
Please do not
quiet.
speak in the boardroom so everyone can be heard. Thank you. All right, Kim, I apologize.
Then the timer will notify you when the allowed period of time has ended. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Thank you.
Chris Payne, representing the Taxpayers Association of El Dorado County. I've got enough copies there for all of the board, CAO, County Council, and Clerk of the Board. Board of Supervisors, respectfully, the Taxpayers Association of El Dorado County shares residents' opposition to these projects going forward without local discretionary review. We are concerned that the facilities could create significant fiscal and operational impacts to emergency service providers and infrastructure in a rural area, which are already strained. If these projects are to proceed, they should only do so after a careful review and mitigation of the impacts to the taxpayers' rural communities and the environment. We would further request that the board engage its state and regional advocacy partners, including rural county representatives of California, the California State Association of Counties, and the Sacramento Area Council of Governments to support the county's position and oppose further state efforts to erode local input on the placement of treatment facilities. Ultimately, this is something that could happen in any city or county in California, and it's quite troubling to realize that the most vulnerable rural areas might be at risk. Action was taken by the Board of Directors of the Taxpayers Association of El Dorado County on January 29th and the approval of the sending of this letter and our concern to this board. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much for your comments. Appreciate it. Good morning.
Good morning. First of all, I had a set of prepared comments. I sent them an email, so I'm not going to go through them because I've just been overwhelmed. First of all, thank you. My name's Chris Silva, and I'm the one of the spokespeople for Rescue Deer Valley. Of course, I'm a NIMBY. I live right next door to where this facility is going to be put in. And I had very raw emotional reactions when I first learned about this, as I assume everyone behind me did as well. But as I started to think about this, it became a very practical issue. And as we started this outreach, we tried very hard to focus on the practical problems, not the emotional problems. Because you start opening the emotional problems and, we'll pack this room, 10 times what you see here today. But if you just look at the practical issues, practically, this facility doesn't fit in this location. It doesn't really fit in this county. As stated in news releases by the developer and the managing care provider, the patients are coming from San Joaquin County predominantly. In their grant, they say they can ship them in anywhere from California. So actually, part of their grant, they state that they're going to provide transportation to patients anywhere in California to and from this location on Deer Valley Road in Rescue, California. So those of you who haven't been to Deer Valley Road, it's a very narrow, winding road. It has a ton of blind corners. It has a one-lane crossing that you have to cross there. Those of us who drive it every day, we're aware of the dangers. We know that bicyclists love to use this road. And so we're very careful. The people that are coming in from out of the area, they don't understand this road. They don't understand the dangers there. So I'm not going to repeat. We submitted a 19-page document filled with questions that we have for the county. I think the real question and the real issue is how can we work with the Department of Healthcare Services? This department is the department that legislated their right to put whatever they want, wherever they want in this county, which is obviously a wrong thing. And so I think it's our responsibility to go to that department and say, where's your oversight? How did this happen? And how do we fix it? How do we get this facility moved? Our recommendation is this facility should be in San Joaquin County, where the managing care provider has plenty of experience and where they know the county already. And we think that they should grow in phases. They're going from a 3-acre parcel to 4 facilities that are 3 times the size of their current facility. So it's a huge step function in growth for that provider. We'd encourage them to maybe take a more staged growth opportunity and grow more organically. And then I only got 20 seconds left. Let me just close with, in one weekend, we got over 574 signatures on a petition. We closed the petition down immediately after that. We've just started. So what you see here today are a bunch of people that are concerned with just very practical issues. If this development continues to move forward, we then have to get emotional, and we don't want to do that. So thanks for your support.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Silva. Appreciate it. Good morning. Please, I must insist on decorum in this courtroom, please. I mean, boardroom. Fine. Thank you very much. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for meeting with us this morning. My name is Greg Garrett. I'm a citizen of the United States, and I'm a resident of El Dorado County. I'm here to talk to you today about relocation for treatment and care. But before I do, I want to briefly just touch on the law. There's an awful lot of attention portion of the law. There's a section of the law that allows for a pass-through of the local requirements, which rightfully so. We also wanted to point out that nowhere in that law does it say no responsible governance is necessary, nor does it say that this is a free-for-all, come get your money. In fact, what it does do is it puts the Department of Healthcare Services in charge and provides them a unique opportunity to govern a streamlined approach where they can implement, interpret, and make specific that law without any regulations. That's unheard of. That's ordinarily against the law. So the state's saying we're streamlining this governance process for you. So if you think about something such as, can we put a facility anywhere we'd like, no matter what the consequences? Well, of course not. But apparently they didn't consider that. So in their governance, they would consider feasibility, site selection. That's what they make specific law. That's what they should be doing. Now going to, and that's information we need to provide back, which is all I'm saying. Going to treatment and care and relocation for treatment care. That's a topic that I am particularly sensitive to. is my family was relocated twice due to government intervention in the past. Once from Georgia to Oklahoma through the Indian Removal Act, and then from Oklahoma to California once they lost their farms to greedy oil speculators by government, with government support. So what I'm looking at is I see that plan, I see that the state of California is one of their highest priorities, they say, is geographical equity. And I say, well, when I'm reading that, I'm like, well, what about this plan? Does that mean not for Native Americans and somehow they're different? But again, they must conform to a different way and be relocated for treatment and care. And I'm not trying to disrespect their intentions, their directions, but I hope they realize what they signed up for and consider a different approach and multi-pronged approach, smaller facilities actually in the areas of need. Now, getting with the treatment and care really quickly is that if it's a disconnect when you want to make somebody move, instead it's not a linkage to care. Young woman who's pregnant with a drug addiction problem, you have to move, a disconnect. You're on disability, you have a home, a disconnect. You're employed, you have to move, a disconnect. What happens when they come here and walk from a program? What happens when they get through the program? Or the people that love them are far away. They have nobody here to support them. They're in an area of fewer support, fewer jobs. Do they become homeless? It's an ultimate disconnect in care, continued care. So I'm asking your engagement to assess this because this is going to put impact on the county, as we know. Make those assessments and communicate or notice back to the state, the governor's office, representatives' offices, and to the home care services so that they may properly govern. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Supervisor Parlin, for having us here today. We really appreciate your effort. I'm Ken Stroth. I live at 3001 Deer Valley Road. I'm a direct neighbor. I own a rental next door to this property line. So obviously I'm quite concerned. You should be aware that I emailed the board on Friday a big list of everything we've got. So I'm not going to cover that. Chris asked me to pick out some specifics, and those would relate to what the fire chief had mentioned. We've lived there 20 years. We run cattle. We're concerned about that. We have a well. It's 210 feet deep. It's been dry twice. There are no infrastructures provided except for electricity to this site. There's no public water. There's no public sewer. AT&T is threatening to discontinue our service in our zip code. I don't know if you're aware of that. It came out 3 days ago. But the big one is sewers. What are they going to do with sewers when we're talking about drug addiction? Down below, I hear there's an intake for a canal. Are we going to put a septic system in the system that's going to allow drugs to migrate down into that aquifer and into Folsom Lake? Big question. What are we going to do with power? PG&E has shut us off so many times during the season of fire. I had to spend a huge amount of money for a generator just to keep our ranch functioning. How are they going to run a facility like this that's very dependent on electricity? What about our roads? There's a blind curve right at the entrance of this property, a blind curve. There's been accidents there. There's marks on the oak trees. I mean, the location of this is totally improper. I know there's a need and we need to take responsibility to take care of these issues in our county, but this is a site that should not be approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stroth. Appreciate it. Good morning.
Good morning. All right, I'm Marissette. Hi, so my name is Rose Knopp. My parents actually live right next to one of the residents. I'm here to speak on their behalf. So first I want to, thank Supervisor Parlin for your help getting this started. When a project is normally started, there is a pro and con list on the project reviewed by the county. While I'm talking, could you guys think of, any pros just for these 3 locations that would help El Dorado County? Our first thought is that the project will cost millions of dollars each year for the different departments and staffing that will be affected. You'll need additional staffing for fire, medical, the sheriff and police officers, schools. You're going to need additional teachers, mental health facilities. The hospitals will need additional nurses. Meals, who's going to supply the meals? Are they going to go to the food bank, or who's going to pay for the school meals for school, school busing? The list goes on and on and on just on how it affects El Dorado County. The local paper, when they first came out back in the end of 2020 or beginning of 23, they said that rescue was getting one project. However, now it's showing that rescue is getting 2 separate facilities for individuals from San Joaquin County. Will El Dorado County be able to utilize those facilities? Or is it just specifically for San Joaquin? Our second thought is safety, not only for the homeowners in the community, but the potential individuals in either of the facilities. What is crazy is one facility will be for women and children, while the other facility will be for mental health. Why would Home California place a mental facility so close to women and children? They're not looking out for the kids. The next is on that dangerous corner is where the bus stop is. It's going to be right next to the mental health facility. Who will watch those kids at the bus stop while they're waiting for the bus, as well as when walking home? Not just the children that would be at the facility, but the children in our neighborhood. We're now going to have to make sure that someone's going to be available to always watch them. The intersection at Rough Ridge and Deer Valley Road is very dangerous in a blind corner. At that intersection, there's been multiple accidents, including 3 rollovers, 1 car fire, 2 side swipes, and 1 bicycle accident. All of Deer Valley Road is only 20 feet wide with no shoulder all the way to Green Valley Road. In addition, there is a 1-lane bridge, many blind corners, and a hill that cannot be seen over. One section of Deer Valley, driving through the old homestead of the Zengraf house, the road is 18 feet wide. From tree to tree is 23 feet wide, and from barn to house is 26 feet wide. For the residents to get to Green Valley Road, if they don't have a car, they'd have to walk. There's no sidewalks. They will have to walk along the road. I don't know how many times we've all hit a bicycler because they go down that road every Saturday and Sunday. This project was in the paper and on the local news station beginning 2023, letting us know about the upcoming project. But did El Dorado County know about the project? Has anything come out to, let us know, to inform us? Instead, what is Home California doing? They're giving us 0 information. This group is not being truthful. Why would the group purchase 19 acres when only 6 are usable, and a second property that has 10 acres is split down the property?
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. My name is Michael Ladeau, and I'm president of the Green Springs Ranch Homeowners Association, and I'm here to support our neighbors to the north. First, let me thank the board for reaching out to the various interested parties. Given its scope and location, this plan would have numerous negative impacts on our rural community. With the number of residents, it implies it will have an effect on our groundwater. EID is not available. As we know, previous speakers just spoke about fire, shutoffs, sprinkler systems. How is that going to be addressed? Also, the burden on septic systems, sewage disposal, that was addressed. And also the increased traffic. That is going to be a multitude with the Summerbrook Oak Haven development. At a time back last August, they were supposed to put in a signal there. That has been since I believe they're only going to put in streetlights. I'm here to also ask that the county adhere to the developer's prior agreement to put in signal lights. They're much needed. Back in 2010, one of our residents was turning into Green Springs Ranch, and before the left turn lane was there, was rear-ended and had life-threatening injuries. A year later, the county put in a left turn lane. I'm not sure the county wants to wait for another tragedy and wait a year to do something. So we urge you to get the traffic signal put in. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your comments.
And I'm gonna leave this. I didn't have a.
And that item is not on our agenda today as far as the traffic signal, but yeah, I just wanted to make sure there's clarity. I understand it. Yeah, thank you for that. We'll look forward to reading that. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is David Mead. I live a few houses down from the proposed development site. I lived in El Dorado County most all my life. I find it a very special place. This proposed development site is dangerously close to federally protected Pine Hill Ecological Reserve as well as Conoco Valley lands. A large development of 40+ beds and dozens of staff will have a real impact on the rare plants and animals, some of which are less than 1,000 yards away by a simple measurement of Google Earth. According to the Federal Bureau of Land Management's own websites on the Pine Hill Preserve, and I quote, Pine Hill Preserve is a cooperative conservation effort among 10 federal, state, and local entities to protect the habitat of 8 rare plant species. About 70% of preserved lands have clusters of rare plants within the area designated for recovery of 5 federally listed rare plants. Conecuh Valley also contains 295 acres of chaparral, which provide habitat for 7 rare plants, including 4 federally listed plant species. Conecuh Valley was also brought into federal ownership in 2010. I use the word federal repeatedly because the state of California may not be aware of the federal environmental impacts that would happen to the federal protected lands. Surely the state of California would want an environmental impact report for this development. Because of the close by Pine Hill and federally protected, arises a question. Can California rubber stamp a project without environmental impact report, which has the potential to harm federally protected plants and animals? So my suggestion is to reach out to federal agencies or possibly Representative McClintock and raise this question. Thank you for hearing my comment.
Thanks for your comments. Appreciate it. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Gay Clayson, and I've been a rescue resident for the last 9 years. Most of the comments that I was going to address have to do with Deer Valley Road, but we've already talked a lot about that. So I'm just going to skip down to not only the dangers of Deer Valley Road, but the roads that go into the properties are basically maintained by the neighbors. They are not public roads. They allow access through easements. And one of the things that the neighbors do is they frequently go out and they remove debris that's caused by flooding. They rock the road. My grandkids call it the bumpy road to grandma's house. These roads cannot support the increased traffic and pose additional safety threats to our community. We are located in a high-risk fire area with limited exit roads, both of which pass these proposed properties. If a fire broke out and an evacuation was necessary, the increased population would cause gridlock. If you have not driven these roads, I recommend that you take a drive and see for yourself. These commercial facilities are not a good fit for these locations, and it would be a disservice to the patients that would be housed there. Safety first for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clayson. Appreciate your comments. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Jack Alexander. I live on Deer Valley Road. Lived there for about 24, 25 years. And I just wanted to also address that while the state of California may be able to flout local rules and guidelines with this legislation, they can't flout federal environmental protection. We found when we bought our property and built our house, we couldn't even get a building permit. They were requesting a population survey, and that survey could only be done in the spring. So they wanted us to bring out biologists to do surveys to see if any of the 9 rare and endangered plant species that exist in this area existed. Because the soils in this are very unique. There's only 30,000 acres that have this soil. And it's part of what they call the Pine Hill Preserve Area of Critical Environmental Concern. And in fact, the general plan, I forget the year, you guys would know better than me, but it actually took pains to work with the state and the Department of Fish and Game to make sure that this part of the county remained rural. So the trying to get like a split of a parcel and things like that is very difficult. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that it's within this area of environmental concern. So I would really urge the county and anybody fighting this to work with the federal government to make sure that while they think they can flout local laws or local guidelines, they can't do that with the federal government or with the Endangered Species Act. That's all I have to say. Everyone else is about the lack of infrastructure, lack of water, lack of sewer, lack of fire. There's no fire hydrants. There's no infrastructure at all, and that's going to be a huge problem for the area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. Appreciate your comments. Good morning.
Morning. My name is Rob Lassiter. I live on Conecuh Valley, which is directly off of Deer Valley. The proposed area we drive by every day and are pretty well familiar with the whole area. My wife and I have a loved one in our family that has been in and out of treatment centers for substance abuse. So we're very familiar with what these facilities are like, the atmosphere, and just in general, what the area around it is like. Obviously, we're very sympathetic to their mission and support the growth of them in the state and in the area. Just, you know, obviously the area they've chosen is not. Some of our observations of these facilities, of what they're like on a day-to-day, they typically have large parking lots just to park. They have administrative staff, they have counselors, they have regular staff who are just kind of like handlers, helpers, what have you. They have cooks, they have medical staff, and family members that go to and fro every day. So, you know, you can add that up with the number of beds that they have to see how big of a facility. I mean, it might quote unquote look like a house, but it's never going to be a house. This thing is going to be essentially a mansion with a parking lot. Many patients are outside smoking almost all hours of the day, because what they're doing is they're going from one addiction to another to, you know, ease their cravings. So that brings up the fire risk right there. When you have, you know, 20, 30 people at all days outside smoking cigarettes in an area that's a tinderbox that we live in. Food for thought. The facilities often have vans that drive groups to and from appointments and activities on a daily basis. So these are, you know, kind of like those 10, 12 person vans. So these are pretty big sized vehicles that would be coming and going, adding to the traffic on top of things. Some patients just walk off mid-treatment. That is something that, you know, that they have the right to do. They can't be held there, so they're not prisoners. And as mentioned, no sidewalks, no facilities, no bus stop, no mass transit, nothing. And so they're going to be basically either walking down a dangerous road, or they'll be trespassing across the neighbor's property, which brings other issues in itself. And of course, the need for ambulance and sheriff services, which has been talked about numerously. So basically, you know, Deer Valley does not serve these patients or the community well. And we wish them luck finding a better place, but just not on Deer Valley. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Robbie Jermike. I also live in the neighborhood there. I grew up in El Dorado County. I went to Buckeye School, graduated from Ponderosa. Was one of 4 brothers. 3 of us entered the California Highway Patrol. I got sent down to Los Angeles, and my dream was always to get the seniority to come back to El Dorado County, because this is my home. And it's like an oasis within California. And I've noticed over the years, we have Gavin Newsom and his minions down at the legislature making executive orders, passing laws that infringe on the rights of different counties. And I think some of the people here feel maybe this is really a lame duck session, because a law has been implemented that gives the state this power to circumvent any of your county ordinances, and that maybe we're just being pacified here today. But as far as I'm concerned, the way I read the Constitution, that man right there with the cowboy hat has the power over even the President of the United States, because this is our county. And I'm hoping that you as a group of supervisors will follow in his footsteps. I understand they allowed one of these companies to come in at Frenchtown and French Creek Road against the wishes of the people there. And they already have one of these centers, rehab centers going on right there. I know the people there. My daughter and son-in-law live almost across the street from it. And they came to oppose it, but yet the supervisors or planning commission, whoever the powers that be, allowed this to happen. And I'm afraid that's going to happen again with this new facility. So I'm just, again, I hope that you can stand your ground, because just because Nazi-like governing by this governor and the legislature that has a majority, I just feel this county needs to put their foot down and stand against that. If he can, somebody here too before me said that he can't go against the federal government. Well, he did. he passed this sanctuary city in San Francisco against the will of the people and the sovereignty of this country. So just because he passes a law down as a legislature, I don't feel that we as a county need to follow his directions or his will. So I'm hoping that, again, you would stand your ground against this and not allow something like this to happen and keep the sovereignty of this county.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. Good morning.
Good morning. Hello, my name is Betty Tackett. My husband and I live in the newly built home that sits between the two lots for these proposed commercial developments. It took us 2 years to build our home. And in the process, we carefully selected rural residential property with space and natural beauty in which to enjoy our retirement years in our dream home. Part of our decision-making process for selecting our lots was knowing that it was zoned as rural residential. We purposefully selected land with distance from commercial developments. We felt confident that any future development on the neighboring properties would be held to the same standards that we were held to when they submitted their plans to the county. However, contrary to the residential zoning designations, we now find that Native Directions, Inc. and Home California are intending to build commercial structures to the left and to the right of us, which is in direct opposition to the residential zoning designations for these lots. During our building process, we had to conform to every established standard from the type of structure, proximity to oak trees, water requirements, fire suppression systems, and even fire truck access to our property, complete with the engineering calibrated ability for the driveways to withstand the weight of fire trucks, which is thousands of pounds. We received no forgiveness for meeting any of the rigorous requirements, and rightfully so. We do see the need to abide by codes and standards and requirements to protect our lives, our property, and the well-being of our neighbors and our natural environment. Howbeit then that despite building codes and laws that were put in place for the good of all and the environment, that Native Directions and Home California are blatantly disregarding the thoughtful planning of local government agencies and have decided to suddenly plop their nonconformance without conscience and without consideration of the impact to their proposed neighbors, many of whom have lived on their properties for generations. During caution to the wind, they propose at least 2 structures that will have 15 or more beds, plus additional structures, including a perinatal center and a sweat lodge in the middle of fire country. To say the least, the suitability of the land and the environment for such grand plans is highly questionable. As far as we know, there are no plans to undertake any studies to address the suitability of their plans to the location, such as the zoning, the environmental impact, water resources, fire safety, and other infrastructure issues. And yet they intend to build, leaving the rest of us behind to deal with the unfortunate experiences that may result because they failed to consider others against their will. Thank you for hearing me.
Thanks for your comments. Good morning.
Morning. My name, I was going to statement, but it's what everybody else has been saying. We do, that's my wife. My name's Rick Tackett. We spend our life savings on this property and building this home. And now you're going to do this. You're going to have, you're going to have all these facilities. You might as well just build a bunch of contract homes, because that's what they're doing. They're going to use more water than even developments will use. They're going to have, and they're planning on, and the person who bought this land was a private owner. They're making money on this deal to sell it to these people, to build their home and make money, or rent the property to them. So they always make money. So, we talked to the lady one day that owns this property. She says she's going to build the facility over there, and then on the other side of it, she's going to build another facility in a small section. And then there's a big 6-acre section down the road that she wouldn't answer what they're going to do with that 6 acres. They're going to get these 2 developments done. Then they're going to build another one on the other side, a big giant one, just like they're going to over on the other side. And the fire risk, these poor people that live way back in there, there's one way out of that place, and just buy that building. If that building is burning, what are they going to do? The fire department can't help them. They have to get out of there, and there's no way in the world they can get out of there. So the fire is just going to go to them, or they're going to have to drive through the fire. So something has to be done. This is just ridiculous. I mean, what if you sent your life savings on your retirement home, all you people? What if you did it? Would you be happy? that they're putting these 2 facilities on side of you, plus maybe a 3rd one. You know, it's just not right. Something needs to be done and needs to start with you. And then all the local agencies on the other side of it. But something has to be done. This is just, you know, if my well dries up, what do I do? And what if they're gonna they should have to connect to EID water is what they should have to do. Because there's no water source for them. You know, what if my well goes dry, what do I do? The fire department can't help me. I had to put a fire hydrant, which it took us 2 years to build this home. And I had to put a fire hydrant in on my pool to make mine legal. I had to put a asphalt driveway in, which I didn't want. But I had to because I'd had to pay an engineer to do a weight calculation on my land. It would have had, which they probably aren't going to do. They probably aren't going to have to do because they seem to be in their own world. They think they can do whatever they want, but they need to be stopped. And this lady needs to be stopped that owns this property. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Good morning.
Hi, I'm speaking for my wife and I. We live off Starbuck Road. My family moved into Rescue in 1970. We built our home off Starbuck in 1990. I agree with the fire chief and the sheriff. I'm a retired fireman for 35 years. I definitely don't agree that they should put a facility like this. And then that's already been covered, but I want to support what they had said. Also, I had sent Supervisor Palin some pictures of dead trees along Deer Valley Road and Green Valley and Starbuck, as well as the structural damage that's been on that little single lane bridge. It's got cracks, it needs to be addressed. How can they add more commercial traffic across that little single lane bridge when it's like 70 plus years old? I don't know exactly how many years, but it's been there a long time. It's got structural cracks to the base of it. Someone needs to look at that. I don't think it can support further traffic. And I just want to keep it simple. And we just don't agree with the facility. I agree that there should be facilities like this, but not in a residential area where there's people that have spent a lot of money on homes and want to live in a rural area. Rescue is beautiful. Let's keep it that way. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your comments. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Todd White. I'm the chairman of the El Dorado County Republican Party, but more importantly, our family's lived on Deer Valley Road since 1965. I rode the same bus as Rose Knopf did until we started driving. She got her driver's license before I did because I failed a couple times. But I just want to reiterate the local control component. The El Dorado County Republican Party wrote the fire board, the rescue fire board, a letter. And if we're going to stop this facility, I think we're going to stop it based on available services. And anybody that's familiar with Deer Valley Road in particular knows that there's not the first responder services available to service this kind of a location. I'm glad to see Fire Board member Penny Humphreys here, former county supervisor for District 4. So I'm confident that after hearing the chief's comments that they're going to be watching this issue very closely. I think this county needs to decide, and I think we've already decided based on Supervisor Parlin's letter, if we're going to follow every state mandate available. We can't destroy our county just in the name of following state mandates. It just can't happen. And so I think with this letter to Senator Marie Alvarado Gill and Assemblyman Joe Patterson, and I'm the chairman of the Republican Party, and Ms. Hernandez didn't mention that she's the chairwoman of the Democrat Party. This is a kumbaya moment, if there ever was one. So I'm not into spirit fingers and kumbaya. I think you all know me pretty well, but I think there's pretty unanimous consent in this room. So we support this letter. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your comments. Appreciate it. Good morning.
Madam Chair, Board. We're kind of new to the area. A lot of people have been here a long time, and we certainly respect that.
Welcome.
Thank you. But we just bought property right off of Deer Valley about 4 years ago with the intention to build. We're in the building planning permitting phase right now, and as other people have mentioned, it's very difficult. It's not a slam dunk. My wife and I currently live in West Sacramento. We have an adult day healthcare center there since 2007. So almost 17 years. We've been a community-based adult service type of facility. And before that, my wife ran a residential care home for 6 adults in the San Jose area. So we're sympathetic to the need for something like this. But our facility currently is a half a mile from a fire station. It's in a major retail commercial area that's easily serviced by multiple roads. We're a mile from a Kaiser facility and less than a mile from a police station. And we have all the infrastructure there to support what we're doing. Clearly, this proposed project, I don't think meets that requirement. Concerned obviously about the property values and going down, and especially with people right next to it, where our property is less than a mile from there. And we bought this land with the intention of, we're in our 60s, retiring here and making this our forever place because of the beauty and the nature of this area. We thought our biggest concern was going to be coyotes, mountain lions, and bears, not drug addicts walking around our neighborhood. So we ask that you do everything you can to prevent this from happening. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
Good morning. My name's Beth Boozer, and my husband Forrest and I have lived here for 27 years. We were business owners for 27 years. Our kids went to Pleasant Grove Middle School, which is less than a mile away from this facility, which is a huge concern. But I wanted to talk about an experience we had. We actually experienced trespassing from a nearby group home that is very close to our house. And we had to call the sheriff department, and Deputy Ishmael came over. That was just shortly before we lost him. But this happens. These are not just people that stay where they're supposed to be. They wander, they come. We've actually had 2 or 3 trespassers come ask if they can sleep on our front porch swing, and walked around our house and actually tried to get in the side door of our house. And I didn't know it because our family room is not right there by the kitchen. This is a real possibility of people just walking away and walking, especially with the entitlement these days of people just think they can have what they want. So it does happen. I want to thank everybody who's commented. I agree with absolutely everything that was said. So would my husband. The passion here, this is not why we moved here. We picked very carefully where we would raise our children and where we would be. And this is not right for El Dorado County. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Good morning.
My name's Joanne Tompkins. I live on Deer Valley Court there, same area. And I'm going to hit the safety issue, same as y'all before me. Might have been the same group home. Some young juveniles came to attempted to steal our horses. Now, this could have been a really bad situation since the first one they tried to saddle was a yearling. So needless to say, the police came, blah, 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 took them back to their home. But so what I read in the Mercury News is that petty crimes and failing quality of life for neighborhoods, particularly where addiction treatment facilities are concentrated. So here we're going to have 2 of them in the same place. So my concern, and several of us on that block, are senior citizens. I am too. Unfortunately, I don't have to dye my hair, yay. But the police response for us, even back then, it took a good 20 minutes for the police to show up when this incident occurred in the middle of the night. Now, as probably all of you know, a lot of residents in El Dorado County do carry firearms. I've been here since '84, and at the time, they knew they could not get out to your house if you had an incident. So you had to protect yourself. Now, in this incident, fortunately, the juveniles took off running through the chemise, or there could have been a whole different outcome of this because we couldn't see who it was. It was like 1 o'clock in the morning. So that's my biggest, one of my biggest concerns, along with the rest of them that are out there. So plus the fact that the New Mercury Times did do an article saying about crimes around these types of facilities. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Good morning.
Good morning. Hi, my name is Gretchen Wilmer, and I live on Martle Creek, close to these planned developments. I have major concerns about the facility for multiple reasons. One of my biggest concerns is the commercial aspect of a 40+ bed in rural farming community with the amount of water and how much water the commercial facility will need to maintain. All of the parcels in the area do not have county water or sewer systems, and they tap into underground water source. Current residents rely on well water and septic systems for personal use. Will the county run tests on existing water table in the area to make sure this facility does not put undue stress on the existing homeowners' wells? It would make more sense to build a facility closer to established local water and sewer systems. How large must the septic system be to handle a 40-plus patient, plus everyone else involved? What happens in drought years? Will the county ensure that the water supply will stay safe during the operations of these facilities over the next 30-plus years? Another concern is the flooding that happens in heavy rains during the winter. Every year since we've moved there, we have dealt with flooding due to heavy rains. The western parcel backs up to a hill, and obviously all the water runs down into that area. Does that cause a health hazard? With too much water near the septic. With the substance abuse medical treatment ongoing in the facilities, how will the managing care providers ensure that no medical waste enters the water source? Will the county be able to provide appropriate oversight to ensure procedures and waste management is safely implemented for the future? When looking at the current NDI facility in Manteca, it has not given us much confidence in this facility is well run. I ask that you Google the facility and look at their current property. And now you're going to go from one 15-bed to 4 places. I just don't see them running and managing it well. And the rest of the comments is exactly how all of our neighbors feel. So thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Appreciate it. We'll take these 2 comments and then we'll go online. So come on down. Good morning.
Hi there. My name is Amber Hodeke, and I am a resident of Rescue. I also am a business owner of Cameron Park. And today I'm speaking on behalf of concerned citizens of Cameron Park, which now expanded to include Rescue and Shingle Springs. So obviously we all share the same concern. I want to go further and talk about when, not if, when these patients choose to leave at any given time and find a place, a beautiful place to camp on someone's acreage, when they decide to light a fire because it gets cold in our evenings, where is the funding going to come from that fire that's going to happen? We've seen it numerous times where unfortunately homeless do cause fires. We have 0 resources. We have 0 funding. So I understand that Newsom kind of went willy-nilly, signed this thing into effect. And you have to excuse me, I'm not a politician. I'm just a concerned citizen. Sign this thing into effect. And when we do have this massive fire, we have no resources nor no funding. Is he going to call an emergency and come help us with that? No, there has been no thought process at all into passing this. And we basically have an organization coming here claiming they're native just so they can get the additional funding, which honestly, that's an insult. Coming from a Native American background, that's an insult. They are not directed or affiliated with any organized or tribe, especially, our tribe has no knowledge of this happening, the one that provides so much to our community. So they kind of overstepped them, did whatever they wanted to do, have the native name, but not have any backing, so to speak. So they come and want to build these facilities with no regard for our community. They have no regard for our citizens. They have no regard for our resources. We haven't even talked about the 22 acres that they have broke ground on next to the elementary school off Shingle, next to In Shape. There's a Christian elementary school off Shingle, 22 acres, they have broken ground. So with having no regard for our children, allowing them to put a facility like this next to an elementary school, there's no transparency. I put a thing on Facebook. I got a text from a friend who actually works for El Dorado County Sheriff. She had no idea that this is broken ground right next to her kid's school. So there's the schools aren't informing anybody. There's 0 transparency. So I'm sorry, they're not playing by the rules. So neither do we. We need to get together as a force, as a community, and do what we need to do to stop this, because it's starting with 3 parcels now. Our community is beautiful. There's land all over the place. Who's to say they're not going to put this in Tahoe? Who's to say they're not going to, put this in Georgetown? Like, it's not going to stop here. They have the funding, they have the backing. We need to stop it before it gets out of hand. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Kathy Roberts, and I have an elderly mother. She's 90, and my father passed away in 2018. We lived in Orangeville, and there was a halfway house around the corner. I was working in the Bay Area and I would get calls numerously. The halfway house people would steal my mom's car, take it for a joyride. They'd be knocking on her door at 2 a.m. at night. My life was so stressed because she was by herself. We found a beautiful house in Rescue. And we moved here because it was safe. And we knew that she was away from everything. And now this is happening to her again. And it's going to cause friction in our community. When the recovery patients know that they're not wanted in our community, they're not going to be able to recover successfully. People that go through a rehab have issues from their childhood. They have insecurity issues. They need to be loved. They need to be wanted by people in the community. If they're in our community and they know that when they go to the grocery stores and when they go to places, people are looking at them because they're mad because they're here, it's not healthy. And I don't see that as helping them recover. Also, I'm just going to, everybody here mentioned everything that I think that I'm going to talk practical now about the roads. I think we need to have a huge expansion on the Deer Valley Road. The 2 tiny little lanes need to be expanded. We need bicycle lanes for the bicyclists because they get hit constantly. We need a stoplight on Green Valley and Deer Valley Road. We need a stoplight on Green Valley Road in front of the post office and fire station. We need to add a new police department to Rescue. We need to add a new separate Rescue fire station. We also need to redo all the 1-lane bridges on Deer Valley Road and the bridge in front of the fire station. I think we need streetlights all along Deer Valley Road. And I think the state of California needs to reimburse us for when our fire insurance increases due to a fire from the facility. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Appreciate it. And we invite former Supervisor Penny Humphreys to wrap this up. Pleasure to have you with us today.
Since my name was thrown out there, I thought I'd come forward. I am Penny Humphreys. I used to be the county supervisor in Laurie's seat. I am currently sitting on the Rescue Fire Board. That's one reason I'm here. And I have it over all the rest of them. I've lived in Rescue over 50 years.
Wow, you win.
So when we moved up here, there was no fire department, no actual fire department. So my husband and I and my son and numerous other families, historical families in the area, helped work together and form the Rescue Fire Department. But the fire department is the heart of this community. Always has been, always will be. Rescue is a rural community, but we are a community. And as you can see today, way over time, the people come out when they're feeling very strongly about an issue. But having been in your seat, I want to thank you all for sitting here and listening to some of the same items over and over and over again. I know Tuesdays are always long and your weekends are always very short, but I thank you. So does the fire department. Thank you.
And thank you for your decades of service and commitment to the El Dorado County and our citizens. Appreciate it. Thank you all for your comments. Very, very thoughtful and well done. So Kim, let's move online to our online participants.
Now taking public comment from Kelly from District 1.
Good morning.
Good morning. What a vibrant conversation. What I want to emphasize is what this is really about, and it was slightly echoed, is this is a violation of our constitutional liberties as a county. And I hope that every supervisor takes that extremely seriously. There is an agenda in California to destroy the fabric of rural communities by bringing in institutionalized centers, such as this one, that are not necessarily even needed in our particular community. This will be an in-source for other counties. I think San somewhere was mentioned. And really what I think we need to step up and do is put that law degree to work, David Livingston, and we need to file a lawsuit against the state of California for violating our constitutional rights to determine our land use and what is best for our citizens. We should not have to be the caretakers for the state of California's misfortunes of mismanaging addiction and mental health. On a personal note, I have a son that attended an addiction center in Montana. It was on 1,500 acres in the middle of nowhere. And let me tell you, when those kids attempted to leave, which they did, they called it walk therapy because they just couldn't end up going anywhere. It was a real thing. Now you condense that down to 22 acres and it becomes a real thing. Now we're dealing with adults who also have constitutional rights to not be in a lockdown facility. We don't know if they're there by their own merit, if these were court orders, or the motivation. But we know that approximately only up to 15% of people who go into treatment actually commit and fulfill that treatment. So that puts a high statistic on people just walking out the door, and they're not going to be given an Uber. They're not going to be given apartment funding by the county to have another place to go. They're going to end up on our streets. So what I beg of the people is to understand these things matter. California is on a rampage to infiltrate itself into constitutionally sovereign counties like El Dorado County and the authority of our sheriff to determine law and order and land use. And if it comes down to it, I hope our county is prepared to file a lawsuit on behalf of the citizens and taxpayers that deserve more. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. We'll take these 3 comments, Kim, and then public comment.
Now taking public comment from Brian Miller.
Good morning.
Morning, my name is Byron Miller. I live on Deer Valley Road, but on the south side of Green Valley in the Green Springs Ranch neighborhood. My concern with the project is the intersection at Deer Valley and Green Springs Road. As was mentioned, there was turn lanes that were put in there before my time, but I can still say that in the mornings when I'm taking my kids to school, it can take some real patience to get out and make a left onto Green Valley. If I'm looking up to the east, I can't see over the hill. Cars come flying over there pretty quickly. And on top of that, there's generally cars at the same time trying to get on Green Valley from the other side of that intersection. So my point is that you just have to have a lot of patience at that intersection. And I've seen people lose patience and taking chances. And I think, that's a potentially devastating accident waiting to happen. As was mentioned, the Stony Brook developer from up the street on Green Valley, they had a traffic study done that said a stoplight was needed there. And that developer committed to putting one in, but they had that condition removed a few months ago because they had an updated traffic study they submitted that basically said there's no near-term need for a stoplight, but with or without the Stony Brook development, that intersection will be deficient under the report's cumulative long-term projections. So that updated report was enough for Stony Brook to get the condition requiring the stoplight removed. But I think that now that the substance abuse project, I think it's going to be adding more stress to that intersection. And I think it's going to exacerbate the long time deficiency that was documented in the Stony Brook's second traffic study. And if we could get another study on the impact of this treatment center, it might show that it also creates a near-term deficiency too. I'm not sure how much traffic this new project will generate in comparison to Stony Brook, but it's a different kind of traffic because the Stony Brook traffic would just be coming from up and down Green Valley, whereas this project is going to be adding drivers competing to get on and off Green Valley, which is, I think, where the danger is. So, I totally understand the county's hands are kind of tied here, but I would respectfully ask that if the county is going to advocate or bring awareness of issues with this project to the state or state departments or our legislators, that this intersection issue also be raised as a concern. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
Now taking public comment from Tracy.
Oh, good morning. I am so excited to see so much community involvement today. I don't think I've seen this since the COVID sham. So I applaud everyone in the room. I just wanted to remind a couple of you sitting up there that I brought this to your attention last year and it was minimized and I was told, oh, we can't do anything. We can't do anything about this. And so how come today you can? I'm just curious what's changed since then and if you actually can affect change or stoppage of this, because I'm not sure you can. I also kind of lean towards this. Maybe it's a stretch being a takings clause case, another one. because it reduces property values in the area. So I'm not sure how that would play out, but I'm curious, why now? Is it election season? Like why now has the board decided to take this upon themselves? And we all know how resolutions and letters to the state go. So exactly what effective change or stoppage do you guys think you could make as a board? And that's my question. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
Now taking public comment from Deanna.
Good morning.
Deanna, can you unmute yourself?
Can you hear me now?
We sure can. Welcome.
Okay, hi, my name is Deanna, and I am the Native Liaison, and I will be reading a letter drafted by Ramona Valadez, the Executive Director of Native Directions. So, to the honorable members of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors, John Hadal, George Turnbow, Wendy Thomas, Lori Parlin, and Brooke Lane. As we approach the Board of Supervisors meeting on January 30th, I am compelled to advocate passionately for the development initiatives in rescue, specifically designed to support our most vulnerable tribal community members, fragile tribal young mothers, and tribal women, many with disabilities, requiring assisted living. These initiatives encompassing a 16-bedroom residential facility for pregnant tribal young women and a 15-bedroom assisted living facility for tribal women at 3335 and 3480 Deer Valley Court Rescue, respectively, are not just crucial for the individuals they support, but are a manifestation of our community's commitment to help rescue these fragile women. Please consider the following crucial points. Legal compliance with AB 172. These projects are in strict adherence to AB 172, affirming our state's commitment to supporting tribal specific needs. Respectful of residential design. The proposed facilities are single-story residential homes designed to blend into the community seamlessly, upholding its residential character, thereby preserving property values in the rescue area where these homes will be built. Culturally sensitive tribal management and preservation of Native American values. By ensuring tribal members exclusively operate and staff these facilities, we are upholding our promise of providing culturally sensitive care. Likewise, rooting these facilities in Native American traditions underlines our dedication to honoring and preserving these cultures. Focus on fragile tribal women and providing a safe haven with minimal traffic impact. These homes are pioneering in our state, catering specifically to fragile tribal women who need to be rescued from undesirable.
No, absolutely. No, thank you. Thank you for your comments. We appreciate you joining us. All right. I apologize, but we must retain decorum. All right, so with that, public comment is over. Thank you all for your comments. We appreciate that. So I will bring this back to the board for deliberation and action.
I'm just gonna try to, Chair, how sensitive is our time? Because I have some thoughts on how to get this.
I would like to have
going.
brief comments by any other supervisors that
Okay.
haven't weighed in yet. And then I do think we need to move toward
That was my
action.
concern. So I have some, just so you guys know, I have some staff direction drafted to help with this. So
Perhaps it would be helpful for you to share that and then like to invite the colleagues that haven't spoken yet to weigh in on this.
Can you make that bigger, Kim, for us? So, because, you know, in the agenda item, the letter, of course, we want to approve that, and unless you guys have changes to it, I tried to cover
all the topics generically. So we'd want to approve the letter. And then the direction to staff in our agenda item, I left it kind of open until we heard everything. And these are kind of what I came up for direction to staff.
Do you want to read it? Because perhaps our
Oh,
audience members
sure.
can't see it.
So number one would be direct county council to explore what level of CEQA compliance, if any, is required for the subject project. Number two would be direct staff of effective departments to collaborate with our state representatives and their staff to interface with the Department of Healthcare Services to ensure that the application was fully vetted and to minimize the negative impacts of these planned projects, or preferably relocate them to a more suitable site. Number three, direct staff to collaborate with affected agencies and organizations such as fire districts to minimize the negative impacts of these planned projects to ensure public health and safety. And number four, I made this one up at the last minute while I was brainstorming, but based on conversations, I think this is appropriate. Approve and authorize the chair to draft and sign a letter so that we don't have to bring it back to our federal representatives, because we didn't do that. I was only reaching out to the state so far, but our federal representatives to request assistance with this planned project, including the impacts to native plants. Because I did forget about that. I was so focused on the state. So thank you for that. I think, Greg.
It's another component of this.
Yeah, and I worded it in such a way to draft and sign, because based on the conversation that we won't have to bring it back for another board item if everybody's okay with it. So these are the kinds of things that I think we need to do. And again, my understanding, Karen Garner, planning director, we haven't even received an application for building permit. So we really don't know what we don't know at this point is the problem. And that's why I've worded it in such a way to allow staff to start doing some research for us, because we just don't have a lot of specifics.
And especially collaborating with our state legislators, because I believe that at that level, that's probably going to have the most chance of success is for Senator Alvarado Gill's office and Assemblymember Joe Patterson's office to engage with the Department of Healthcare Services and have our staff collaborate with them to carry the water on this issue, to especially address, and I liked the community's thought on this, the practical implications of this, not the emotional parts of it, which are valid, but the practical applications of the lack of infrastructure and health and real health and safety concerns that were brought up today. So before I have any final thoughts, I'd like to invite either Supervisor Heidel or Supervisor Lane, who haven't weighed in on this item.
Yeah, so my question is to County Council with respect to your first item, Lori. AB 172 has been around for a while. I would think that by now we would understand what kind of environmental reviews are required for a normal project within the state of California, where exceptional conditions like the Pine Reserve is not included in that. But do we not have knowledge today of what environmental requirements for this kind of an AB 172 project are required?
I guess I would question that it's been around for a while. I think the statute was enacted in 2021,
which is 2024.
It's not the longest period of
No,
time.
it's not
within
long,
to
but there's several
determine-
examples of where it's been applied, right?
Well,
I
I
don't
think
know that.
that's why we're directing staff to look into that actually
Okay, all right.
today.
So we
is-
haven't gotten
is
that
my
far
thinking.
into it.
Yes.
Okay, then I'm good with that, because I would have
Okay.
thought that there's already precedent set there, but okay, fair enough on that. And I do agree with number 4. That was the one thing I wanted, is a
Thank
separate
you.
letter to our federal government, because I do think knowing that the Bureau of Land Management is the manager for that reserve, that they need to be aware of what's going on here, because it's a multi-agency or operation, as I understand it, but BLM has leadership responsibilities and management responsibility. They should be made aware of this before this just happens, because I do believe there's going to be, over a period of time, substantial environmental inputs from this facility, affecting that reserve. I don't know the topography. I don't know the aquifer levels. I mean, I know nothing about the actual underground movement of water in that area. And that's something that has to be evaluated or analyzed before you really know the true risk involved, what the impacts might be. And that's something the federal government should look at.
Absolutely.
So I'm in agreement.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Lane, do you have any?
Yeah, thank you. I'll just say briefly, I'm sympathetic to the fact that the state of California has identified that there are vulnerable people out there, and that housing, we know, is a big deal. We're trying to keep people out of hospitals and prisons. But the issues that have been brought forth are just overwhelming, and I think we really need answers. I think your letter that you've drafted is a good start at least getting the answers that we need in order to see this through. But I do think that on the second page where you have your bullet points,
Yes.
I really think the lack of services in this area is a really big point, and I didn't see it. If you think it's covered in there, I think it needs to be more strongly covered.
Okay.
So that would be my only comment at this point.
Yeah, because I tried to hit emergency services as a whole, water,
Right.
roads, the main topics. I feel like that's plenty, but I'm looking at Lauren over there in the senator's office. I feel that plus having Lauren here, hearing everything, and that these meetings are recorded. If anybody can't remember what we said, I mean, it's, we can go back and pick out these things as we go, but we have plenty of concerns to work with in my mind. And did you finish your thought other than that?
I would just add that the gentleman that spoke, that talked about some treatment centers that he and his wife have experience with in other areas, and the way he identified, where they're located and what's around them. And so lack of services is bigger than just emergency services. It's also just being near commercial districts where people can go and get things that they
Okay,
need.
those types of
The-
services.
Yes.
We can add something to that effect, I think, Chair, if you're okay, and we don't have to during
we
the
don't have to do it
meeting, but
here,
if everybody's
no.
okay with that, we'll add something.
I do agree with that. There's a few points I'd like to make as well. I served for 9 years in the Marshall Hospital Board, and I remember when we were building the wings on the Marshall Hospital, there are strict and onerous codes when you're building a medical facility. And my concern is this is going to be a medical facility, especially the perinatal unit. And I have strong reservations that you can have a medical facility that is served by a well, because water standards and water quality are of top concern. So liability. So I have strong concerns with the community about the lack of infrastructure, and can you even serve a medical facility with a well? That's one. Also, another point that I'd like to bring up that is perhaps food for thought with our legislators is each county is required to have a safety element, which is one of the 7 mandated elements of a general plan. We are mandated by state law. And in our safety element of our general plan, we have limitations to development that says that objective 6.2.2, that we will regulate development, especially in the areas of high and very high fire hazard as designated by the California Department of Forestry and Fire Prevention Fire Hazard Severity Zones, which we know is all over El Dorado County. And this falls in a fire hazard severity zone. And in that the county shall preclude development, including public facilities and essential services in areas of high and very high wildfire hazard in the area, unless such development can be adequately protected from wild and fire hazard, and that there shall be a sufficient secondary egress to the adjoining major highways, and local and street network shall support evacuation and safe access for emergency responders under a range of emergency scenarios. And I cannot believe that the state could set aside fire requirements that are so imperative in these fire hazard zones, as was talked about by our sheriff and by the chief of rescue fires. So in addition to the concerns by the neighborhoods, I think this is just of strong concern that this development cannot meet those standards that are critical to health and safety, not only for the young, vulnerable women and their children that will be here, but for all the neighborhoods and the residents of El Dorado County. So I support definitely doing everything we can to make sure that these types of facilities, which we all agree, and we are hearing a standard agreement here that there's not an opposition to these facilities, but they need to be an appropriate place that does not affect public health and safety.
Absolutely. Do you want to expand anything to include that, or do you think that that's just part of the research?
I think that's just part of the research.
Okay.
Yes.
That makes sense too.
And yeah, we'll coordinate with our legislators
So
on
we're
that.
al-
Yeah.
Are we also going to look at these 6-bed facilities that are springing up all over in the county too?
So I did want to just briefly touch on that. That was separate legislation that the state did years
know,
ago.
I
Those
know.
are the other ones that I think are coming to light. You're correct, but that's not what we're talking about today. This one is in my mind even more egregious
Right.
than those, and those are egregious enough.
And they are,
So I,
especially the one down in French now is next to our
Yeah,
But
family
that's not under the
cemetery,
action
so,
today.
I know.
And I,
yeah, but I do agree, we should start looking into those too. And I did want to mention, there also is a parcel in Shingle Springs, which, you know, the location may or may not be as offensive, but quite honestly, is still going to be just as impacting to our county and our resources. So it's important that we look at all three of these together. So I appreciate that.
So would you like to make a motion?
Sure, I'll make a motion that we, see, we already did. Approve this items number 1 and 2 that were on the agenda. And then the staff direction is right there. Kim has it, and we just talked about it.
I'll second it.
Is that good enough for making a motion, Dave?
Yeah, all right. Any further discussion? And you'll consider amending the letter somewhat to reflect some other concerns.
Yeah, can
Yes.
we beef up the letter then? Is everybody
Yes.
okay with that based on our conversation? The chair is very eloquent and articulate.
Be happy to
and-
work with you on that
Thank you.
based on the conversations
she's really
today.
good.
Yes, absolutely. So is that amended in the motion?
Sure.
Do you need to add that, Kim? I mean,
And probably in item 2, approve and authorize the chair to modify the letter.
update the letter to further express community concerns.
Number 2 on the agenda item, because there was 1, 2, and 3 there. Yeah, I think that'll work. Approve and authorize the chair to sign to modify the letter.
Yeah.
Per board discussion. And then sign it.
Perfect.
And
I
I'll
think that'll
second
work.
that, So.
Okay, great. We have a
Okay.
motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. So thank you all. We appreciate it, and we will do our darndest to affect a proper resolution. So
5 minutes to clear the room.
we have 5 minutes, and then we'll come back for the board for action. Good job. Thanks. All right, we are back, and I apologize. Excuse me, everyone. We are back now. I apologize that we're a little late in our agenda, but it was an important discussion, community discussion. All right, please, Kim, let's read item number 20, our 10 a.m. time allocation.
Item number 20 comes from Health and Human Services Agency and Planning and Building Department, recommending the board, 1, adopt and authorize the chair to sign an urgency ordinance adopting an interim moratorium on tobacco retailer applications, and 2, find the urgency ordinance is not a project under the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, and even if it were a project, would be exempt from CEQA pursuant to the statutory exemption CEQA guidelines.
Good morning.
Good morning. Hello, Board of Supervisors. I'm Concy Moat. I'm the Tobacco Use Prevention Program Director. I'm happy to be back to follow up with you after our prior meeting. And I want to first thank Planning and Building and County Council because they are the ones that really put a lot of work into making it possible for us to be back here so soon. So on December 5th, 2023, the Tobacco Use Prevention Program provided a presentation to your board on tobacco retail density and tobacco retail zoning education, after which the board issued a resolution of intent that provided direction for planning and building and public health to begin development of an amendment to the current zoning code title 130 that will include reasonable regulations for tobacco retailer zoning. And during the presentation, the board directed staff to return within 90 days with an urgency ordinance adopting an interim moratorium on new tobacco retailer applications for all purposes within the unincorporated area of the County of El Dorado, pending the study of and development of reasonable regulations. So I'm here today to deliver the urgency ordinance and to report that we are also scheduled to return on May 12th with the requested presentation on tobacco retail licensing and tobacco retail zoning, and to have discussion about the differences so that the board can direct staff on the best long-term solutions to meet the needs of the community. So this urgency ordinance will provide protection from more proliferation of tobacco retailers in the interim while a longer-term licensing and zoning solution is developed. So we're here to answer any questions that you may have, and thank you for having us.
All right, thank you. And I know our staff has been working on this for years, and it's great that this is now before the board. This is not a new item. We were in alignment. This was the course of action, and we appreciate you also researching what our options are as far as the full regulation, which it's good to know. We will have that discussion on May 12th. So my colleagues would like to weigh in on this. Supervisor Parlin.
My beeper works. I wasn't sure. No, I just want to say thank you for bringing this back as we asked. I'm looking forward to that presentation because I really didn't understand the difference in what was it? The
licensing.
Oh.
Yeah, that bit. That's really what I'm looking for. Just
I
give me
have
a
to
heads
correct
up.
myself. I said
Uh-oh.
May, but I meant March 12th.
March 12th. Well, that's
Oh.
even quicker. My
There you
goodness.
go.
Oh,
Well, I'm
wow.
really looking forward to it now.
Thank you.
But no, to understand the difference between those two paths, of the licensings versus the ordinance or permits
It's
or whatever.
regulating a business.
Yeah.
versus Regulating land,
And-
and we will come back on March 12th.
That's what I'm looking
with
for.
more detail, so you feel comfortable giving staff.
Right, because that'll be whatever we decide, whichever path we decide will be rolled into our ordinance someday. So, okay, so
Mhm.
that's gonna be a critical thing that we truly understand. That's because I didn't the other day. So thank you for that. And this is something that the county has really been wanting to do, and it's glad to get it going.
Perfect. Supervisor Lane.
I was questioning the date because May 12th is a Sunday and I wasn't
Yeah, yeah.
intending to be there.
We're not gonna come in.
It's an important Sunday.
Let's make it March instead.
There you go. And then once I clicked, I couldn't figure out how to unclick. So
Unclick,
my
I know.
apologies.
So you don't want to work on a Sunday?
I'm good. No.
Okay,
no.
all right, fine. Any other comments?
I just echo Supervisor Parlin's comments. It's been a long time coming. I'm glad we've arrived at this point. It's not over yet, but I
Mhm.
think we're making great strides in that progress, and hopefully on the March 12th date, we'll be able to make definitive decisions and move on with this. So thank you.
Thank you.
And in in the item, you noted that we've had a 36% increase in tobacco retailer businesses of recent years. And that's just really disturbing. And especially, as we've been interfacing with our superintendents of our schools that note that they are, noticing a large increase of youth using tobacco. And so, our kids are our most sacred responsibility. And so I appreciate that we are very thoughtfully looking into what makes sense for our county to protect our kids, which are our most vulnerable population.
Even since we met, I received a call from a parent who was complaining that his child was able to purchase tobacco products. So we're really trying to make a difference here and do what we can.
And we're doing it very thoughtfully and appreciate your approach and your thoroughness with this. So thanks so much for bringing this to us. All right.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest thing is vaping now. This is what this kid's
Yeah.
a new thing, and that's one of the things we need to target.
Yeah,
All
we
right.
have been, yeah.
Anything else before we go to public comment? All right, wonderful. Thank you. Kim, let's open up public comment on this item.
Now taking public comment on item number 20. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when the allowed period of time has ended. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Would anyone like to speak in the boardroom? All right, seeing none, let's go online.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
Wonderful. Once again, this is a rather simple item, so let's bring it back to the board for
Move.
action.
I'll move to approve.
I'll second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Yay.
Thank you so much. And
We're
we
excited.
look forward to seeing you on March 12th, not May 12th. Thank you, Health and Human Services and our Building and Planning Department. Appreciate you working together on this. And County Council, absolutely. We can't forget County Council. So with that, we are now caught up on our time.
There you
That
go.
We had an hour for that and that's didn't take an hour.
I thought we were gonna take some department matters too. though.
Well, now we are. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so wait for the door to close. Is that a lively group out there?
Yeah.
All right, so with that, Kim, let's move to item number 16.
Item number 16 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board adopt the final 2024 strategic plan.
Good morning, Laura.
Good morning, Laura Schwartz, Assistant CIO. Well, whew, we got here. So I just wanted to start by kind of recapping the process of how we did get here. So if you recall, back in last year, we held 4 workshops, strategic planning workshops with our department heads through the time frame of May through August. We also had a working group that was made up of 5 of our department heads, including the sheriff, our HHSA director, our HR director, the director of Department of Transportation, as well as our planning and building director. So we had a working group that basically kind of refined what the board and department heads came up with during those strategic plan workshops. We brought that draft plan to the board in October, and we had just a few small revisions that we made in October with a commitment to bring this final plan back to you in January. So Kim, could you share the attachment? Sorry. Before I briefly go through the final plan, I wanted to publicly thank and acknowledge a few people. First of all, Robert Bendorf, he was our consultant that really helped kind of get us through those initial stages. Just an absolute pleasure to work with, a ton of experience. I think he really kind of helped us along the right path to get to this final product. The board and the department heads that took the time to participate in these working groups and the strategic plan sessions. It really was, I've been here over 21 years. This was such a collaborative effort and really kind of the most that I've seen even in my time here. So really, I think this is, we've gotten to a great place. Thirdly, we did kind of something a little different with this plan. We reached out to our employees and we asked them to provide photos because as we were kind of trying to make it pretty, one thing we realized is, we wanted some new, fresh photos of our county. And so what a great way, to incorporate the employees And they came up with some amazing photos.
They're so good.
I think we ended up with like over 300 in our library. It was hard to choose. And finally, Supervisor Thomas, as you all are aware, she has this wonderful artistic background, a background in graphic design. She took the time to really pull this all together, and this product that is before you today, is hers. And it's just so we didn't have to go outside.
Saved us some money too.
She really did.
Lots of money.
So
A lot of money.
yes. So we appreciate that skill and the time that she took to do that.
My pleasure. It was really fun.
It turned out great. It looks really good.
Okay, well, we'll just kind of go through it briefly. So this is, kind of what we ended up with. This is our pretty strategic plan that will be loaded onto our website. As you can see, we have our table of contents with some of these amazing photos that we talked about. Our message from the board. So thank you all. I think this is a great kind of synopsis of our county and our history and what the strategic plan, means for our county. We have, after that, go ahead. Just a little kind of background about our history. Some fun photos there too. I actually really enjoyed looking through some of those.
I have to thank Mary Corey from the the museum. She provided these, and they are just so good. They reflect really our roots and where we came from, and they are just a really special part of our strategic plan.
Yes,
Very nice.
it's something we should all be proud of. We have just kind of a little bit about our county, some of our statistics and our economy, and just a little bit about the county. Again, some amazing photos. Just a quick executive summary that kind of tries to briefly summarize what the strategic plan is about. Then a brief discussion about our core services. Oftentimes we tend to kind of focus on the programs, and we just want to remind people, especially from me, there's a lot of those core services that happen in the background, our finance, our, procurement, our facilities. So there's a lot that goes on in addition to the services that we provide our constituents. And a reminder, we actually did a public survey. We had over 500 responses, an amazing amount of responses. And all of that is also, wrapped up and included in the strategic plan. And then again, our mission, our vision, we talked about this in October. No changes there, just in a very nice format. Our values. I'm not going to go through it all again. I know we talked about it in October, just kind of wanted to show the final product here. And then finally, our strategic focus areas. And so moving forward, the plan is that we will, as we bring reports to the board, we do have a section in our staff reports that talk about the strategic plan. So for those items that are very relevant to what we have in this plan, we're going to try and link those on the website so that the public can go in and see the steps that we're taking to implement the plan. This is, there's always kind of questions around 3 years, 5 years, what's the time frame? We titled this our 2024 strategic plan, to kind of give ourselves a little bit of flexibility as far as implementation. Some of these are very long-term goals. And so, the strategic plan is kind of flexible, it's fluid, always changing. Right now, our plan would be to come back to the board next January. So kind of give an annual update, give ourselves some time to kind of really start to get into this and come back with a report in January. So that in a nutshell, I know you have a very packed day, but this was such an important step, we wanted to highlight it. So with that, I'm open for any questions, comments.
And Laura, I want to thank you for your efforts, because you really shepherded this and helped coordinate all of this as well. And so you've been a vital part of us getting us to this point. So really appreciate all of your efforts.
Thank you. Fun project.
It really was.
Really invested in this one.
We all are, which makes it wonderful. Supervisor Turnbull.
I just want to say, Laura, thank you. And Wendy, thank you.
Oh, my pleasure.
Great job. It really is. It's beautiful.
Yes, thank you.
Beautiful presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, great job. I mean, this is just so helpful in terms of understanding what we're trying to accomplish. I like the idea of linking. My suggestion would be within the strategic plan, we actually provide links.
Mhm.
When these activities get completed, you look at the strategic plan, you click on it, and here's where it gives you the information of the results. That makes completely transparent if you start with that. Likewise, where we have things in the ongoing category, where people, the public rightfully asks us a lot of questions about where did this come from and stuff. If we can provide a link to where the department who's responsible for that has their information, again, I think we can spread the knowledge base amongst everybody who really wants to understand this, to be able to kind of click through it and get to the right web pages quickly, as opposed to a hunt and search type of process. And we know our search engines are limited.
Yep.
So if you put the link right there, I think it's a great way for people to really understand, if they truly want to, what we've arrived at and what our future goals are. So very good.
Great, good question.
Oh, yeah. No, you know what? That just triggered me. See, I get triggered easily, but on the page, it talks about the community input. I mean, there was the word cloud and all of that. And so maybe linking to that in here too, because
That's a good
I
idea.
agree. I
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
that idea of showing, kind of like showing your work actually.
Yeah,
But,
I like that.
and that was a lot of work. That's,
Yep.
I still commend Carla for pulling that off. When she goes, I'm doing 4 open-ended questions. I went, are you insane? But she did it. So again, and thank you, Laura. I know that you were living and breathing this project, and it turned out great. And I feel that everybody's voices and concerns were heard. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, Kim, let's go ahead and take public comment on this item.
Now taking public comment on item number 16, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when the allowed period of time has ended. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Well, hello, Karen.
Good morning, Chair Thomas, Board of Supervisors. I had the honor of being on the subcommittee that worked on that. To see the final product with all the wonderful graphic design and photos is very exciting. I just wanted to say I really appreciate all the time and effort the board put into this and the staff put into this. As a department head, what this helps me with is to know exactly what the priorities are, what the focus is. I think this plan has the right amount of detail. It's not too high, pie in the sky where, you're not sure exactly how you're going to accomplish that, yet it doesn't get so far down into the weeds that it's, directing me how to place resources or things like that. And so I really appreciate that. It really gives me confidence to direct my staff to jump in and get these things done. And I look forward to reporting back with the other department heads as we start to check off these items on our list. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. And I have to thank you for your gorgeous photograph on page 22.
There we go.
That is absolutely beautiful. From
Yeah.
the sunset
Perfect.
from the town of El Dorado. It is
Yeah.
stunning. Good morning.
Chris Payne, Taxpayers Association. It's a beautiful document. It's a beautiful publication that we have now. The notion of strategic planning has been here in El Dorado County for a number of years. We've had other discussions at the board level, but the focus this time and how it was developed related to the public's input, outstanding. So in terms of going forward with our future, I'm not sure others know, but Legistar requires when you do an agenda item that there's a part of the process, the form where you put what strategic plan is that item associated with. And I think the practical use of how we use strategic planning, I think that's the part where the general public may not be aware of it. We've attempted to try to have a open session like today. We don't have many people here speaking on this subject, as we can see, but I want you to know I see it as an important ingredient in our county's governmental actions. Thank you very much for the time.
Thanks for your comments. All right, Kim, let's go online.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no additional public comment.
All right, bring this back to the board. And Karen, I appreciated your comment that it helps our department heads and our staff have clarity, you know, as to the work and the expectations and where we're all heading. And to the same token, I really find the strategic plan is incredibly helpful for the board, especially as we're going into budget season, to make sure that we're making decisions when we align resources, that they are aligned with this collaborative strategy, which we have developed with the community and with the entire county family. And so it's just a really great time to have our new updated strategic plan in place as we move into how we're going to allocate our resources to serve our community. So really exciting. So
With that chair, I was thinking that it might be appropriate with you being the chair and having so much work into this document. I know normally the chair doesn't make the motion, but I would like to extend that to you if everybody's okay with that, because I just feel that you really put your
Yeah,
heart
you
and
put a
soul
lot
into
into
this.
this, so, yeah.
Your introductory letter, there was a lot going on there. I know you were really invested in it also, so.
thank you. I'd be happy to, but I'll let Supervisor Heidel speak first. And
Oh, sure.
Yeah, when successfully implemented, this will be a culturally changing document. I mean, I love all the discussion about collaboration, departments working together. This was really an opportunity to bring broader public input and departmental input into the process. We're off to a great start, but I can see this is going to affect the future way we do business to a large degree when we are successful with all these things, right? We've got it started. We just need to keep working down that road as the dates define. The other thing I really like about this is defining the lead organization.
Yeah.
Because now you know who to go to start to get the information, recognizing it's collaborative. Who do I start asking questions to find out where we are with some of these things? So extremely helpful. So again, thank you.
That's an excellent point. Thank you very much. All right, so with that, it is my pleasure that I move that we adopt the final 2024 strategic plan.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? No? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously and with extreme gratitude for everyone that participated in this process.
Yeah.
Exciting, wonderful. All right, with that, Kim, let's move on to item number 17.
Item number 17 comes from Human Resources Department, recommending the board, acting as the Air Quality Management Board of Directors, appoint Rania Surya as the, and I apologize if I did not pronounce that wrong, right, as the interim air pollution control officer at step 1 of the salary range effective February 3rd, 2024.
Good morning, Joey.
Morning, Chair Thomas, members of the board. Yes, we're here today to discuss appointing an interim air pollution control officer. As you probably have heard, Dave Johnston is retiring, and he was the longest serving appointed department head. I didn't realize that. And he's here today. Rania is also here. Dave's last day is actually this Friday. So we need to appoint an interim air pollution control officer to take the helm effective Saturday, which is the first day of the pay period. So that's why we're here. A little bit about Rania. She's been with the county over 10 years. She's currently a senior quality engineer. We reviewed her application materials, and she does indeed meet the minimum qualifications to be the interim. And we're recommending that she come in at step 1 of the salary range. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Does the board have any questions or comments at this time?
Not yet, no.
We're just delighted that Rania, you're willing to step up and serve in this capacity. You know, you have a depth of history with this department, with the county, and it's wonderful that we're able to have this recommendation come forward today. So with that, Kim, can we open up public comment?
Of course, now taking public comment on item number 17. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when the allowed period of time has ended. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desired comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
Okay, I will close public comment, but I will also, at this point, invite Rania. Is there anything else you would like to, anything you'd like to say to the board? Don't mean to put you on the spot, but I thought I ought to offer that.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate the opportunity. And I will do my best to keep the high actually standards of customer service and operation that they set in the, I want to thank him very much. I worked with him for a long time. I learned a lot, and I promise we'll keep the same until the new APCO is coming, and we'll keep working diligently to keep the same standards and also looking for improving it. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Excellent.
Is
Thank
there any
you.
question for me?
I don't think so, but thank
No,
you
just
so much.
welcome aboard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it. And these appointments are always bittersweet. It's wonderful to welcome a new department head, whether interim or permanent. And it's also bittersweet to say goodbye to especially our longest serving appointed department head. My goodness. Yeah, it's just thank you for your dedication and dedicated service to the residents of El Dorado County, and we just wish you all the best in your retirement. So with that, any further discussion, or would someone like to make a motion?
I just wanted to also just quick, I guess I thought I pushed my button, but, oh, I did. Okay. I did push my button.
You did.
Thank you, Rania. I so appreciate you stepping in as interim, and I know that you will just carry on all the great things that Dave has instituted in that department. So appreciate it. And I did not realize that Dave's last day was Friday. Kind of snuck up on us so fast. So just thank you, Dave, for everything you've done for the county. You know, AQMD is tiny but mighty. And the things that are impacted, I don't think people realize sometimes. And, you know, when I got on the ESJPA and started doing biomass, I mean, you guys touch so many things that folks just don't know. So thank you for all you've done for our county, and we wish you all the best.
Excellent. Any other comments?
Yeah, I just want to say, Dave, thank you for all your hard work. We go back a long ways when I was on the Solid Waste Advisory Committee and put together the solid waste plan for El Dorado County. So thank you. And, you know, what are you going to do? Go fishing? I hope. Enjoy your retirement. Enjoy your retirement.
The Air Quality Management District, I like this, the small but tiny bit. Mighty.
Yeah, exactly.
But especially with all of the concerns with the state regarding, you know, air
yeah,
quality, and
gosh,
rightly so.
crazy.
It's an ever moving department, a lot of moving challenges, but you also are able to provide our residents with a lot of additional resources to help them meet the ever-growing demands by the state. And I really appreciate that from your department, because a lot of these regulations are rather onerous, and especially for our ag industry. And you often have grants and resources to help people with that, or whether it's vegetation management and shipping and all of that. So really appreciate the service you provide to our residents, which a lot of people might not realize. So
Right.
with that, who would like to make a motion?
Madam Chair, I would like to move to appoint Rania as the interim air pollution control officer at step 1.
Second. Any further discussion? Supervisor
She beat me.
Farley. Moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
No.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. So welcome aboard, Your Honor. Rania, we're very delighted you're serving in this capacity, and wish you all the best, Dave.
Yes.
All right, Kim, let's read item number 18.
Item number 18 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution accepting the exchange of property tax increments for the annexation of one parcel into the Georgetown Divide Public Utility District Service Area.
Good morning, Allison.
Good morning, Allison Winter, Principal Management Analyst with the Chief Administrative Office. So this item is to have you approve the exchange of property tax increments for the annexation of one parcel into the Georgetown Divide Public Utility District, their service area. And so the parcel is about 120-acre parcel, and they would like to join the service area for the Georgetown Divide Public Utility District. So in order to do that, they began the LAFCO process of that annexation that triggers the requirement that we redistribute the property tax increment in that tax rate area. This is the owner intends to build a single-family home consistent with current zoning on it. And we are adjusting those tax rate increments proportionally amongst the agencies that currently provide service in that area. The next steps for this, after the resolution is approved, if you approve it, would be that we send this to LAFCO and the affected agencies, and then LAFCO will complete their annexation process with all their requirements. And then the auditor's office can take care of the property tax increment changes.
Rather straightforward.
Yeah.
Yes. Excellent. Any questions or comments?
Methodology. How do we come up with these 4-digit numbers?
Right? Thank
Wow.
you. Yes.
Dial it in for me, would you?
Well, we're provided those very precise increment numbers from the auditor's office property tax unit.
Okay.
And then when I look at, basically I look at the tax rate areas around the parcel in question, find one that has kind of the same makeup as what is going to be with the new agency, and then match the new agency's rate with that and then
You
proportionally.
kind of do a
distribute it.
comp and then
Yeah.
adjust everything to be
Mhm.
consistent with that. Seems like a
Yeah.
good process. Yeah.
Yeah. And when I saw these, it was kind of a good reminder, I think, that with all of these consolidations and annexations that we're talking about as a whole in the county, that these tax impacts are going to be a part of that conversation. And it's just a kind of a reminder, because sometimes we get caught up in just the politics of all of it. And there are true impacts to budgets for so many different entities. And that's why it truly is such a big deal when we move forward on these. So yeah, seeing this list, I went, oh my gosh, look at how many different pots of money are impacted by this.
Exactly.
Well, it goes on to the second page. I didn't realize that. So anyway, just I noticed that and thought, oh, kind of timely to see one of these. So yeah, there we go.
Nothing's simple, is it?
No,
Yeah, it's
nothing
a lot
we
of
do is
consequences.
simple. Yep. Thank you, Allison.
further
I guess one
discussion?
follow-up question. The Georgetown Divide Public Utility District will be receiving 7.009% as a result of this. Is that their average for all of their parcels in this area? Or how did we actually come up with the target to make all the decrements to get there?
So out of all the parcels around this specific parcel, there
Yeah.
was only one tax rate area that matched that,
Okay.
the makeup that it will be when this is approved. So that was based off of their rate that they receive in that tax rate area.
That's much easier when there's only one. So,
Yeah.
very good. Thank you. All right.
All right, Kim, let's open this up for public comment, please.
Now taking public comment on item number 18. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when the allowed period of time has ended. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom. And now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
All right, I will bring this back to the board for action or further discussion.
If there's no further discussion, I'll move to approve this item.
I'll second.
Been moved by Supervisor Parlin, seconded by Supervisor Heidel. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you, Allison. All right, with that, thank you all. We are done with our morning board items. So at this point, the board will now recess into closed session to hear items 24 and 25 as specified on the agenda. And so anyone who wishes to provide comments on those items may do so at this time.
Now taking public comment on closed session items. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when the allowed period of time has ended. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when you're called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
All right, so we will go into closed session and then we will break for lunch. So we will be back here in the boardroom at 1 p.m. for open forum. So thank you all. All right, well, good afternoon. We are back from our lunch break and now moving into the 1 p.m. open forum portion of our meeting. So Kim, can you open that up? Oh, yes. County Council, we heard closed session. Do we have any reportable action?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The board did hear both of its closed session items, and there is no action to report out.
Great, thank you. Thanks for the reminder, Kim. All right, now let's take open forum.
Now taking public comment on open forum. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when the allowed period of time has ended. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, board. Dean Getz, El Dorado County taxpayer. Last week, I came to you and spoke about the idea that there was a gift of public funds, something of public value in the Serrano El Dorado Hills specific plan. And I clipped together my comments along with another member of the public who happens to be on the El Dorado Hills CSD board. And that video has already gotten thousands of views. So the public is starting to be aware of the issue. And so I thought I would return to add to that I've asked the candidates that are running for the open seats, as well as those that are sitting in the seats that are up for re-election, to comment on how they might better protect their oath of office, the county, and of course, the public. I wanted to highlight for you that one of the more interesting comments I've gotten since I last spoke here was former Supervisor Ron Briggs, who recently wrote as last night that Getz is on point. He says, the board vacated Parker's responsibility to build a park, giving our $3 million back to us for a $10 million park, which is criminal in every sense of the word. Now, that's just somebody sitting in your seats. What I came today to highlight was, number one, you have an oath of office. Whether you were sitting in the seat when it got done improperly or not really is not the matter of the day. The matter of the day is to get it fixed and to make sure it doesn't happen again. So I thought I'd bring a little visual aid on a possibility here, because I'm all about opportunity. So here's your agenda today with your consent items, and you're currently putting in a line that says funding : and you identify whether there's funding, which is a really nice aid for those of you with the leadership positions and a huge consent agenda item, a consent calendar. I'm suggesting that it might also make some sense to have a line that says gift of public funds, yes or no. If it says yes, you can't vote on it. If it says no, you have nothing to worry about. And it's something that the county's leadership should want from its staff. That being said, I just reiterate that I think that the community is looking for an outward resolution of this in short order. I think it's your oath of office, your duty. I've already indicated that it's part of the California Constitution. I appreciate your effort. I know these are big issues week in, week out for you all. Thank you.
Thanks for your
Something
comments.
I'll look into.
Anyone else for public comment?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, board. My name is Roger Lozada. I was here last week. My name is for the man here, chair and state senator for New California. Last Saturday, January 27th, from the hours of 10:30 to 4:30 p.m., correction, 2:30 p.m., we ran our election demonstration to the county. So we had the Colorado curve box method. Here's our election box. We had people deposit their ballots into the election box. We had 3 simple questions people had to answer. Do you agree that to be qualified to vote in any United States election, a voter must acquire a voter ID through the process of presenting of personal identity, driver's license, ID, 2, residency, and citizenship? Yes or no? Question 2, for complete transparency and auditability, do you agree that all United States elections should be returned to paper ledger voter rolls that are kept offline, small precincts, 1 day in person, hand counted ballots in each precinct, and same day results? Forgive me. Question 3, do you agree that instead of accommodating the state, your county board of supervisors should first serve the county citizens that the U.S. Constitution binds them to ethically represent? Yes or no? Going back to the first question, voter ID. I've talked to many people. There are people on both sides of the house. You know, you have people who are mainly Democrats who say voter ID is being racist. Well, I argue not. Do we not show voter ID when we buy alcohol, buy tobacco, cash a check, see a doctor, and the list goes on? Are those folks being racist? Absolutely not. So why is it that when we vote, the most veterans, people have fought and died for that right? No other nation allows people to vote for their representatives. That's what we fought away from. When we fought the American Revolutionary War, and we got away from the tyrant, from the crown. So we can have this. So we, the people, can elect the ones who want to govern, allowed to govern over us. For complete, question 2, for complete transparency, I mentioned offline. We know for a fact computers can be manipulated. Right now, there's a court case in Georgia that right now is being, I'm no lawyer, so where they call it, but it's being decided right now, and that can be heavy ramifications. 3 minutes.
Thanks. Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it.
I have to request more than 3 minutes. This is more than 3 minutes.
Everyone gets 3 minutes. I apologize. So if it's just for fairness and transparency, everyone gets 3 minutes. Those are our rules and our protocol. So thank you for understanding. Is there anyone else that would like to address the board? All right, let's move online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon.
Boy, I almost didn't raise my hand.
Hello.
Anyway, Ken Green reporting live from King's Kirkwood ski area. Just about to get on the snow. Running a little late, but that's all right. Anyway, the two speakers before brought up some very interesting information or ideas. A visual cue, kind of like a tree. What we're promised, what we really get. Yeah, like WTFs. They always promise us these wonderful things, and what do we get? We get the shaft. Anyway, and then a gift of public funds. I'm glad he brought that up because the WTFs routinely are a gift of public funds. We're letting them build wherever they want because we don't have fallover setbacks. We've got there was just yet another hearing on the one in El Dorado Hills Business Park the other day with the Planning Commission, and it came down to aesthetics, and a little more aesthetics, plus a couple of other things. We need to get away from this gift of public funds, this loss of property value. Not because it's a real ding on the value of the property, but try selling your house in a hurry. Every real estate agent I talk to says it ain't going to happen. Some fool will buy that house someday, but if you've got to close on a deal now to move to wherever other than California, you've got a problem. If that cell phone tower is next to your house. So yeah, visual cues. This is what you're promised. This is what you get. And the gift of public funds. Particularly with when AT&T was shoving those I can't remember the name of the program, but it was truly a gift of public funds because it gave them a sole source provider for I can't remember the alphabet soup program that benefited from it. Yeah, we do get and we do need public service, having the fire and police need to have the first shot, and they need good communications and so forth and so on. But at the expense of our taxpayers and the people who actually live here, I don't think so. We need to start putting them up on the hill and away from the power lines, sadly for them. And yes, the hard wire that needs to go to this system is a fiber optic wire. I was corrected in a Facebook post the other day about this.
Good
Okay,
luck on the
thank you very
slopes.
much.
Thank you. Enjoy the slopes.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. Bring this back to the board. All right, so our next item is at 12:15. We're 3 minutes. Do we want to take a to and from?
A to and from. I can do mine super fast. I've been wholeheartedly working on that agenda item I had this morning, so I haven't done anything else that's reportable. And I just wanted to express my appreciation to the board for supporting me and helping me navigate that and getting some meaningful direction. So I think it went really well considering how many people showed up.
Well, you did a really good job on the board item too. It was helpful for us to understand the situation. So thank you for your work on that. Is there anyone else that would like to go on a to and from?
Not in 2 minutes.
Yeah, I know.
They're supposed to be brief.
Let's see. Let me see where mine is. Okay, I'll go. Let's see. This is going back a couple of weeks, but I'll just do the ones that have kind of county-wide concern. Oh, I did want the board to know that, as we know, there will be a public workshop on the West Slope on February 29th, where we're going to talk about our hazardous vegetation and defensible space ordinance with the community, and the board had directed especially that engage the ag community. So I attended a meeting at the Farm Bureau with the Ag Commission, not with the Ag Commission, but with our Ag Commissioner. And the purpose was for them to review that ordinance and come up with their questions ahead of time so they can make the most of the public workshop. And I just wanted to alert the board. I thought that was a really helpful process for any groups that are concerned about this to meet ahead of time, develop their questions, and give them to staff so we can have a meaningful discussion. I appreciated being there. Had a really productive harvest traffic follow-up meeting with the El Dorado County, at the El Dorado County Transportation Headquarters with Woody Deloria and our members of our Harvest Traffic Committee. Want the board to know that there were 4 representatives from Caltrans there. 3 of them came down, a couple of them came down from Marysville, and we had the Director of Highway Maintenance Operations from the Rancho Cordova office there with us. And our purpose is to codify our plan for harvest traffic, because every year we're scrambling. We say, okay, what are we going to do? We do the same thing year after year. So Caltrans has come to the table and they're working with us to develop a codified plan that we just implement, so we don't have to spin our wheels year after year. And I just really appreciate Caltrans' engagement. It was an incredibly productive meeting. Like to congratulate Michael Saragosa from the city of Placerville. He is now the new chair of SACOG, which is wonderful to have a Placerville mayor leading the Sacramento Area Council of Governments, because he certainly has a deep knowledge of our rural challenges and is able to engage at that level. So congratulations to that. Also, on the Behavioral Health Commission, I want the board to know that we had a presentation by Deputy Stallman of the El Dorado County Sheriff's Office on the PERT team. She did a fabulous job, and that's the psychiatric emergency response team that goes out with those in our community that have mental health crisis. It's an incredible partnership between EDSO with a goal to de-escalate people in crisis. that then can help ease the pressure on both our law enforcement partners and our and they're teamed with a mental health clinician. I think what was important for the board to know is the level of care that our PERT team goes to, not only in dealing with the immediate crisis, but also then engaging them on supportive help later. For example, they will stay with that person maybe for a couple of days, touch base, and help them make appointments to Kaiser if that's where their insurance is. And just really, it's a small team but mighty team, and the Behavioral Health Commission appreciated hearing that. As always, the Behavioral Health Commission is incredibly focused on making sure that our the needs of our community are met, and are very engaged in that process. So those are really all that I have to share. So with that, it's 12:15 or 1:15.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yes.
You mentioned February 29th that there's going to be a workshop down here on the West Slope regarding vegetation management.
Yes.
Is there a similar workshop planned for
There
up in the
is.
basin?
When is the Tahoe one?
Give me a moment and I'll find out.
Thank you. Yeah, there absolutely is.
I think they're both on the same flyer too. It's just what they show the different.
Different dates.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't
they're
remember what
they're both
date
on the
that
same
was.
flyer with the same information, and then the two dates and locations are on the same flyer. I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
It's sometime in February. Vic. So does that give you enough? To go
Oh,
on?
that's great. I'll just
Perfect. You're
block out the whole month.
You're welcome. Except Sundays. We know you don't
Except
work on
Sunday. I don't
Sundays.
work on Sundays.
So we learned.
Oh, well, there you go.
All right.
We can find the
We'll get that to you.
flyer
Yeah,
and forward it
definitely.
to you, because I know I
Looks
saw
like
it.
it's February 13th in Myers.
Perfect. At what time?
I am waiting for that, but I got
Okay,
Will you
perfect.
forward that flyer to Supervisor Lane also then? CAO, or somebody needs to make sure she's got it so she can broadcast it far and wide.
There you go.
From staff, but maybe I'm wrong.
All right. So Kim, can you open up item number 21, please?
Item number 21 comes from Supervisor Lane, recommending the board receive a presentation from the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency on the Lake Tahoe Destination Stewardship Plan.
Thank you,
Brendan, it's a
Kim.
pleasure to see you in our house down here on the West Slope.
In
Thank
person,
you.
Welcome in
yes.
person.
Thank you so much. I know I don't just exist in a box. on the
It's that
screen.
big raise, you
Exactly.
guys, remember?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I drove my Ferrari down.
Okay, all right. Your four-wheel drive Ferrari.
I'll fill you guys in.
There's an inside joke there. just
Inside
now.
Well, thank you so much for having us. My name is Brendan Ferry. I'm a deputy director up in the Tahoe Planning Office. It's wonderful to see you all in person. Brooke, I get to see you pretty frequently, but great to see you all. And thank you so much for scheduling some time for us on your busy agenda. We really appreciate talking about Tahoe and bringing Tahoe issues down to this board. It's really important. We truly believe in collaboration, and in that spirit, I brought a team with me today. We all carpooled down and had some good conversations about what we're going to talk to you about now. Which is the Destination Stewardship Plan. The board did receive a preliminary presentation on this 18 months ago to 2 years ago. I don't remember exactly when, but Julie Reagan and the Council for Responsible Tourism or Travel, it could be, gave you a presentation. And the county did subsequently contribute $10,000 to help fund this plan. And so I was a part of that effort, and I've been sitting on a newly formed Destination Stewardship Council that you'll hear more about in a minute. And so I just want to give you that precursor, and I'd love to introduce Devin Middlebrook from the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency. He's been leading this effort, and Devin can go ahead and introduce the rest of our team. So thank you.
Welcome, Devin, and also a former mayor of South Lake Tahoe.
Great to see all of my colleagues again. Great to be here. Thank you for having us. I'm also joined today, as they'll come up at certain points during our presentation, Carol Chaplin, who's the CEO of the Lake Tahoe Visitors Authority, and Nettie Pardue, who's our new managing director for Destination Stewardship. Thank you for the introduction, Brendan. As he mentioned, about 18 months ago, 2 years ago, you received a presentation on this new planning process that was going on, this destination stewardship, this new buzzword. What is it? What isn't it? What are we doing? And I'm happy to report that we now have a formalized plan. We have our new destination stewardship plan that we'll be walking through today with you and really go into the details. So it's great to follow up with the county and all of you here today to show you what we've been working on and what role the county plays in helping support plan implementation. Yeah. Perfect. So before we dive into the meat and potatoes of the plan, really just want to set the framework and a common understanding of tourism and recreation at Tahoe and what that means. This is all from our plan looking at 2022 numbers. And you can see visitor spending, direct visitor spending was $4.5 billion. When you add in total economic impact, secondary spending, you're upwards of over $10 billion in 2022. That was 2 million unique visitors spending about 17 million days at Tahoe. I think you often hear many different visitor numbers thrown around, 30 million, 10 million, 5 million. And those fluctuate year to year and different factors associate that. I think the big piece of this plan is really splitting out the idea of unique visitors versus how many days those visitors are spending. So we have 2 million unique visitors, but they're spending 17 million days there. So we're having 17 million days of those potential impacts. The other piece this plan really looked at was the day visitor, or what we're calling untethered. They come up from the day from the Sacramento Valley. They stop at Costco in Folsom on the way up, load up with all their barbecues and water bottles and all that, go to the lake, use our roadways, use our trash cans, litter on the beaches, go home, but they don't actually spend any money in the basin or in the county, but they leave impact, and reaching those visitors is a definite challenge that this plan tries to get at. And then this growth and demand for recreation isn't going anywhere. Our nearby urban areas, the greater Sacramento area, Reno, 27% increase in population over the next 20 years is projected. So Tahoe is going to be that escape for people to get out into the great outdoors. And then under all of this, we have some underlying trends. Our destination marketing organizations, such as the Lake Tahoe Visitors Authority and Carroll, are shifting from just purely marketing to actually management. So not just getting visitors there, but also helping visitors have less of an impact while they're in Tahoe. We also had COVID-19 and the shift we saw in remote work, visitation, everyone getting outdoors. Now, a few years past the pandemic, what trends in the recreation and outdoor space are going to stick around? Everyone got outside and discovered they love hiking. Are those same people going to continue hiking, or are they going to go back to the shopping mall or the amusement park that are now open? So what are those trends that are really going to stick around? And then more recently, just rising inflation, the economic uncertainty that we've had, and then our extreme weather. Last year, having too much snow, this year, probably not having enough snow. All of these trends impact the system.
Devin, before you leave, what region does the numbers in terms of the visitors and stuff? I presume it includes North Shore, it includes part of Zephyr Cove. I mean, where do you draw the boundaries for this regional visitation?
Yeah, correct. So the entire Tahoe Basin. So within the Tahoe Basin, so the east slope of El Dorado County and Placer County, the city of South Lake Tahoe, and then Douglas, Carson, and Washoe on the Nevada side. So the whole Tahoe
three of those
Basin.
counties. Okay.
Yeah, and we do in the full plan at the end, it does break out many of these numbers by jurisdiction, so you can see some El Dorado County specific data in that planning process. And those were some of the more recent trends, but I think overall we really do need to take a step back and look at gaming in Tahoe. Prior to Native American gaming in California, Tahoe was behind Vegas and Reno in terms of the largest gaming economies in the country. With the advent of Native American gaming in California, that has really declined. You can see the green line is number of employees. So going from 10,000 employees at the casinos to 2,000, revenue and rooms going down as well. So we really saw that decline. And what we like to say is people went from the casino floors to the great outdoors. So we had a lot of travel pattern changes. This is looking at the Nevada side, but similar data around the entire basin. You can see as people come up US 50 on our other side on the east shore, 30% less of those cars are going to the South Shore than historical averages, and 50% increase going to the East Shore, to Sand Harbor, to the beaches. So we're seeing similar numbers and levels of people coming into the basin, but they're going and doing different places. So the 1980s, 1990s visitor was a great visitor. They would come up on a bus from San Francisco, sit in a casino for 3 days, and then go home. That's a different type of visitor now. So we're seeing folks that want to go to the trail, want to go biking, want to go to the concert, want to go to the bars, want to get food. So really a different type of visitor that we're seeing that's underlying all of these changes. And we have issues. This does come with impacts. We have litter on beaches. We have travel advisories, traffic, wildfires, illegal campfires, community and quality of life concerns. So all of these are these negative impacts from tourism that this plan is looking to solve. And then just a little timeline of where we've come. We really have been talking about this topic since about 2018, when partners came together to address or look at that then buzzword, sustainable recreation, that has morphed into destination stewardship. This industry is very new and really figuring out what's working, what's not working. So since 2018, we've just been coming together and figuring out what is our common definition of sustainable recreation? What is sustainable about it? What type of recreation do we want? And really just getting the partners on board with that. 2020, March of 2020, we all know what happened there. And really this partnership that had started talking about this jumped together. So for the last 4 years, and we're starting to change that, we had weekly calls where there'd be over 80 different partners across the entire basin, where we were talking about litter, we were talking about July 4th weekend, we were talking about transportation, and really mobilized around addressing tourism impacts in the Tahoe region, preserving folks' quality of life. And realized a few years ago, about when you received your last update, that we needed a longer term vision and strategy. We're doing all this one-off stuff. It's great. It's solving our problems, but it was a little bit of whack-a-mole. We'd solve a congestion issue over here and it'd pop up somewhere else. So we needed a more strategic approach, which has led to the launch of the Destination Stewardship Plan and Council. And with that, I will hand it over to Carol Chaplin to talk you through that process.
Fabulous. Thank you, Devin. Welcome, Carol.
Thank you very much. Carol Chaplin, Lake Tahoe Visitors Authority, for the record. Thank you so much for your time today. It's nice to be back down here, and we appreciate the time that you're giving us to talk about something that's very exciting now that we're launching the plan. And I'll just give you a few highlights. These are the partners that came together, as Devin said, over the plan, coming out of COVID, trying to figure out what the next move was, what the next impact would be, and what the next solution would be. And as Devin also mentioned, there's almost 200 stakeholders that met via phone or Zoom during, preceding this up to this point. So really an unprecedented group of people coming together, group of agencies. And I think the important thing here is really to understand, and including El Dorado County. So again, thank you for your support of that planning process. We had the concept of a vision, one vision of, coming together and really changing the dynamic between residents and visitors and the environment. So the balance between those, taking into account the quality of life, taking into account that about 63% of our economy is based on tourism, and taking into account that Lake Tahoe and the surrounding areas are very fragile and need to be preserved for us to continue in that vein. So 17 of us came together and we started planning process. It took a little longer than we had originally thought, but when you're building a new table or building a new house, you know how that goes. There's always some additions or maybe more expenses. During our public engagement process, our consultants and the members of this group went out and did extensive outreach to the residents, to the visitors, to the leadership, one-on-one interviews. Supervisor Lane, I think that you might have been involved in some of those outreaches, and I know that you were in a couple of those workshops that we did. And interestingly enough, the 2,300, I'm always kind of focused on the visitor, but that's huge. That's a huge amount of visitors that responded to a survey where they didn't win a gift card or a free night stay or something. They just wanted to weigh in. So we got some great data for this plan. The resident survey results were interesting. That 4 out of 5 of our residents rated the quality of life compared with other places in California and Nevada was exceptional. So, that's not really a surprise. But 3.7 out of the 5 agreed that tourism and outdoor recreation are also critically important to the region. So that was good news. Although sometimes you don't feel that or when you hear it. So we have some work to do on that account. Only 21% of the residents agreed that tourism and recreation support the quality of life that they'd like to have. And that's where we get into the kind of the rubber meets the road. How do we how do we preserve our visitation, but how do we make our residents feel that tourism is valuable and it also does not affect their quality of life, or it improves their quality of life. And only 29% said that, you know, the impacts are worth it, basically. So we have a little bit of work there. The visitor survey results were interesting as well. 88% indicated that that they are choosing destinations based on sustainable practices. And that's actually the figure is higher now, according to our agency of record. It's more in the 90 to 93%. And that's really important because as we would do our outreach in the DMO world, the destination management organizations, we are looking for those folks that share their values with us. These types of people like to shop locally. They like to suss out those secret spots, those, you know, less known places. They like to stay longer and they spend more money. So all those things are important to us as we reach out to new markets and we support this stewardship plan. 82% say that they do their part to keep the destination clean. Now, if you look at some of the pictures or the, you know, the posts that you've seen, you wonder if that's correct. But they have this feeling that they're doing their part. That it's kind of the 20-80 rule. Maybe we only have a 20% problem and it's a big kind of problem. Or maybe people have the perception that they're doing their part and really we could get them to do more. So again, an opportunity for us to be looking at those numbers and seeing if we can affect change. And 71% believe they're mindful and respectful of the natural environment. You know, during the pandemic, one of the things that was interesting is that we saw new visitors. Devin mentioned malls and amusement parks. We think that some of our visitors during that time period had never really experienced the outdoors and they didn't really know what the behavior was, the appropriate behavior is. Again, another opportunity to educate and maybe even that stewardship cycle, maybe make them real stewards of the environment and the destination. And then 42% that we're doing a good job safeguarding the national resources. I think Tahoe Regional Planning Agency is part of that result. Honestly, we have a lot of national press around what we're doing, you know, invasive species and wildfire and fuel reductions and things like that. But we could also do a better job in this area. With that, I'm going to turn it over to our big success. One of the things that we had all agreed on when we started this planning process was we weren't going to have a plan that sat on the shelf. And the first thing that we needed to do in order to keep that plan moving was to hire a director, a managing director. We found one locally, which is even more important because she is building relationships and reaching out to our community members, our residents, our visitors, our leadership. And I would like to introduce to you Nettie Pardue, who is now taking us into the next steps of our plan.
Thank you so much, Carol. Welcome, Nettie.
Hi, welcome. Let me try and figure this out. There we go. I got it. Hi, good afternoon. I'm Nettie Pardue. I'm Managing Director of the Destination Stewardship Council. Lovely to be here with you today. So I accepted my role a couple months ago. And prior to that, this beautiful plan had been completed in June of this year. And this is the lovely cover of the plan. It's a 125-page document, so I encourage you to go home and read the entire thing. No, there's an executive summary, which is it's a good summary of what's in the plan, and you can find the full plan on our website, and that I'll show you at the end. So really, little short version of what the plan encompasses. It's these 4 pillars, and within those pillars is this shared vision, and this is for the first time. We have a shared vision, all the entities who came together to put the plan together. For the first time, have a shared vision of what this is going to look like to manage the people, manage the resource, manage the economy. And so we have a shared vision, which is Tahoe is a cherished place, welcoming to all, where people, communities, and nature benefit from a thriving tourism, outdoor recreation, and economy. Just let that sit with you for a second there. I think that's a lovely vision that we can all get behind, those of us who've been deeply involved in this project. So the 4 pillars really focus on this fostering a tourism economy that gives back. So that's the economic piece. This turn a shared vision into action is the governance. How are we going to do this? Who are the people necessary, including myself, to make this happen? And then to improve the Tahoe experience for all is really around the operations piece. How do we manage the people coming into the basin? And then the last one is to advance a culture of sharing and care for Tahoe. And that really is the stewardship piece, environmental piece. So how is this plan getting turned into a reality? Well, for one, we have someone like myself to, I went around and asked council members and those who participated thus far. I said, well, what do you want me to do in my role? And they said, we need someone to help us get it done. We need someone to herd the cats. There's a lot of cats in the Tahoe Basin. And I found that in my first 2 months here. There's a lot of competing interests and agencies, 5 counties, 2 states. There's a lot going on. So to have someone to be a clearinghouse, kind of bring people together to help implement this plan. So the first piece is around governance. So we met in December 5th, the full council, and we added 4 members since the original plan was put together. That include California State Parks, Nevada State Parks, Vail and Palisades are now part of the plan. That was a big win for us. So we built this council, which is great. And we had awesome participation at this in-person meeting at the new Tahoe Blue Center. And most folks who attended the meeting said that was a great way to kick this off. This is a really great meeting of the minds. We got a lot done in this 5 hours together. So I think that was a great success, early success we've had. Hired my position. We've secured over $330,000 of funding initially to pay for my salary and then to begin to contribute to some of the plans that some of the action teams, which I'll talk about in a minute, will come to us with. So we've secured some of the additional funding and we've launched some action teams and we're working on developing and deploying a communication strategy. One, it's being here with you all today to spread the word about what we're doing and not make it be a scary plan, but really something that's good for the entire basin. So this structure, here's a structure of the council. This was approved last week at our monthly meeting. So you can see there's a council, there's an exec committee, there's my position. We have a comms and messaging committee. It was an existing group that was working primarily with the public information officers across the basin. And then we're gonna have these 3, I told you that we had 4 pillars. One of the pillars is obviously the governance, so that's not on here, but we have these 3 other pillars around essentially around the economy. So we'll have an economic pillar, one around the care and culture building in Tahoe. And that's going to be, there's an existing group called the Take Care. Maybe some of you know of it. That'll be a stewardship action team. And then this last, the purple pillar here, you can see is around more of the operations. How do we improve the Tahoe experience for all? How do we manage those, the people that are coming into the basin? And that'll focus on recreation infrastructure, peak demand management, and some waste management. This was approved, so all these action teams are off and running. One met last week and is putting their action teams together with their objectives, and they'll meet probably on a once or twice a month basis. And then these other teams are meeting within the next couple weeks to get going off and running, hopefully to come up with some really tangible items that the folks can see that we're actually doing something. This isn't another plan that's going to sit on the shelf. We're actually taking action that's benefiting all. Again, around actions, you can see there's a picture of Lake Link, the Take Care logo. Maybe you've seen some of the way they use Take Care on some of the trash cans, the T-bid dollars that the North Tahoe Community Alliance uses to help show that the dollars that the tourists bring in are actually going back into the community, which is great. So we're hoping a lot about action and less about talk. Some of that too. Here are some of the funding partners that have committed dollars and that allow me to get out and do the good work. And hopefully some of those funding dollars also will be put back in the community into some interesting projects. I'm talking to someone tomorrow about the ambassador program, and so hopefully we can fund that we have more people out there talking about and educating folks on how to take care of Tahoe. And you can see that number isn't quite right. It's a little off this point, but we have $330,000 in commitments that we're currently collecting from the partners that are involved up here. And lastly, just you all, how El Dorado County as a leader. continuing to build amazing bike paths, congestion management, Paradise Park. I live half a mile from Paradise Park and that new bridge, it's amazing. I just walked across it the other day and it's done beautifully. You need to come up there and take a look at that bridge sometime. Beautiful walk looking right up towards Flagpole Peak. So it's a great resource that our local community has. So thank you for that. The State Route 89 corridor management, and then 56 acres in recreational facility that's going to be built. So thank you. And thank you, El Dorado County, for being such a leader. I think many of those bullets up here represent parts of the destination stewardship plan and the work that we're making, or work that we're doing to make South Lake Tahoe and the basin at large a better place. There's a website. My personal email is not up there, but that email will go to me. But yeah, I would love to partner with you all and look forward to partnering with you all in the future, and obviously open to questions or comments that you may have. Excellent. Well, thank you, Nettie. And it's just thank you, Nettie. And it's just a pleasure to have you here and to continue the conversation and get a better understanding of the progress you've made and what your work is going to entail in the years ahead and how we can collaborate with you. So wonderful. Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, I love Lake Tahoe. I've been going up there for 65 years, if you can believe it, when I was a little kid. Coming out of the Central Valley, and there was a cabin up in Bijou that we used to go to stay with friends on. So I got to experience the winter and the summer up there, fell in love with it, have been going up ever since on a frequent basis. The number one thing that I see people conflicted about or struggling with is parking. It's not new. How do you address that? I recognize that Lake Link is a big improvement, but a lot of people I talk to just kind of give up on Tahoe because there's no place to park. So where am I supposed to go? So how does this program address that part of it? Because it seems like it just hasn't matured the way it should have.
Thanks. You want to speak to that? Or?
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it.
Devin Middlebrook with TRPA for the record. Yeah, parking is a big challenge. I think depending on where you're going, there's certain recreation sites that don't have enough parking. Other places you go and you have, for example, the casinos where they have massive parking lots. So a lot of it is a mismatch in where parking is and where the parking demand is. So one of the strategies that's identified in here is just better technology use. So right now, if you go to Tahoe, you want to go to Emerald Bay for the day. You don't know that Emerald Bay's parking lot is closed until you get to the Emerald Bay parking lot. But if you were, say, coming up from El Dorado Hills, and by the time you got to Strawberry or Placerville, you could check, oh, I'm going to Emerald Bay. Let me check on parking. Oh, there's only 10 spots left. I don't think we're going to get there in time. What other alternatives are there? Oh, there's still 40 spots at Baldwin Beach. Let's go to Baldwin Beach instead, and then go to. So I think that piece is one of the pieces of the puzzle. The other piece is partners are working on parking enforcement as well. You know, a lot of the parking in Tahoe, when you can find it, is free. So you park and you hang out all day. Can we put in more opportunities for paid parking systems that get people to get turnover in the system? And then the enforcement. You've been through Emerald Bay, all of you, I'm sure, during the summer, and have seen cars parked in every conceivable fashion that you can imagine, often illegally. So really getting the enforcement. In Emerald Bay right now, the parking fine for illegal parking is $50. That is standard parking fare in any big urban city. On the East Shore, what they've done is they've raised that to $350, and they had to raise it that much to start to get that behavior change of people not saying, oh, $50, I'll pay that, I get my day in Tahoe. So that's things that we're exploring with our public safety officials in the El Dorado County portion around technology to better direct people to parking, better systems around parking management and paid parking to get that turnover, and then enforcement on the backside. And then, you know, places like Emerald Bay, not even giving them the opportunity to park illegally, instead of just a red stripe or a sign that everyone's going to ignore, put physical barriers there so people can't physically park, really just prevent the bad behavior from happening in the first place.
Thank you, Devin. I appreciate that. We know DOT has had issues in the past with snow removal in the unincorporated area, people parking on the side of the street and snowmobile, snow equipment can't get by, or they're going to be very close to a vehicle or something or other. So is it expected that the county will enforce that in the unincorporated area? I mean, what are we doing from a collaborative perspective to make sure that that parking in those areas does not happen so we can get the snow removal equipment through?
Yeah, multiple things. I think, especially in the county and unincorporated portions, I'm thinking of the Rubicon neighborhood. There's some really awesome backcountry skiing access at the back of neighborhoods. And one of the things a little bit longer term we're looking at is how can you take that access out of the neighborhoods and create a more formalized parking lot and trailhead somewhere to remove those conflicts. So you're not having people go to the back of the neighborhoods and interfere with snow removal in the first place. And then in terms of enforcement, one of the ideas that's being kicked around is deputizing more like meter maid type enforcement for parking. So instead of having your sheriff deputy that has better things to do in terms of drugs and gang violence and all the other millions of things they're tasked with, instead of him having to go out and write parking tickets, can we hire on some more community service officer level positions that can go do parking enforcement across jurisdictions? So it's not like, oh, I'm allowed to write a ticket on this side of the highway, but that side of the highway is someone else's and I'm not allowed to write a ticket there. So really just figuring out ways, as you said, to collaboratively be more efficient in managing those things and enforcement issues.
Excellent. Thank you. You've addressed it.
Thank you. Supervisor Turnbow.
Yeah, I think it's a great presentation. And one of the things John is talking about is parking has been a big issue in Tahoe. I go there all the time. It's El Dorado County's gem. It really is. And it's a beautiful place to visit. And especially when you're hiking down to the Vikings home and then hiking all the way around and seeing all the eagles that are nesting up on the hills and stuff in the trees. It's a very, very special place to me. And it's very, very beautiful, especially looking at the lake and see how it's, and why they call it Emerald Bay, especially when it looks, like an emerald. It really does. So it's very, very beautiful. So thank you for all you guys are doing. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Do you have any comments now or before or after public comment? See.
Did my button not work?
Oh, it did not work.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
Not like my button. And I pushed it really hard.
There we go. Now it's up.
Yeah. I'll just be more forceful with it. I'm sorry.
No, no.
Just really quick though, the parking conversation made me have flashbacks, I think is the right word, to during COVID. And, at the time it was Supervisor Novosel and I were having these conversations about the enforcement. And I have the North County, so it was on Highway 49 at the confluence in the river, same exact issue. And what I'm finding interesting though, is you said that the parking fine is $350 somewhere up there.
On the Nevada side.
So it's on the Nevada side.
Yeah.
Okay, there it is. Because we actually had a board item here because of this issue, and we raised it up to 100. It's vehicle code, whatever. I can get you that. Because that was the best we could do in California without some, I think, legislation or something. So there is a vehicle code, just to let you know, you can do $100. And yes, the enforcement is key to changing behavior. And if you guys want to work on some legislation to increase that fine, let me know, because we continue, it's better. I will say it's better at the confluence because we did some other changes down there, but it's a similar situation and I totally get it. And the locals get very upset. So enforcement is key, which is what we're finding with other behaviors too. So.
And a lot of those places, they've at least on those busy weekends have gone to reservation systems to try to manage that demand. And there's a lot of really cool technology that you get with those systems. Muir Woods is an example down in the Bay Area that we look at a lot. When they did their parking reservation paid parking system, they have free transit as a component so people can get there no matter what. And then they time their reservations. So they actually overall throughout the day can have more people enjoy the park, but there's less people at any one time. So you have more people are allowed to enjoy it throughout the day. And while you're there, you see less people because people are spread out. So that technology can really help a lot of those challenges. But on the vehicle code, I'd love to have that
Yeah, I'll
conversation.
follow up with you on that because I know we did it. We had a board item, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
to
No,
do that.
I just met with the Sheriff's Department and with California Highway Patrol last week on the Rubicon, and they are charging a $100
It's up to 100 now.
parking ticket.
Okay, just wanted to
Still probably not
confirm.
enough.
That was the
Still
best,
not
that was
enough.
the best I could do.
Not a big
so-
enough deterrent.
Great,
Yeah.
excellent.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And when you get that technology rocking and rolling, please share. Because we could use it in many places, I think, with
Yes.
our county is such a tourist destination as a whole.
We have several hubs,
We
don't we?
do. We
Yes.
have
Mhm.
several places that we need that help with managing the tourists. So sharing is lovely. So looking forward to that.
Could be an interesting option for Apple Hill too.
Oh
We
my
were just
gosh.
talking about
Yeah,
Apple
yeah,
Hill as
you're
we were
not-
driving
see,
through.
that
so-
is- yeah, I'd love to
Perfect.
have more conversations about
Thank
that.
you.
Absolutely. Supervisor Lane.
Yeah, I'll just take it home, but just want to thank Team Tahoe for being here. Thank you so much for really coming down, doing it. We needed to hear this in person, and to have you guys down here is really special. So thank you for that. There are a few things that I'm going to be bringing back to the Board of Supervisors that it's timely to mention it right now in regards to this discussion, because the city of South Lake Tahoe has been very bold and has over time banned, for example, styrofoam and plastic bags of a certain
Thickness
width,
mills, yeah.
thickness. Most recently, they're getting ready to implement a single-use plastic bottle ban. Goes into effect in April of this year. Because the unincorporated part of the county butts right up to the city, it's not helpful if we don't have similar ordinances. So I'm going to be asking the board for your input on that, and ultimately your support if we go that direction, to consider mirroring up some of those ordinances within the basin. If the West Slope wanted to adopt some of them as well, they would have that ability, and
But
I
we
would
could bifurcate
totally
that if
embrace that.
possible.
I think we can bifurcate it if need be. So I'll be asking for that. I do want to let you know the part that the city is partnering with us to provide local transit. So that's a topic you're going to start hearing a lot about. And then, not to be Debbie Downer, but I just feel like it's the great opportunity to say this once again. And I think Supervisor Turnbull, you mentioned it, the Tahoe is the golden nugget for the county. And yet disproportionately, we have deficiencies in our infrastructure that the county's just not supporting to the pace or the scale at this point that we need. And I discussed with the board about a month ago that 49% of our roads are failing or failed, compared to the entire West Slope, 13%. So it's that feeling that Tahoe sometimes has, that they don't get much back from the county and they feel like they give a lot. And I think that that's also statistically can be proven. So I just mentioned that, and totally want to thank the board, all four of you individually, and the leadership of the county. You guys have been so great in allowing me to, perpetually say this, but until we see a change in behavior, I feel like I have to keep bringing it up. On our agenda earlier today on consent, we allocated more money to SB1 funding for 23-24 roads. Tahoe is 8% of all the SB1 funding for roads. And I'm already saying, look, our roads we're falling apart up there. We need greater focus and attention. And I thank you guys for supporting Tahoe and District 5 up to this point in acknowledging that. But action, we need action, not just words.
And you continue to be a fierce advocate for your district.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's wonderful that we are truly becoming one county without that granite curtain divide. That's because you're helping us understand what the needs are, what the opportunities are, and you're learning what the needs and opportunities on the West Slope. So it's a good partnership. Yes. Do you have other comments? Okay, great. So let's take public comment and then we'll finish this up. Thank you so much for that lovely presentation.
Now taking public comment on item number 21. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when the allowed period of time has ended. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate the desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne. I'm representing some nonprofits that I've commented on before. El Dorado Western Railway Foundation, El Dorado Gold 1848, and the El Dorado County Historical Society. All of these groups rely on tourism as part of their income producing. We're talking about Lake Tahoe and its needs related to tourism and the support thereof. Excellent presentations. Anyway, but I just wanted to bring up because I saw a few of you at the 2024 Tourism Summit that was down in El Dorado Hills at the Holiday Inn Express just last Friday. Tremendous. I was there the whole day from about 9 to after 4. There was multiple speakers. It was talking about tourism in El Dorado County, as well as tourism in California and the nation. As you know, Supervisor Lane, we have what's called Visit El Dorado through our chamber. It used to be called the Visitors Authority. Now it's called Visit El Dorado, which is consistent with Visit California, which is consistent with Visit USA, I believe. There's all of these different layers of tourism related people that want to improve on the experience. So we're talking tours as well as destination. People are essentially involved with this subject that we're talking about today. What constitutes an experience? What constitutes something that will bring people back? And so it's timely that we just had this summit, but I don't know, Supervisor Heidel, whether was anybody there from Lake Tahoe, pitching Lake Tahoe. I was rubbing elbows with as many people as I could to be able to have my day be successful, pitching my 3 nonprofits. But this is the issue. How do we all work together so that we're essentially functioning as a unit? Because it's El Dorado County, unless somebody tells me otherwise. That's what we're talking about today. So thank you very much for allowing me the opportunity to be able to speak. And I think that there is something that we can do better with your help, Supervisor Lane. We can be successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Seeing no additional public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
All right, bring this back to the board. And I really like the concept of destination stewardship. I think that hits the nail on the head much better than sustainable recreation. It's more encompassing. And because the question is, who does a national asset belong to? Is it the residents? Is it everyone? And where can we find that balance? And I think it is residents and everyone. And the residents are the caretakers of the land of the community, and yet the visitors are often a vital part of the economy, and you need both. So I think your efforts are right on target. And I love the idea of advancing a culture of caring for Tahoe, no matter who you are. And the more we can do that, we can make incredible progress in protecting, preserving, and enhancing this amazing asset that is in our backyard. So just, thank everyone for your efforts. It's a huge task, but as you're helping us understand, it's up to all of us to be a part of the solution. And with your guidance, with education, with tools that can help manage the people and the environment, we can get there. So thank you so much for your presentation. And Supervisor Lane, do you have any final words?
No, nope. Thank you. Great job.
All right, and safe travels
Thank
back
you.
to Tahoe, and hopefully we'll see you up there soon. Yeah. All right. Thank you all. Great presentation.
You can stay, Cannabis is next.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Might
yeah.
wanna do
Oh,
that.
yeah.
Oh, that's right. In the snow, uphill
That's
twice. Yes,
riveting,
that's
yeah.
right. Oh, wonderful presentation. All right, great. Staff get in place.
It's 2
One
o'clock.
1 minute to 2 o'clock. All right. Well done, board.
Doing well.
Did you want a break or?
Yeah, was
You okay,
David need a
Ray?
break
Keep going?
before
I'm fine.
we
Okay.
dig in?
Keep
I'm
going.
just trying to figure out what to do with a minute that we didn't have.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
Mine
then,
does
let's just go
too.
ahead,
So
Kim.
mine does.
Let's
That's
open
That's just a
up.
little slow.
We are now at 2 a.m., 2 p.m. time for our hearing. So Kim, can you please open this up?
Of course. Item number 22 is a hearing to consider Planning and Building Department's proposed amendments to Title 130 of the County Code that would amend Chapter 130.41 Commercial Cannabis, and staff recommending the Board of Supervisors take the following actions. 1, approve the introduction, first reading of an ordinance without the additional changes recommended by the Planning Commission, and continue this matter to February 27, 2024, meeting of the Board of Supervisors for final passage, second reading. 2, find the proposed amendment to the zoning ordinance without the additional changes recommended by the Planning Commission is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. And 3, direct staff to return to the Planning Commission for further recommendation and review of setbacks, canopy limits, propagation, lighting, and manufacturing uses. Supervisor Thomas, can you please open the hearing?
And with that, I open this public hearing. So welcome. Thank you so much for being with us and leading us through this hearing.
Absolutely. Thank you for having us. Good afternoon. Chris Perry, Assistant Director of Planning and Building, with Evan Mattis, our Senior Planner here as well. Planning Manager Aaron Mount also, and of course Karen Garner, our Director. So you'll recognize us talking about this topic. We were last here on October 17th. At that point in time, as Kim just indicated, your board gave formal direction on this ROI, on those first 5 items of the ROI. We had that subsequent hearing at the Planning Commission on December 14th. During that time, 5 additional amendments were added to the original ROI that your board saw on October 17th. Those were the result of a letter that came in on December 13th, just ahead of that hearing, from Archon Farms. And contained within that, obviously, was the mixed light cultivation piece that Kim just read to you, the state definition of premise, indoor propagation, and non-volatile manufacturing and distribution in rural areas. The other one that was added in the Planning Commission was related to bus stops. So those 5 were added again to the original ROI. We'll reiterate what we said back on October 17th. Staff has not analyzed the potential impacts of items 6 through 10 and how these changes may impact other sections of the zoning ordinance. And therefore, we don't support including them in this ROI. The December 13th letter claimed that proposed changes were exempt from CEQA through the common sense exemption. While the common sense exemption applies to those projects where it can be seen with certainty that there's no possibility that the activity may have a significant effect on the environment, we have not had any study sessions, nor has there been any analysis that's been conducted regarding CEQA applicability on these last 5 items. So we have concerns about the defensibility of those based on common sense exemption anyway. So from our perspective, your board gave us specific direction on September 12th, reiterated again with the minutes of September 19th, and again on October 17th for the formal action of the ROI. So our job seemed pretty clear on those 5 items. So again, we're just not comfortable making a recommendation to move those additional ones that popped up at the Planning Commission. So I will note one thing for the record, in reading through and reviewing our own work product on this item. We in our own documents had some disagreement on item 5, which related to the multi-year operating permits. You probably noticed that some of the text in the Legistar and the staff report and the red line didn't line up perfectly. It's a highly iterative process that we went through in the last couple of weeks leading up to working this item up for approvals. And so there was an oversight there, and the language does not match. So I just want to be clear that staff are recommending a 2-year initial operating permit and then 2-year permits to follow. So essentially to say 2-year permitting process. So annual operating permit, the word annual would disappear and we'll just go to a 2-year operating permit instead. Obviously, this is a change from the current ordinance as it's an annual operating permit. It's also slightly different than the recommendation that came from Planning Commission, which was 2 years on initial and then 3 years after for out years. So in conclusion, we're, obviously staff are making recommendations 1 through 3 on the staff item. Trying to keep it as close to that original intent of October 17th as possible. So we'll go ahead and pause right there for any questions.
Great, thank you so much, Chris. I do have a question before we begin our discussion here. From the board action of September 12th, we had also directed changing the tax structure from square footage to gross receipts for cultivation. And so you can, that's, the tax rates are not in this, ordinance before us. Can you clarify when that's going to come back and why that's not before us today, just for transparency?
Yeah, absolutely. So the tax piece is not an item that would end up at the planning commissions. That's being considered. That'll actually come straight up to you guys. Staff met with Karen Coleman, TTC, about 3 weeks ago to discuss and try to wrap our heads around exactly what that's going to look like. If we're not doing gross receipts from sales, what is that tax actually going to be? So we had that conversation with Karen, and we're now working through getting it in the red line form and documentation to send up to your board. So my target date right now is March 12th to get that to your board.
Okay.
So,
and the tax rate would not be in an ordinance anyway. It's not a zoning.
it's not in the zoning ordinance.
Right, so it come back on a different item. All right, I just wanted clarity on that because that was the one direction that we had given on the ROI that is not before us today.
Thank you for that clarification.
You bet. All right. I appreciate you just kind of cutting to the chase on, what's before us today. And I just, want to reiterate that on September 12th, when this originally came before us, we had a messy discussion. It was a difficult process, but the result was, as Chris said, that we directed that an ROI be prepared on the administrative changes to the cannabis ordinance. And we were very clear about that. On October 17th, the board approved the ROI, or the scope of work, on these changes and directed that the planning commission hold a hearing on those items. And those are the changes that staff is recommending that are before us today. Now, going back to September 12th, the board also made a conscious decision to break out the larger regulatory changes, the setbacks, canopy, propagation, manufacturing, and directed that those items go back to the planning commission for a proper review with staff in the community, and then give us their recommendations. So, while I believe that the planning commission was trying to save us time and, say, well, these, really aren't that hard, or, we should just put them in with our recommendations before the board today. The problem is that our staff and the community were not aware that those items were that there was going to be a discussion on those items, and that they didn't have a time to review it and to bring that back. And that process was outside of board action. And I think that's the main thing. We have an ROI because that is our process per our county code. And so I think it's important that we stick with that and then, figure out what we're going to do the next phase, which was our original intent. So with that, who would like to weigh in on this item?
I'm going to wait for public comment.
Okay.
I'm just going to weigh in very quickly on this one. The wording that was added about the Agricultural Commission being involved in review and looking at land zoning, I think that's essential to this whole thing. We've talked about this in the context of, well, it could be considered just another agricultural crop. I'm not sure everybody's bought into that concept. I personally subscribe to that, but having the Ag Commission more engaged in this, I think, is the other balancing point that we haven't had in the past. So I applaud that effort. I think that's really, really important.
Great. Thank you. Any other comments before we take public comment? All right. Let's open public comment on this item, please.
Now taking public comment on item number 22. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when the allowed period of time has ended. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Hello,
Good afternoon.
my name is Judy Husak. Your public does not know about this. I went out to tell them and I found 174 people that had no clue. Yeah, your agriculture board voted this in. And it's so much
Okay, can you please give it to our clerk of the board?
This is what they have. They would like this to be kept commercial, industrial area, not in the rural residential area. We just put pins
in the Pioneer District and saw where these campuses are. 26 of these cannabis you already have permits on. Yes, we realize there's 150 permits out there that your community did not know about until about 3 weeks ago. Your community is not really happy that you would put commercial marijuana grows in their residential rural areas. We'd like you to consider keeping it to the industrial areas, not where we have children, parks, and bus stops. We do not want this a Humboldt County. We want this El Dorado County. We do want to preserve our waters and our lands. And that's basically, I'm speaking for our community and asking you to really let your community know what's going on. We're taxpayers, we work. We don't have time to really constantly groom through the permits that are out there. When we found out that there was 150 available permits, it scared us in your community. What we're here to ask, please look at this and please keep it out of your rural residential areas. And if you really want this in El Dorado County, put it over in your industrial park where you can actually maybe inspect shit, not once every 3 years. Thank you for the 2 years, but maybe once a year. All of our restaurants and everybody have 2 inspections every year. Why do they not come under that? And one of these permits are given to a registered felon. Yes, your David Hardy is a registered felon, and he is in your school district and right where a bus stop is. That's all I have to say for your community. Again, we like your rural area to stay rural, residential, keep your commercial marijuana in your industrial areas. That's really, I'm here for your community. Yesterday, I got 174 signatures in just yesterday. That really scared me because of those 174, they know nothing about this. When I showed them these existing permits, they all took a picture of it because they realized they live there with their children. We live in a rural residential. We do not need commercial cannabis in our area. Please, I'm asking you as a board, keep it in your industrial area, not in our families. Please.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hi, I am Cami Moriali, and I live in Fairplay, and across the street from David Hardy's cannabis permit, commercial cannabis. I agree with what Judy said about keeping it industrial. Don't, even though it's ag property across the street, and all of these are ag. We have residential, we have people that live there, people that feel safe, and when you bring this in, this is a drug crop and there's an inherent crime associated with this. Besides everything else, the water, the lights, the toxins in the soil, everything, the water that you guys are going to use, that the commercial grows are going to use. We all are on wells, so we're all sharing that water. So I just wanted to add one more point and hit it a little harder. I believe that the operating permit term should stay annually. We want the county to look closely at these projects. If it's every 2 years, that's not enough. This is still in an infancy stage. There's not enough data. There's not enough trends. And so how can you audit right now when you have one grow? Last year you had one grow with Tannenbaum's property. How can you arbitrarily change from annual to every 2 years? So that's all I have to say, and thank you for your time.
Thanks for being here.
Sure.
Appreciate it. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen of the board. I'm Lee Tannenbaum. I'm the president of the El Dorado County Growers Alliance and the only cannabis cultivator in El Dorado County last year. I appreciate the opportunity to address you today regarding the critical decisions surrounding cannabis regulation. It's paramount to recognize the resounding voice of your constituents, with 65% expressing their support for the legalization of cannabis in this county. Their collective will should serve as the guiding force in your considerations. Let's delve into the pivotal role of the Planning Commission. The commission, backed by a majority vote, put forth additional changes to the cannabis ordinance. Stakeholders presenting compelling arguments during the commission hearing led to the proposal of modifications that were not only logical, but also received consensus through a democratic process. Unfortunately, staff's decision to not present these proposals to you amounts to a complete disregard for the collaborative decision-making process and an overstep of their responsibilities. The inconsistency in applying common sense CEQA guidelines is disconcerting. Staff claims that proposed changes from the Planning Commission violates these guidelines, citing environmental impacts. However, these changes are grounded in common sense, carrying zero environmental impact. The Planning Commission's recommendations, driven by logic, stand in stark contrast to staff's decisions. It raises questions when staff permits the use of the common sense CEQA clause for the new vegetation management ordinance, but denies it for the cannabis ordinance changes. Supervisor Turnbull, your insightful words during the board meeting on September 12, 2023, emphasized the potential benefits of cannabis legalization, from eliminating the black market to fostering the green market with lab-tested products and environmentally sound processes. The proposed changes align seamlessly with these objectives, yet staff is inexplicitly sidelining them from discussion. This inconsistency contradicts your vision articulated during that critical mission. Quoting County Counsel Billingsley, the board cannot direct the Planning Commission to include only the items recommended by the board. This underscores the importance of respecting and trusting the collaborative decisions made by the Planning Commission. Acknowledging the flaws in the current cannabis ordinance was a first step, but it's essential not to take half measures in addressing them. The positive changes proposed and voted on by the Planning Commission are at your disposal, ready for implementation. Trust the Planning Commission's expertise and democratic process that has led to their recommendations. Let us not falter in your commitment to fulfilling the will of the voters and ensuring a fair and just cannabis regulation. Lastly, the proposal from the county tax collector, and thank you, Commissioner Thomas, or Supervisor Thomas, has recommended a flat tax for all. I urge you to consider and incorporate this in a fair and straightforward tax structure to our community. In conclusion, I implore you to trust in the Planning Commission's
Thank you.
decisions.
Thanks
Thank
for
you.
your comments. Is there anyone else in the boardroom that would like to speak? Good afternoon.
Hello, board. As you know, I'm Todd Story. I don't write speeches. I just talk from my heart and what I feel in our community. As you see, I'm sitting next to Lee Tannenbaum up there, but do Lee and I agree on everything? Absolutely not. So he spoke about something 65% of the people voted for this. I'm not so sure they voted for cannabis operations in their backyards. Commercial use areas, absolutely. Doesn't affect the population like the woman spoke about here before. Agree with that. But you guys need to pump the brakes on this whole deal. What's going on in Calaveras County right now, they got lawsuits, they've given permits, they're taking permits back. People have the authority to do it. They have huge investors come in because this takes a lot of money. We just really need to go slow and get it right the first time. Lee's got a place, I haven't seen it, but he's probably the poster child, I would guess. I think he runs a good operation out there. I'd love to see it. I'd love all you to see it. If there's a place in the community, fine. 150 in this county, no way. Lived here my whole life, worked for PG in the area. I know what goes on out here. John, his district, nobody will qualify. George's district, everywhere. Do we want this everywhere? Absolutely not. Lori's, same thing. We need more public comment. If you're gonna give it, you know, we get a liquor license, put a sign up on the property. Tell the community what's gonna go on there and then have some comment on it. I live in Gold Hill. One of the wealthiest people in this county, we're gonna go cannabis. He let me know he wanted me to do the pad for him. And I told him straight to his face, never. And if you do, I will make sure you never live in El Dorado County. I'll let every neighbor know what's going on and you won't want to live in that community anymore. Guess what he did? Cease his operation. So I think public pressure is huge. I think we should have input and a representative democracy. We elect the board to make decisions on our behalf. I want to make sure that Supervisor Thomas is engaged with her constituents.
have a forum, let them speak, let the people communal. Do you want this next to Boa Vista? You want it at High Hill? You want it at Bar-Sodi's? I don't think so. So those people have to have an opportunity to know what's going on in their communities and have a voice. Unfortunately, most people don't get engaged. They just don't. They don't have time. They're running an operation. Your family, you're running multiple businesses. Unless you're aware of it, like she said, people don't know what's going on out here. You let them be aware, go ahead. I believe we have a person that's going to be running for supervisor. If it's such a positive thing, I want you to come out. I want you to say who you are, what's behind you, and what your plans are. Another thing you should make sure that happens is this has to happen on the landowner's property. We don't want subleases going on, because you know what will happen? I can guarantee you, cartel moves in and they put the pressure on you, and now they're going to run your property. You don't even know what the heck is going on. And in Mexico, where I lived for 3 years, if they want something done, they take a picture of Raul next to your little son, Johnny, and say, we can get him at any time. You probably want to do what's best for your son's life. And that's what we're getting here. So
Thanks for your comments.
thanks for my time.
Is there anyone else in the boardroom? Right, Kim, let's go online.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Carolyn Clary.
Good afternoon.
Hi, my name is Carolyn Clary. I am out in Somerset as well. And I agree with a lot of what Mr. Story just said, as well as the other speakers. I will say Mr. Tannenbaum's project is probably the gold standard in terms of giving the community the most information that he could in his application, which I appreciate. At least it does seem like he's relatively transparent. But I also feel like the El Dorado County Growers Alliance is now a subcommittee of the El Dorado County Planning and Building Department. And it seems like they are almost at every meeting as a group, and they somewhat control at least a few of the commissioners. It extremely concerns me, the power that they seem to have. So just FYI, the community is watching, and we do notice. There is like he said, there's somebody going for supervisor who clearly has an agenda of pushing this through. So I think you have to be very, very careful with how you are going to move forward. I completely disagree with every 2 years for a permit. This is just like restaurants are held accountable. This is a huge potential problem. Let's not make it out of, just because Mr. Tannenbaum doesn't have problems does not mean everyone behind him won't. Keep it annual, keep a close eye on these people. I'm not saying that they're bad people, but I don't agree with where they're deciding to locate things. I also think that there's a possibility that they've got financing not within our county that's funding this. And I think you will see some farmers or owners of farmland being approached to grow pot and probably given a little side money to do it. So I think you have to be very, very careful. And I would like to see much more detailed information for every project across the board, have a high standard and keep that standard all the way through. Variances, setbacks, all this garbage they're throwing out like candy to these pot growers. And I do not understand why we have to roll the red carpet out for these people. I think hold everybody accountable just like any other business owner. So thank you very much.
Thanks for your comments.
Now taking public comment from Paul and Alice Clary.
Good afternoon.
Can you unmute yourself, please?
Paul and Alice Clary, you can hear us, you're up. We just need you to unmute yourself. There you go. We can hear you
Now
now.
you know I'm not a pro at this technical stuff.
You got it. We can hear you.
Okay, I share Mr. Hardy's fence line on the east, and my driveway is right along his fence line. I agree with my daughter. I agree with the other people that have talked. I think that it should be a 1-year thing for sure. And I also think there's many things that have to be looked at very hard, really, because the variance is one of them, because my property, it's not in the right your ordinance is not following the directions. So I will keep this short. I just want you to know that I do know what's going on now. And I very much appreciate you guys listening to us, and there should be a place where we do have a voice, and I appreciate you listening closely. So thank you very much. And I back up most all the people that have talked today. Thank you so much.
Appreciate you calling in. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Kevin McCarty.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Thomas and supervisors. Kevin McCarty, resident of Somerset, CEO of Archon Farms, and candidate for District 2 Supervisor in 2024. Staff have whittled down the original scope of the workshop items from early in 2023, and unfortunately unnecessarily confused the process for the board. But that said, staff have also usurped authority of the commission and the board by not including the December items of direction from the commission as options to consider at today's hearing. The applicable CEQA exemptions beyond common sense also include 15305 for minor alterations in land use limitations, which should be considered. Common sense is the default exemption, but there are other aspects in play which appear to have been ignored. The CEQA exemption standard applied to the defensible space ordinance, for example, involves a very wide latitude of interpretation of common sense for activities that will ultimately result in the clearing of hundreds of acres over the course of countless decades. If we're going to apply separate standards, then let's at least be upfront about it and not pretend that there is a consistent application of law on the part of staff in this case. Supervisor Turnbull made several cogent points during the September hearing, most important of which is that every obstacle for legal compliant operators is a boon to the illegal market, helping kids get access to cannabis, helping the drug cartels maintain their market, and thereby putting our law enforcement in jeopardy, unnecessarily risking the lives of our sheriff's deputies and disrespecting the memory of those who have given their lives as a result. Every law enforcement officer will tell you they give $20 to two kids each, one to go get alcohol, the other to go get cannabis. The one is going to come back with cannabis every single time because the illegal market is not regulated, whereas alcohol is. It's not about how we feel about the substance. It's looking at effective policy. Unfortunately, since September, we have let staff shepherd this process into its current state with nominally important but ultimately menial changes that will not affect the illegal market's current dominance in the slightest. If we are to abide by the usurpation of staff in this case for the sake of convenience and time management, then let's at least set hard dates for staff to perform the follow-up analysis and move forward with the changes that will actually help displace the illegal market. If CEQA exemptions do not ultimately apply, then we ought to revisit the notion of an industry EIR and get ahead of this process so that we do not unduly delay necessary steps. And lastly, regarding the comments claiming the legal market will increase crime and affect neighborhoods, please Google the EPS study conducted by the city of Sacramento, which comprehensively analyzed all of these aspects and found that virtually all of them were unsubstantiated and fear-based rumors rather than fact-based effects in reality. Again, this is not about our personal thoughts on cannabis. It is about effective policy and displacing the illegal market. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, before I get a question answered that was shared during public comment, I just want to be very clear on one point. It's been intimated that our staff was perhaps going rogue at the Planning Commission, and there was a comment that our staff had a complete disregard of the democratic process. And I'd like to just emphatically state that is not correct. The board had given strict, once again, the board had given strict direction on what the Planning Commission would consider in the Planning Commission hearing, and it was a hearing. Staff clarified at the Planning Commission what the process should be regarding those other items that were brought up in the course of the discussion. And unfortunately, their advice was ignored. There was clear direction by the board of our desire to keep this process as simple as possible, recognizing this is a complex issue. This board purposely made the distinction to address the administrative items first, and that is what the Planning Commission heard at their hearing. And that's what's before us today, administrative changes. recognizing that we would have a later, more substantive discussion with the community when our staff had time to review the CEQA implications of more regulatory changes. So the idea that our staff undermined the process is completely false. They were operating upon the direction of the board. And when those items that were brought up, and we're talking the setbacks, the canopy, those other items, it will be done in a transparent process when our legal counsel has had time to review the CEQA implications. Now, there were opinions brought up at the Planning Commission that the common sense exception should apply. Well, our staff had not had time to review that. It was not before the Planning Commission. So once again, we will have that discussion. We will have it in public. It will be transparent. The community will know we're going to have a discussion on those items, and it will be done in the proper method. So I just want to be very clear about that. There was also a question or a statement that there's 150 permits in our community. Can you clarify where we are with that?
The speaker was correct that the ordinance allows for 150 permits for cultivation.
Okay.
But we are nowhere near that. At this point, we've approved 3 cultivation CCUPs.
Okay.
In total, there's been 12 approvals for all cannabis projects, and 9 are processing right now. So again, yeah, the 150 is correct and that's the ceiling of the total number of allowed cultivation permits that could be issued, but we're nowhere close to that at this point.
I just didn't want the community feeling that there was 150 active cannabis licenses out there right now that they were not aware of. Okay, thank you for that clarification. All right, I'll bring this back to the board for further discussion. Supervisor Parlin.
Oh, push my button first this time.
You
just
did.
never know, huh? Thank you, Chair, and I really appreciate your clarification on some of these items. I'm going to push back pretty hard on all of this, so be ready. Yeah, the voters did approve those measures, those ballot measures, 65%. However, those measures weren't just about putting in cultivation and farms and dispensaries and stuff. They had setbacks and regulations and requirements for environmental. So that was the whole package. The voters didn't say, we want cannabis everywhere, no matter what the cost. There were tons of workshops. I didn't participate in many of them, but I did participate in some prior to the board at that time putting those measures on the ballot for the voters. So, and I know I've talked to some folks personally, and they said, look, we want to have these initiatives passed so that there's rules and regulations that, quite honestly, the sheriff can enforce. And boy, did he enforce. And I really appreciate that. And I hope he continues, because that I've read many studies, enforcement is just as big a part of getting rid of the illegal grows. And I go to many meetings, and other counties are saying they don't have the resources for enforcement. And I say, well, somehow our sheriff found that. So I really do appreciate Sheriff D'Agostini for really going strong on enforcement. I know the residents in my part of the county have been super appreciative. He's done a great job, and cleaning those up. And I do think that Sheriff Lycock has continued on with that. So, when we say what the voters wanted, we need to look at all of it. And push back some more. Yeah, I watched the video of that planning commission meeting in December. And I'm telling you, it just gets my blood pressure up to a level. I think the right word is disgusted, quite honestly, by the fact that the board gave very clear direction for the planning commission. I watched during the video, the chair tried really hard to explain to his fellow commissioners what they were there for. I watched council who was there explain these are the parameters and really suggest that they stick to that because of the lack of transparency of the planning commission. You could tell by their conversation, they were leaning towards adopting recommendations that were submitted the night before in a letter from someone who, by the way, is a candidate for county supervisor right now. I find that really concerning that well, and quite honestly, one of our commissioners is also a candidate for supervisor. And neither one of them really had the decency to respect our processes and how our board does business. And we try so hard to be public and transparent, and we're accused of so many things all the time. And I'm really tired of committees and commissions, especially our planning commission, of undermining that. They literally took their direction from a special interest group, and that cannot continue. I would really like to ask that those commissioners be removed. I feel it was insubordination. I really do. We've had problems with other committees and commissions where we've asked people to resign, and I just think that that's where we're at right now. It's not, what they do reflects on us. And I've kind of had it. So, and I'm going to put out a special request. Commissioner Payne, we have had meetings with you about your behavior, and it was abhorrent. You were bullying your fellow commissioners and staff, and I'm asking for your resignation right now. He left, unfortunately, because I would tell him to his face. And if he doesn't resign, I'm going to ask the board to bring an agenda item back to remove him, because guess what? He works at our direction. We are responsible for our committees and commissioners. So thank you, staff, for listening to our board direction. I know this has been hard. Our workshop was kind of a disaster. And I really wanted at our workshop, the workshop that the board had, I was trying, but it was just too much for that one particular day. I really wanted the board to kind of noodle and brainstorm and maybe ask for another meeting. Perhaps we didn't even do that. Continue the item, whatever, to come up with some thoughtful ideas to send back to the planning commission, because why are we throwing it back at them, this big, let's see what sticks on the wall, because that's going to have to come back to us anyway. So I would like the board to have an opportunity to put our heads together and come up with something. I'm going to ask, the board to consider bringing back an agenda item to create its own ad hoc to work on this and come up with some ideas. I actually had a lot of ideas, but we didn't get there that day on our workshop. And I think some of them are pretty simple. And perhaps our board's workshop ad hoc could work with the planning commission, just establish an ad hoc. That's where I'm at. I know it's pretty strong, but this is not okay. And our public just said, this is not okay. And nobody knew about what was going on that day at the planning commission, because that's not what our direction was. And I'm sorry, that sounds like insubordination to me. So I'm totally okay with approving the ROI and the draft that came back. The big question, I guess, is do we want to do 1 year annual for those check-ins, or keep it as 2 years that were suggested? I think that's our big discretion today.
I'd like to get clarity from staff on that, because I do believe the discussion of the planning commission, and this is not my realm, but they were saying that because of the planting season, depending on when a permit is issued, that you might not be able to have a full year of review with a year permit because of planting considerations. And so perhaps can you clarify why they recommended that 2 year? Because there was a reason for that.
Yeah, I think that's correct. I mean, the longer operating permit allows the operator to have wider latitude in planning how they run their business, and I don't want to mischaracterize that, but that's kind of what we heard, and we understand that from a planning perspective, that can be helpful for them to have a multi-year permit to plan financially, growing wise, staff, and all the pieces that go with that. So that's why we were amenable to it as an idea. We're also sensitive to exactly what the other public speaker mentioned about having too long of a time horizon on these, and the ability to rein in a bad actor if that happens. I will say to that, built within, even whether it's an annual, a 2 year, whatever it may be, we always have the discretion if there's an issue. If someone calls in, a potential violation, we will investigate it just like we would any other potential violation. That would be through code enforcement, or if need be through sheriffs, depending on what it is. And we have the ability to, say, indeed, there is a violation, and, you can pursue it as a code case, or if it's egregious enough, we can get to the point where we can even suspend the operating permit. We don't have to wait till the end of that cycle. So there is a mechanism in place in the interim period between the approvals where we do have some teeth. It's not just at that renewal point where we have teeth. That ability. It's like a blend of both, right? We understand, there's, you don't want it to be too wide because we want to get in there and check and make sure everything's going okay from a permitting perspective. But we also have tools in place in case something is going wrong in the interim. So that's why we were okay going a little bit longer than the annual, but we certainly respect if the board wants to keep it there at an annual permit and not go to 2 years. So either way, for us as staff, we're supportive. So.
That was helpful to understand. Yeah. Supervisor Heidel.
Yes, so as you eloquently described, but I want to repeat it. When the board wrestled with this in the workshop, we determined there was just way too many issues there to try to make decisions. So we consciously divided this into 2 pieces. We said, let's address the things that seem to be less controversial, more administrative, and let's take those on first and see if we can make the improvements in a stepwise fashion to the ordinance to get past that portion of it, recognizing we'd have to come back and deal with the CEQA and environmental and other things which are highly controversial. And so we felt that moving forward with something was better than moving forward with nothing and revisiting all that. So that was the reason why we got to this point, trying to get what we consider to be simpler administrative things in place. I also want to reflect on the fact that the Agricultural Commission and the ag community in general has advised us that they're under a very stressed condition. Being in agriculture these days is a very difficult thing from the standpoint of trying to make any money, penciling out, profit, whatever you want. They reached out to us and said they need more flexibility in their choice of crops. If we're going to have a sustainable agricultural element in El Dorado County, this cannabis aspect might be part of it. That was their advisement. So coming from an agricultural community, I recognize how difficult some of those things are. That's another reason for the 2-year permitting. To try to do ag planning from a single year perspective when you're investing a lot of money, knowing that you might not be renewed the next year. I mean, just the dollars and cents part of that, your return on investment, you're not going to necessarily get it in 1 year. Any one growing season can be a disaster, as we've seen with the wine grapes in El Dorado County, as we've seen with the apple crop in El Dorado County. You have to have a longer planning period to be able to ensure yourself that your investment at some point is going to return. 2 years is the minimum I think we should be looking at. So that was the primary reason in that. And I also want to make sure everybody understands that the Agricultural Commission is advisory only. What this basically says is that they shall forward the recommendation, including suggested conditions or restrictions, to the Planning Commission. They do not make decisions on this. So like the Planning Commission, they're really advisory to the Board of Supervisors. Ultimately, we have to make those tougher decisions. But that's why I'm guessing that the public doesn't understand all the things that have happened in the past. And I think we should probably do a better job of trying to explain that. And I'm not asking staff to write 18 pages of background, because we could certainly put that into it. That's not the purpose, but notification of what's coming up. And then the basic reason why we divided this into 2 pieces. And recognizing the second piece, in my opinion, is going to be 10 times more difficult to get through than this first piece. So if this is an example of what's going to happen, my concern is we continue year over year to just kind of, from the public's perception, kick the can down the road. We can't come to grips with making a decision. We have an ordinance, but there's clearly flaws in the ordinance, I think, from most people's perspective. Trying to restrict cannabis activities to only commercial areas was never part of the original discussion. I can understand that sentiment, but I don't think it's realistic in El Dorado County, particularly with the interests that our ag community has, right? So those are my qualifying comments. I wanted to make sure that for clarity and other things, we know how we got here and why we got here. But there's a lot more to come. This is certainly not the end of it. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Yeah, I just want to make one comment. One of the biggest issues, we had 5 items that was directed by the Board of Supervisors to look at. And it ended up being turned into a workshop. That wasn't the time and place for it. That could be brought up at a different time. But to me, I was very upset with my commissioner especially when he got into the weeds. And we don't need to be getting into the weeds, especially when there was 5 items that was directed by this board to look into, not looking into any other things. And that's one of my biggest concerns, and that's where we ended up. And so I'm pretty upset. I had it out with my commissioner, especially some of the things that he was addressing that I have this copy of. So anyway, I'll let it go at that.
So what is the will of the board on this item before us?
So looks like, okay, number 1 says approve the introduction. Do we want to leave it with where it's at, right? It's 2 years, right?
Yeah, I
So we were thinking of leaving it there. That's what would be if we did number 1.
Yeah, and we'll fix the record to reflect the 2 because that was
Okay,
our intent.
so we'll keep
yes.
it at 2 years. And then item 2 on here, find the proposed amendment, blah, 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 blah. CEQA, all that, number 2, that one's fine. I'm gonna suggest that we do not do item number 3 today. Instead, bring back an item to discuss an ad hoc of the Board of Supervisors to work with the Planning Commission's ad hoc, much like we've done with the ranch marketing ordinance, to get the 2 boards, commissions, whatever, together to work through that.
Streamline communication.
Yeah, absolutely. Because otherwise we're gonna be doing it twice anyway. So let's get some thoughtful conversations going prior. And then we can have the big community workshops, again, just like we did with ranch marketing. It's gonna be a very similar, open, transparent process in my mind.
So is that a motion?
I'm going to second for discussion. The one thing that I think that we need to be clear about that too is an expectation of when that ad hoc would conclude their activities. I don't want this to be a never-ending ad hoc. Typically, they can run a year, 2 years. We need to put some kind of reasonable expectations on that ad hoc committee, and particularly if it's 2 ad hoc committees, one from the Planning Commission and one from the board. So what would be your expectation for them to come back with some kind of a recommendation?
Well, let's talk about that then when we have that item. I mean, I'm guessing 6 months is probably reasonable. And I don't think they should be working that independently from each other. And that'll be part of our direction, I think, too.
Okay. So
That's how we want to do
would certainly
this.
bring it back. So we'll have a chance, but I wanted to understand from your perspective, what's a reasonable time frame? Because
Right.
we're oftentimes accused of not doing anything. And,
Right.
and I guess we just have to do stuff that's progressively moving in the right direction, incrementally moving in the right direction. It's never going to be perfect. There's always going to be changes that have to be made, but I think it's important to keep this going and get these 5 items to a point of decision, right?
And it's important for the community and the industry to have an understanding of what our process is going to be and an expectation of what they can expect from us in this process. So
Okay.
I agree that it's helpful to set parameters on that. All right.
Okay, so the motion then is to approve in this agenda items 1 and 2 is recommended by staff, and then add our own.
Come back with an
to
ad
Come
hoc.
back to appoint an ad hoc, and then
Right.
we'll talk particulars then.
Right.
And give direction.
So
and all
3
that.
really goes away. And
Yeah.
It's a comeback direction to staff.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I think honestly, in my mind, this will streamline things, to be honest with you, because we'll be having the board and the planning commission engaged. We can have our co-workshops. And we got it done pretty quick once we started rocking and rolling on ranch marketing,
Once we
so.
once we got it together.
Yeah, once we got it together, it went pretty good, so.
Do you need some additional language, Kim? Or
That should be pretty quick, right? That's not a big deal. No, I want that within a week.
well, you can want what you want.
No, I want it as soon as possible. I mean, that shouldn't be a heavy item to create. You want me to write it? I'll write it for you.
Let's ask our CAO for
It's
some
not a heavy
suggestions.
item to write, but
That one.
tomorrow, the agenda for the 6th is
She's kidding about
posting,
that.
so.
There it is. So probably the
So
following
just
week.
if
Are
we
we
could-
meeting the following week on the 13th?
The 27th would be
Okay,
the next.
so on the 27th, if we could have that.
And do we know if we have time on that agenda on the 27th? Just always want to be cognizant of that. 'Cause we do plan our agendas out.
This ought to be
Okay.
relative.
Yeah, that should be
Should go
relative.
quick.
All right, that sounds
On
good.
an ad
I got a question. This ad hoc committee will also, will it look at the residents' concerns also?
Yeah, we're gonna
course,
have
of
workshops.
course.
Well, that's what I mean. That's what I
absolutely.
want, I want to
Absolutely.
clarify so they know, understand it.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, we will
perfect.
have public
right.
workshops and hopefully we will get the word out really well. Because we're all pretty good at that and.
And
we'll go from there.
let me clarify what items that ad hoc will be reviewing per our direction given September 12th. And those items that we directed for the Planning Commission to review, that Supervisor Parlin is suggesting that we form an ad hoc to collaborate with them, are on setbacks, canopy size, propagation and lighting changes, allowance of non-volatile manufacturing, and yeah, those items. Yeah, did I
One
capture them
more
all?
to add to it, leases too, look into, these leases, especially these.
Well, that was not part of our ROI, but
Yeah, I think
yeah.
we should add it though.
Okay.
To look into it.
Can
When
we
it
do
comes to
that?
We'll see if-
Yeah.
County
Can
council?
we?
do we have the option to do that?
Again, I think that when you establish the ad hoc in a
We can
few
talk
weeks,
about
I
that.
think
Oh,
that
okay.
establishes
Let's
the
just
talk
scope of
about it,
review.
'cause-
That is a,
Okay.
that is
Okay.
a.
That'll be
interesting
the time to
consideration.
do
Yeah.
that.
Okay,
then.
perfect.
Okay.
So just for
perfect.
the public's awareness, wanted to know, those are the focus of that work. So.
Oh,
right.
that's right. I have to go to Washington
You
DC.
see that day?
You guys can carry on without me if you want. I mean,
No, we should do it. Well,
do it.
March.
You gotta be here.
How busy is it next week, next meeting? Can we do an addendum? Yeah, let's do an addendum. I know. Can we do that? CAOs do an addendum?
If that's what the board wants, that's what we'll do.
I would prefer that to do it sooner than later. It is a easy schmeezy item to create and discuss hopefully. So let's do it next meeting and we'll put it on addendum to add it since the agenda is posting tomorrow.
okay. All right.
Thank you.
So do you want to read back that?
I'm sorry.
Sorry to do that to you, Kim. Do you want to read back what the
Sure,
action is
sure.
before the board so there's clarity?
Sure. So a motion was made by Supervisor Parlin, second by Supervisor Hydall to approve the items, actions 1 and 2. With regards to action 1, the clarification being that it'll be a 2-year permitting process. To add action item 3, to return to the board on February 6th of 2024 for the board to create an ad hoc committee to work with the Planning Commission to streamline communication.
Oh, you are good, Kim.
Wow,
That's
you're really
perfect.
good.
Perfect. All right, any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
I just want to make a clarification. I'm going to vote no on item number 1. I think
Okay.
it should be every year, not 2 years.
Oh, okay.
But yes on items 2 and 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we bifurcate that? No.
Do we
This
have
is
to
one item.
bifurcate it?
Yeah, ordinarily, we would have to
Yeah.
cast
Bifurcate it.
separate action, take separate votes in order to record that.
Could he perhaps vote no on the item with a clarification that you are really objecting to item
Right.
number 1?
I think that's probably. the
Why don't
best
we do
way to
that?
do
Is
it.
that okay?
Yeah.
All right. So motion carries 4. You bet. No on the
No,
item.
On the
Item
whole
one,
thing.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, with just the notation that he is objecting to item number 1 in regards to the 2-year review. The motion carries 4-1. So, all right. Well, thank you
Perfect.
all for that conversation and thank you to everyone that engaged in this and more to
I'm
come.
done with it.
All right.
Next
Excellent.
time, is that 3? We got 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah, we
take a
have
break.
5 minutes and then we'll hear our
5
department
minutes.
presentation. We'll be back in All right, we are back. It is 3 o'clock and it is now time to finish up our department presentations, last but very not least. So Kim, can you open up this item, please?
Sure. Item number 23 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board receive and file department presentations outlining the department's mission, structure, services, budget, role in the strategic plan and upcoming policy issues. The two presentations we'll hear today will be from the Department of Transportation and the Surveyor.
First of all, Raphael, I really want to thank you for
Sure.
your flexibility. Our roads and our infrastructure are of primary concern to our residents. So we didn't want to, cheat you out of time, and appreciate you coming back today for us to hear your presentation.
My pleasure, my pleasure. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors. Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation for El Dorado County. Here to give you a brief presentation to the best of my abilities on, on the responsibilities of the Department of Transportation in maintaining and constructing the county's infrastructure. So with that said, Kim, please, yes, start. All right, go ahead, next slide. So as you can see here, there is a lot that the Department of Transportation does, other than the obvious, which is maintaining our roadways. In essence, the Department of Transportation is responsible for all the construction and the maintenance that happens within the county right of way. So that means anything that includes bridges, drainage, vegetation management, snow removal, including any environmental or land development in regards to new right-of-way that is to be constructed into the county's right-of-way. Next slide. Yes, you did. There we go, perfect. So the department is broken up into 3 divisions. Actually, 2 divisions, which is maintenance and engineering, but engineering is broken up into 2 because of its many responsibilities. So when it comes to the maintenance and operations, that oversees a lot of, as it's very easily explained, the maintenance and operations. So we're talking about repairing of the roadways, the traffic signals, traffic signing, stoppage signs, emergencies, zone of benefits, anything that has to do with maintaining existing infrastructure. And then our engineering group is broken into 2 divisions. One that oversees Tahoe and the permitting process, and then the other one that oversees the right-of-way and the land development. Next slide.
Stop there
Yes,
for just
go
a
ahead.
minute. Okay, Brian Mullins. So signage is back in his department now?
We are going through a transition where we are incorporating the traffic responsibilities back into the engineering, the maintenance side of the Department of Transportation. For a while there, we were trying to figure out which aspect of traffic engineering, because it had line of sight, it has vehicular speeding, it has stop signs, and it has a lot of engineering components to it, that maybe it would fit better in the engineering side of the department. But as we realized, because there is so much maintenance, it really should belong back in the maintenance side of the department. And so working with the CAO's office, we are incorporating how best to incorporate it back into the maintenance side. And also, especially during the snow removal winter months, a lot of the traffic maintenance crews just flow right into the maintenance aspect of it when it comes to snow removal and drainage inlets, that it really does belong in the maintenance. So we are incorporating it back into the maintenance aspect.
And he also, all the zone of benefits are actually in that department now.
Yes, and zone of and we've gone through this transition throughout the last, I'd say, 10 to 7 years, where we're trying to find the best fit for the needs of the community as well as the budget of the department. And so It would be easy enough to put it under engineering, but because engineering has so much overhead due to the grants and the Caltrans processes, it really is much more efficient in maintenance. Not to mention the maintenance aspect when it comes to the zone of benefits also makes a lot of sense. So we tried traffic under the same concept, putting it under engineering for a while to see if there were some efficiencies that we could find in it. And we found a few, but really not enough to where we saw the benefits. And in the end, we agreed that it does belong back in maintenance where it originated. So thank you very much. Very good question. Next slide. So along those lines, in speaking of maintenance, the Division of Maintenance and Operations oversees everything that has to do with existing infrastructure. So maintaining and overseeing anything that has to do within our county right-of-way, such as roads, bridges, culverts, and then the vehicles that ride on top of that infrastructure. So all the fleet equipment is overseen by maintenance as well. Snow removal is a big portion, making sure that we clear out our public right-of-way so that emergency vehicles can access communities, and in the event of a hazard or some kind of impedance, as well as making sure that during events such as Caldor, that we are in collaboration with FEMA, Cal OES, and the sheriff to provide proper ingress and egress into communities and out of communities. Snow removal is a big portion of our maintenance budget every year, not only in the basin, but as well as on the west slope in the communities of Pollock and Camino. Traffic engineering, as Supervisor Turnbull mentioned earlier, was as a part of the engineering group there for a while, because that has a lot of coordination with Caltrans and the highway traffic manual and the manual uniform traffic control devices. And so any sign that needs to be posted that has to be enforced by our law enforcement, whether sheriff or CHP, has to have an engineering study behind it. And so we collaborate very closely with the engineering division. But once again, because of its majority being maintenance oriented, it will stay in maintenance for its duration. I mentioned emergencies such as the Caldor fire, and when we have huge snow fall days where we have to collaborate with Caltrans and the city of South Lake Tahoe and CHP in order that we clear out the public right-of-way for people to access to go be able to get to their homes as well as get to work, and to be able to emergency vehicles to get in case of an emergency. And lastly, vegetation management, which is one of the latest programs incorporated into the department, which is within the public right-of-way. And this is not to confuse with any vegetation management that is done on private property. That is still the responsibility of private property owners, and anything that is within county parcels, such as this building here, that is done by our facilities. Thank you, Madam Chair. Facilities department. But anything that is within the public right-of-way, we are responsible for, as well as open parcels that might have been for future roadway circulation purposes. Now that is under our vegetation management purview. And so then that is now our responsibility to make sure that we clear off any parcels that are empty and have an abundance of vegetation. That is now a role that the Department of Transportation has taken on. Next slide, Kim. And just to give you a small dosage of what that magnitude might look like, here we have all the items that the maintenance crew oversees on a yearly, monthly, weekly, and daily basis. We have over 87,000 items of either box culverts, bridges, roads, pavement markers, guardrails that we have to maintain. So we take our maintenance very seriously, and every phone call that comes in, every email that comes in, every discussion that is had on Facebook, we take very seriously, and we log it onto our maintenance database so that we keep track of it and prioritize it. We might not get to it that week or that month, or maybe sometimes even that year, but we can assure all the residents that we have logged it and that we will get to it as our budget and our priorities allow us to. So the public is more than welcome, and I will give that at the end of the presentation, to contact us at any time to find out where they are in the priority list, so that they know that their voices are heard and that their items will be looked into. Next slide. So on to the engineering side of the department. Here, staff oversees the planning, design, construction, and even the grant appropriations for any infrastructure that will be built within the county right-of-way. The picture associated here is the Mosquito Bridge, which is currently under construction. It's a 3 to 4 year project, $100 million project that we are very proud that the county was able to get allocations from the federal government to build. And we are overseeing every component of that. Like, as I said, we make sure that the design, the incorporation will be in line with the community's desires, wishes, and any of the impacts have been spoken to with the community to make sure that we haven't looked under every aspect that could potentially be a negative or a positive impact, and make sure that we are designing it in incorporation with Caltrans and the federal standards. But not just bridges, but we also oversee any roadways, interchanges, and bike and ped amenities that go into the infrastructure as well. Development, right-of-way, and environmental, these are all aspects that have to do with either the incorporation of infrastructure into the county's right-of-way process and or our purview. So any new roads, any new bike lanes, the right-of-way that needs to be incorporated for that, the environmental aspects such as CEQA and NEPA, the county makes sure that it abides by all of that, so that we don't have any third-party stakeholders say that we did not abide by state and federal standards. And so then all of that is done within our purview and or consulted out and over our supervision. And we make sure that we coordinate with all the utilities so that the planning of this infrastructure is thought out to be able to incorporate electrical and water into these new communities and or into the infrastructure if needed. Next slide. When it comes to the funding portion of our department, there are two sections similar to the divisions. We have the maintenance, and then we have the engineering. As for the engineering portion of it first, I'd say approximately 60% of it is grant funded. So when the Mosquito Bridge, case in point, that is a $100 million bridge that is 100% funded by the federal government. A lot of our bridge rehabilitation programs and projects are also got a large, if not all, funding by the federal government or the state system as well. Then we have the traffic impact fees, or the TIF. That is any construction for development that has impacts to existing and or new right-of-way that would be under purview by the Department of Transportation. These are the traffic impacts fees that are collected by the development of new homes and or retail or commercial. So if a retailer or commercial or property owner wants to build a home, or a developer wants to build multiple homes, we impose a traffic impact fee. That traffic impact fee then is used for the mitigation of that new development, not for existing. And I know we've had many discussions regarding that. Any existing impacts due to past development, and when I mean by past, I'm talking about anything that is 2004 or earlier, any of those existing impacts are typically done through either on the maintenance side and or through grants that we apply for. And or this small piece of the pie right here, local discretionary or finance districts, such as the MCNFP. That funding mechanism is used for existing roadway deficiencies. Now, for maintenance, that funding comes from the three primary locations are the gas tax that is collected at the pump, property taxes, and then some general fund that is either coming from either TOT discretionary from tribe or from the general fund itself for either special projects or for special aspects regarding the implementation and or the maintenance of roadway infrastructure. Local discretionary, such as MCNFP, can also be used for maintenance purposes. And then there is a very small portion of grants that come from the state and from federal government that is for maintenance. We were hoping that the infrastructure bill would have more, and we were crossing our fingers that it did, and there's still hope for that. But as of right now, it doesn't seem like it's following through. Hopefully, they're saying that there's still possibilities for some aspects similar to 2012 when the federal government had a big infrastructure push. But as of right now, grants, as I mentioned, are a small part of maintenance overall budget. And then the two numbers at the bottom are just to give you an example, more or less, depending on what projects we have in the CIP. For example, for the engineering side of it, anywhere, our budget could be anywhere between 100 to over $200 million. Because we have the Mosquito Bridge this year, our CIP budget is well over $200 million. When it comes to the maintenance, that is anywhere between 25 to $30 million. And that is strictly goes to maintenance. So any money that we get from gas tax, property tax, or local discretionary, that goes 100% to the maintenance. We want to try and maintain our infrastructure to the best of our abilities. Anytime the residents ask for new infrastructure, we have to inform them that we can't use our maintenance budget for new infrastructure or for new aspects of roadway improvements. That has to be a capital project. Because if we were to allocate maintenance budgets to capital, that, as you could see, it could blow our budget within just one project. So really, we have drawn a very distinct line in the sand when it comes to maintenance funding as opposed to capital funding for any new infrastructure. Next slide. And when in regards to the maintenance budget, you've all seen this diagram before. This graph illustrates where we were about 20 to 30 years ago as opposed to where we are now, and how the funding for local agencies in regards to their maintenance has drastically changed. Back in the early 90s and the late 2000s, the state of California was heavily pushing bonds that was going directly to local municipalities for the revitalization and the maintenance of its infrastructure. And that is what you see, that big pink, purple bar column that you see in the middle, Prop 1B. That was an infusion of millions of dollars that not just went to El Dorado County, but city of Folsom, city of Placerville, any municipality that had a Department of Transportation. And it allowed us to have a significant road fund balance for several years. But since the ending of Prop 1B back in 2013, we've started to see a sharp decline in the revenue because the sales tax from the gas tax just could not keep up. Yet you're all well aware that the construction costs have only skyrocketed since then, with inflation being what it is. That's what that red line there signifies. It just was getting to a point where we could not keep up with the infrastructure needs that we had on a regular basis, which is why the state of California then in 2017 implemented a new gas tax, which is a small portion that you see on the right there, SB1 increases. The gas tax was, I'd say, half of what it is now, and it drastically increased that, but yet it was not enough. Although that new brown column that you see right there on the right is what this board has decided to be a priority for the community, is to incorporate general fund back into the Department of Transportation to try and close that gap. And I can tell you that last year, the Department of Transportation had its largest road rehabilitation year it's had in the last 20 years. We have not done as many miles, as many square feet of road rehab and vegetation management. And I have a deputy director that's been here for 33 years that has seen it all and was witness to that and can attest to the fact that it had been the greatest amount that he has seen in his tenure here with this county. So my staff, and I think the community and all the residents should thank this board for that generosity, because it shows and it paid. Now, we did also get a lot of complaints about all the construction that we had in the roadway. And I'm sure all of you heard that. Why are they still paving? Why are they doing this? And
where's the stripes?
And where's the striping? And those tabs are coming off. And so I apologize. But no good deed goes unpunished. So of course, that's a complaint that I'll take any day.
Yes. It's really kind of funny, because especially with my district, especially with all the potholes and everything else that was going on, they complained about that because the roads are bad, like yours.
We don't have roads.
And then when they get to start working, then they're complaining they're stuck in traffic.
Yeah.
So what do you want?
But we are very pleased that we were able to accomplish that in such a short time frame, because we typically do our planning 2 to 3 years out. But we wanted to send a message to the public when you gave us those allocations that we wanted to get them out as soon as possible. And so we did bite off a little bit more than we can chew. So it was a learning lesson for us, but we are confident that for subsequent years, we will be able to put enough staff to make sure that we're inspecting and keeping on top of our contractors that are doing the roadway rehabilitation for any future projects.
I want to make a comment, especially with the logging that has dropped. You can see it's just a sliver now compared to what it used to be.
That used to be a huge portion of the revenue that the county was receiving back in the day.
Exactly, but not only the roads, it also went to our rural schools too, that a lot of people don't know about.
Yeah, that is, and that has been the complexity of the state's budget, is they have these fluctuations that either affect us, or industry has fluctuations that affect us. And then we don't realize those impacts until years later, when we then are behind the 8 ball, such as we were back in 2016. When I first arrived to this apartment and was trying to figure out how and why we were where we were and why we were headed in the wrong direction. But I believe that my waving the white flag and you listening to that cry has made an effort, and we're now headed back in the right direction.
Good to hear.
Yeah.
And Mr. Martinez, I think I understood from our ad hoc budget meeting that pretty much that general fund contribution is from discretionary transient occupancy tax.
Some of it was from the general fund itself back in 2022, I believe. So yeah, it's as well as the tribe fund. So it's a multitude of
That's
discretionary
right.
funds.
We
Yes.
had that conversation about
Yes.
reallocating the tribe funds,
Yes.
which
Right.
is another special revenue stream. but
another special
technically it's
revenue
general
stream.
Fund and,
Exactly.
yes.
Yeah.
Thank you for that reminder. I'd forgotten about that
Yes.
because I
It
really
was
think the
$3
residents.
million
appreciate
in
it.
general fund that the board authorized moving into this, if I remember
Yes.
right. So what you see above 3 million is the other components
two
of it.
It was 5 million.
Yeah.
Was
It was actually in addition. Board has a budget.
2022?
Board has a budget policy to put $5 million toward of discretionary revenue toward DOT maintenance.
Mhm.
And I believe last year we exceeded the 5 million and it was closer to 7 million. And I'm looking at making sure I'm not saying the wrong thing. And that sounds like I'm saying the right thing. And last year it was a larger portion of it was TOT than had been in previous years.
Yeah. Next slide. So speaking of funding, SB1 is there is a small portion of the gas tax that is directly directed towards road rehabilitations, not just, let's say, bridge or guardrail or traffic orientation. It is specifically oriented toward roadway rehabilitation, and that is our SB1 list that we come out with every year. These are the lists of projects that we anticipate to be either currently in the process through our SB1 or will be for our future construction season. The one caveat is I do want to make a correction on here. We made a minor mistake. The third one from the bottom, the completion of Pioneer Trail, that is actually not done with the SB1. No, that is actually done with our new Measure S program. Measure S is a fee that is imposed on transient occupancy. Thank you. Transit occupancy tax due to either hotels or VHRs, but this one was passed up in the basin, not down in the West Slope. There were two measures. And because of that, we were able to improve the roadway for Pioneer Trail due to the heavy snow that we received in 2023. We had to make repairs with that Measure S. And we have an oversight committee that we met with and they agreed. And we're very pleased to have this oversight committee. It gives us a great conduit to speak to the public, as well as for us to listen to what the public has to say and what their desires are. And so they all agree that Pioneer Trail was an important project to get started with immediately. And so then we did that with that funding to get the structural repairs taken care of prior to this next snow season, so that we wouldn't have any issues with our plowing of Pioneer Trail. So that was the one caveat I just wanted to make sure. And that program, as I stated, is in our purview. And we meet with the oversight committee up in Tahoe 2 times a year. As a matter of fact, that was on the consent item today, the report out from that committee. So that is the SB1 projects that we have every year.
I got a question.
Yes.
You said E16 from Pleasant Valley Road to Fairplay Road.
Yes, sir.
The road's pretty well tore up all the way to Mount Alpine Store. You know, beyond the Augustini Pond, it's really, really bad. So is that going to be addressed later?
Yes,
in the
that will.
future?
Yes.
Okay.
So right now they are currently doing the brushing and the ditching that goes prior to the road rehabilitation for that roadway. So yes,
Okay, thank
that
you.
will be part of it.
Raphael, I think you stated this before, but what process do you go through to try to make sure there's an equal balance in all 5 districts of where these funds get applied?
We apply 2 distinct variables into our calculations for determining what roads have the most need, and that is PCI and vehicular volume. For example, if we have a road that has a PCI of, let's say 15, but let's say drastic number, it only has 10 vehicles on it on a daily basis. Yeah, it's important, but the statistical probability of there being an accident or the impact to the overall community is not as great. So it might not rise to a high importance. Now, a PCI of 40 with a vehicular volume of, let's say, 2,000 might. So we base it on both. Now, obviously, we want to try and get to our roads before they get that bad. We should not have to let it get to PCI of 15 or 20 or 30, which some of the roads in the basin are that's where they're at. And so with this new Measure S and with local TOT discretionary, we hope to finally get out from behind, like I said, the 8 ball of having to wait until it's completely disintegrated for us to come back and make repairs. Instead, we are upgrading it or giving it a fresh coat of paint every 5 to 6 years to keeping it from dropping from below 60 and maintaining it, which actually is more cost effective to maintain than waiting for it to completely deteriorate. So it's always that balancing act. And like I said, it's measuring out the vehicular volume as well as the PCI to see what the greatest impact is going to be. Moving forward, we balance that out in every district because every district has its equal share of heartache when it comes to roadway rehabilitation.
So the concept I have is you take the SBI funds, you divide it by 5, and you say, this is the apportioned distribution of those funds within each of the 5 districts. Now, what are the most pressing projects within each of those districts that come up to whatever that total amount is? That's what I kind of sense that we're doing, because it's very difficult to get equal when it really comes down to it. If you take the funds and then divide by 5, because you're going to find some projects are 50% greater than another project. And so how do you break them off? Do you phase them? But I think that's one of the concerns, at least my constituents have, is how do we make sure that District 1 is getting its fair apportionment of the SBI funds, like District 5, like District 3, 4, and 2, right?
Sure.
So how do we know that from this list?
Well, there have been times when the Department of Transportation has come back to this board and said, you know what, we need to prioritize a particular project because there is a need. And we've either had that discussion where it's general fund or it's tribe or TOT discretionary. And we've had that discussion here. If it is my staff's and the department's responsibility to bring that to this governing board to give us the direction if we are going to break away from what has traditionally been the norm, which is, for the most part, it sounds like my predecessors have done a pretty good job in balancing out those repairs to where there is an equal balance in terms of PCI and ADT throughout the 5 districts, so that we continuously are able to balance that out. Now, if there is, for example, a Pioneer Trail, or there is a El Dorado Hills Boulevard, or a Mother Lode, or a Grizzly Flats Strain Canyon that we feel needs particular attention, or there is a hazard, then it's the public that informs us of it, and then us bringing it to this board and saying, let's have the discussion. Are you all in agreement that there is a need to either shift or move a little bit over? And then the following year, we balance out however best we see fit. But we bring that before the board for you to make that decision ultimately.
Let me be more
So-
specific.
Well, this is my idea. So you take 100% of the SB1 pot, you divide by 5, you take Tahoe share, multiply it by 3, subtract it from 100, and what's left, you guys get to divvy up.
Oh,
Yep,
that's
that's how that works.
Well, specifically.
No?
I don't think that works for all of
Do you
us.
have a second?
What I think I see here is 8 projects listed. I only see one that's in El Dorado Hills. So 1 project out of 8 does not imply that there's an equal balance here. So, so am I assuming that the dollars then that go into project 1 are equal to the dollars that go into the other
And
districts?
They do. And sometimes some projects, some years are greater than others. So I'm sure you probably are aware, there was a big Green Valley project last year. And a big portion of that was in District 1.
Yes.
So my staff make sure that we balance it all out, and sometimes a little bit more in District 1, sometimes the next year, not as much, but we all try to make sure that we are giving a fair analysis based off of those 2 variables, ADTs and PCIs, and how much the district and or the region has been getting in, and what the impacts are over the years.
So my suggestion in the future, if you could put some dollar amounts with these projects, we'd get a much better sense of where we're
I see
spending
what
the
you're
money.
saying. Sure.
That'd be really simple, I think, because
Okay.
you've got it all estimated, right?
Sure.
And that allows me at least to see, okay, this is where we're spending the money. It seems fair, equitable. I mean, to the best of our
And
ability.
then what districts? I mean,
Well,
just
and
so it's
honestly,
clarity.
too, to help us, I think with, which we've been asking for a lot of things with this, but some history. So where
Sure.
has it been spent so that we can see? Because
Right.
I cannot imagine, quite honestly, Raphael, having this burden of figuring out which roads to do where. It has got to be mind numbing. And you're right, some roads just rise one year for whatever reason. And so that one may have been an anomaly and thrown off that year, but then the following year. So if you look at 1 year alone, it isn't probably going to look equitable. And then equitable is a really interesting word too, because are we looking at how many lanes are, we have big roads, little roads, all kinds of dollar. This isn't, I don't think as straightforward as we would like it to be. I'm just saying. So the more data though, that my point is, the more data and history you can show us of how these dollars have been spent, then we can kind of get a better feel, what's been going on. And how long have we been doing the SB1 dollars
Since
specifically?
2017.
Okay, so there should be some history there that we can go back and see.
There is.
Just so we can feel it, and then you can kind of go, oh gosh, so-and-so got a little slighted, maybe this year will, I don't know, but.
Well, and the problem I have, I understand that concept, and I certainly understand Supervisor Heidel, you're concerned, but this is where I'm not sure if it is fair. I mean, I've pointed out over and over that we have a district that has been neglected, not on purpose, I'm sure, for many years, and we're way far behind where other districts are.
That's
So
my point. So
maybe
we
it
can
can't
see
always
some
be
history.
2020.
Right.
The history of 2017 though would tell us
Yes,
exactly.
It
yes.
would, if
So
we
that would
could see
help.
from
Yeah.
there, and then, and you're right.
Your
because-
average, maybe.
Right,
Yeah.
and the other point, and I totally get what you're saying, because when we had the discussion to put Measure S on the ballot, I'm like, who was here? We made it very clear that that was to be in addition to whatever road fund maintenance, pots of money were there. So it is hard to get all these things, I think, in our brains, and there's so many different revenue streams too from maintenance. And I mean, there could have been an argument, not anymore, but years ago, the argument was, where do you spend the tribe funds? And I'm just keeping it real. I understand your angst, because I used to fight for those tribe funds as a resident. So there you have it. Pots of money are difficult. But the more you provide us with information and history, the better.
As long as everybody realizes that we try to be fair to
Yep.
all our
Yeah.
children,
Yeah.
all the same.
Absolutely.
As I tell my 4 boys, I have no favorites. I am fair and equitable for all, but there are also other variables. So for example, we have a large grind and pave program that is done 100% in-house. And so then most of that grind and pave program is actually done in the basin. It's not documented here. So we do make sure that we are, we don't just base it as, okay, dollar for dollar. We don't see that. We say, okay, what is the primary safety and hazard to the public? We put it on a priority list, and that's really the way we measure it. Now, do we try and still balance it? Yes, we do. And sometimes we balance one year more and sometimes balance other years no, but just recognize and realize that this isn't the end all be all, that there are other aspects that do happen within your district that also contributes toward the betterment of your communities. So that's all, caveat.
And also Sand Ridge Road, because Sand Ridge Road, I'm glad that you guys took care of that this year, because it was a big issue, especially if we have one of these horrific fires again, and we need to use that road for an escape route.
Oh, actually, and that is actually one of the few maintenance grants that we do get. So that one was actually an AQMD, AQMD grant that we received in order to mitigate dust. And so that one was going.
Yeah, that's right.
And so we're very happy that that one came in. The next one on the list is Mount Murphy.
Yes, it is.
And so we're very pleased that we are going to be able to incorporate a hard surface on that road here very shortly. So there are also, once again, other attributes, other aspects of our department that makes sure that we are doing not just the best for each district, but really for the public as a whole in general.
I want to also point out in El Dorado Hills, there's a lot of subdivisions that are county maintained roads, and that's where you see a lot of these improvements. So it's not always the circulators, the major connectors, it's subdivisions that have deteriorated so bad that you have to go in and resurface them. I get complaints about that all the time. And there's some of those in the city of South Lake Tahoe and a few in Myers, but that's the biggest issue I hear is why aren't my roads being maintained? And it's the internal circulation of that community,
right?
But they keep degrading year by year on the PCI, as you've seen. So it's tough to balance this. I understand that, but I think the histogram idea and really showing us the numbers, it makes it easier for us to present to our constituents. Here's exactly where those funds went and here's why.
Sure. We will also be providing you an exhibit with these because I think spoke to several supervisors and they trying to conceptualize exactly where all this is at in terms of whether it's a collector, a subdivision, a major arterial. It's hard to grasp. So we will be providing you an exhibit because, for example, we did Governor's subdivision just a few years ago. And so that actually was a huge benefit that was to that community. But not everybody knows exactly where they live in the Governor's community. So it's good to have that exhibit so you know whether you're going to be in that construction area or not. So we will be providing that. And I will work with my staff to see if we could provide you dollar amounts to go along with these.
Really appreciate the kind of the diagrams of what are the parameters of these road repairs so we can maybe put it in our newsletters, get it out to our constituents and, you know, sing your praises too, because everyone wants their roads or wants to know they're on the list. So we can, tout your good work. So we appreciate you helping us do that.
My pleasure. Last slide. And so this is the slide that we like to boast the most because we want people to get a hold of us. Of course, they're always more than welcome to contact you, to then contact me and have me pass that information along. But really, if they want to get their issues or their concerns heard immediately, this is the best mechanism to do so. And we promise you, it does not fall on deaf ears. We do have a matrix list that we maintain on a daily basis and that we are more than welcome to share with the public to know where they are on our list. Oh no, keep it back up there. I want to keep it up longer. And that is our social media page, which is our Facebook page, our maintenance hotline, and our email page. There it is. All
There
right.
it is.
Yeah, we do have our website within the county's webpage. And that is the top line right there. But like I said, we have a social media page, which is on Facebook, El Dorado County Roads. And then you can reach us by email on road.maintenance@edcgov.us. And then the hotline that we love to advertise, especially for those who see a dead deer, 530-642-4909. That one is a telephone number that is available day or night. We have a voicemail message system on there. So if you see something at night, by all means, please leave a message and we make note of it, record it, and put it into our database the very next business day. Although if it is an emergency where you are flooding in the middle of the night and you need to get a hold of somebody, by all means, you're more than welcome to contact 911, which then gets a hold of us and we will make sure that we take care of it and look into any issues that might be occurring. So.
Yeah, just,
Raphael, we so appreciate
Yeah,
how accessible you are to the public.
yes.
I mean, that's quite remarkable that you welcome inquiries and, what our residents are seeing, concerns they have with our road network, and, that we log those, we keep track of them, and that we follow up on them. That's quite remarkable. And we thank you for that excellent service.
My
For
pleasure.
clarity and respect to deer, they have to be adjacent to county maintained roads. If it's on Highway 50, that's Caltrans. If it's on your property and it's 5 acres.
It's yours.
It's yours. Right? Or
It's
even
dinner.
a 40,000 square foot lot, it's yours.
Yeah.
We've taken a deer to the dump before. It's not fun. It is not fun.
no fun. Yeah, if there is an animal that is struck within the county right of way and it's in the county right of way, yes, that is our responsibility. Similar to Caltrans. Caltrans also has that same responsibility. If an animal is struck within the Caltrans right of way, it is their responsibility to pick it up. So yes.
Raphael, I know you have a hard stop
Yeah.
at 4:00, so we have 10 minutes. Does the board have any other questions or
I
comments
just want
to
to
our
say,
director?
Raphael, thank you, because I had called him a lot, trust me. And he knows that. But some of the issues, especially with the crossing, the pedestrian crossing and camera park from the lake over.
Oh,
The
yes.
signs were too small, so they enlarged them, which was good. And then the yield sign going on Bucks Bar Bridge was so small you couldn't even read it. So thank you for doing that. I called him one day, 2 days later, it was up. So I was amazing that you acted on it so quickly. So
Sure.
thank you for everything you do, especially, and listen to what our concerns are, especially when we get the concerns from the citizens. So. thank
Our
you.
pleasure.
Yeah,
Sure.
The responsiveness of your organization is incredible compared to where we were 5-6 years ago. Let me tell you that.
Thank you very much.
And the public really appreciates it, your direct involvement and your staff's involvement. So thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to echo that. You and
Yeah,
your staff
definitely.
are incredible.
Thank
and
you.
Very responsive to our concerns, which are our residents' concerns.
Yeah.
And really appreciate it.
Our pleasure. Our pleasure.
We'll open up public comment on
Okay.
this item. Oh, let's open up public comment on this because Raphael has to go, and then we'll invite our surveyor up.
Sure.
Now taking public comment on item number 23, Department of Transportation. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when the allowed period of time has ended. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs, live in District 3. Raphael is accessible. I've seen numerous meetings where he's in attendance. He circulates and does things which I believe are what the public socially accepts as being the norm. He is the new norm. About the subject on transportation, certainly these presentations give us the perspective of what is this large department do and how much do we depend on it? Do we depend on it? And obvious the answer is a lot. Roads are those visual things that we see every day. So as boards of supervisors, individuals, you're using the same roads as the public is. You don't get anything special, and you see all the potholes and all those kinds of things, which are important. The Taxpayers Association thought that transportation was so important that they have a subcommittee for transportation. And Raphael has met with the subcommittee, which I've been on a number of years, and speaks to the issues that we feel are critically important to us, the public. There is a lot of things going on right now. I just Zoomed with the regional transportation plan Zoom presentation, which happened to be just last hour. And they talked about, the Transportation Commission talked about money that's going to be available over this RTP time period. I believe every 5 years they have to update it. There isn't, how should I say this? There's a lot of money that are going to what I'll call transportation types of projects that are not road related types. These are alternative forms of transportation, and there's a lot of money and a little bit of confusion that I had, which I asked on the chat. Hey, what about the program that you have up there at the lake? And the answer that I got was, it's a TRPA project versus a Transportation Commission project, that there is a difference. And I think it's important for us to realize, as I'm closing out my time, that the general public doesn't understand how it's distributed financially, or how the projects get done and who is responsible for them. And I think that's something we can work on this year. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
All right, this was to receive a presentation. Any final thoughts for our Department of Transportation?
No, just
No?
Thank you.
Thanks so
Thank
much,
you,
Raphael.
Raphael.
Appreciate it very much.
all right.
All right. Now it's our pleasure to welcome up our surveyor to bring our department presentations home. And once again, Brian, thank you so much for your willingness to shift your presentation to today. Really appreciate it.
No problem. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Livingston. I'm ready.
Brian, this is your favorite thing,
I
isn't it?
love
I know how
this.
much you love it.
Next slide.
You're rocking it already.
All right.
So the mission of the El Dorado County Surveyor's Office is to use knowledge and this is our mission statement, sorry. Knowledge and experience to provide the residents of El Dorado County with professional level land surveying support. We strive to create an environment of integrity and accountability. Org chart, we have 13 full-time employees and we are fully staffed.
Yay.
Yahoo. I love my staff. They're doing a great job and they're hard workers. What do we do? So we assist the public with people call in, people come in, many questions. Usually it's easement type questions or where's my corner and that kind of stuff. Helping them decipher their deeds or their maps or a lot of different stuff. A lot of neighbors fighting too. Technical review of land development projects, GIS services, addressing and road naming, and provide technical support to the partnering departments. Our total operating appropriations are $2 million. see, it's pretty spread out. Self-explanatory. Next. Our net county cost, about $1.8 million. We'll see on that. We're trying to find more things to help with that, but we are a general fund department and don't have a lot of avenues to create revenues. These are our revenue sources. Map check fees are the biggest part, and addressing make up the most of it. So our service and performance indicators. Map check, addressing the parcel base, essentially maintaining that with all of the new maps that come in or lot line adjustments, any kind of movement of parcel lines, we update the parcel base. So the assessor uses that to build all of his maps. So everybody views it on GIS. Our role in the strategic plan. County Surveyor's Office takes pride in conducting its business in harmony with the County of El Dorado strategic plan. Accountability, integrity, and good governance are the foundation of our role within the county. Surveyor's Office staff play an integral part in economic development by aiding in the processing of subdivision maps, parcel maps, and land development. We also work with other departments on infrastructure projects within the county. So that's it for the slide. I do have a few things to touch on. So we have recently started providing surveying services to departments in the county, which has essentially never been done before. So, and that's working out great. We were able to assist CAO's office with a couple things, and we had to purchase some equipment in order to do this, but it's already on the way to paying for itself. And after that, it's just a huge savings to the county. They don't have to go out and hire private surveyors anymore to take care of the business on county properties. So it's going to be a huge savings moving forward. We are working with the other agencies, cities, utility companies to promote the monument preservation, which is kind of statewide right now. It wasn't happening a lot, throughout the state. And recently there's, the last 10 years or so, there's been a pretty big drive to, it's always been a law, but it wasn't being paid attention to as much as it should be. So I've been working with, the cities and the utility companies and getting them on board with how to, perform the monument preservation, and they've all been willing and very helpful. We're all on the same page now. It's been working out great. So, which ends up savings the public money by, all the monuments that get wiped out in these processes falls on the landowner if they want to establish their property. So if their property corner was destroyed and they want to know where their property is for whatever reason, they have to pay a private surveyor to reestablish the corner. So that's why the law is in place, been in place forever, and are doing a lot better job now. So. We are working on the new .NET. I don't have a name for it yet, but It's going to be a great project. It's going to be a huge research tool for the county internally. It's going to be a huge research tool for the public. I don't know, if, a good example would be Sac counties. If you were to, I can send you all links to that. So if you wanted to go on there and kind of see what we're striving to build, essentially it's a one-stop shop. You don't have to go to all of these different sites to get information. You're going to go to one site and you'll be able to get, map information, recorded document information, what district you're in, or who picks up your garbage, or just everything. So, but at one spot. So it's really neat, and we're hoping to get that done by mid-year. It's a pretty tall order, but we're going for it. And that's been with the help of IT, the assessor, the recorder, and planning and building. So it's a group effort to try to build this thing, and we've done it all with existing funds. So, and along with that update, we are going to build a new parcel base. So it's called Parcel Fabric. I think John had spoke to this when he was up here with his presentation. So that's going to be a seamless. It's going to help his department out a lot. It's an interactive line base, so it's complicated. But it's going to be
grade.
a lot easier to use internally. It's going to cut our processes down probably by 50% of what it takes to maintain the parcel base right now. So that's gonna be a huge savings, and we can do things. Save.
Awesome. We'll take your word for that.
So that's it.
Great.
Kind of boring, but
No, not at
No,
all.
I-
We always appreciate hearing from our departments and understanding how your revenue breaks down and how your workload breaks down. It just helps us get a much more comprehensive view of our entire county organization. So, it's certainly not our world's generally not something any of us know anything about. So it's really helpful for you to come before us and explain what your department does and how you interface with our community. So we greatly appreciate that. Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, I just want to say, Brian, thank you. I mean, that fire map that you gave me, I spoke on that, especially on the House of Representative Natural Resource Committee in Yosemite. I had it on that map on display and talked about, all the fires that was going on in El Dorado County from 1918 to current. And it just mapped it all out, especially how these fires are real small and they ended up being very horrific in size, especially over the years. So, and also went all the way back to Washington, DC too. So the head of the Natural Resource Committee actually took that map with him. So he really appreciated it. And everybody loved it. They really loved that fire map. They were really amazed. So I want to thank you. You guys did a great job putting that together. So thank you very much.
Any other board comments before we take public comment?
Just, GIS, go. That
Yes,
is so
exactly.
exciting. I love how the possibilities for just pulling all our data together in easy maps and clicking around. And I know that you've been working on it and pulling it together for a while with, I think, a bunch of departments. So very excited about when that is the big reveal. I don't know when that's coming, but thank you for that. It's going to be fun.
Thanks.
Yeah, yeah. It's
Really
a good one.
appreciate it.
I believe you're also interfacing with the El Dorado County Water Agency. Is that true? Or, yeah.
yes.
Yeah, yeah, and so just really appreciate that collaboration.
right.
So,
I didn't
yeah.
know which part you're talking. I'm doing a lot of stuff.
He's
Yes,
doing a lot
you
of
are.
stuff,
Yeah, well,
yes,
we
of course.
appreciate that collaboration for those of us that serve on that board too, because we
Right,
hear
yeah.
about that, and so we appreciate that coordination. All right, well, let's take public comment on the surveyor's office. Thank you, Brian. Really appreciate you being with us.
Thanks, Brian.
Now taking public comment on item number 23 for the surveyor's office. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when the allowed period of time has ended. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Welcome back.
Chris Payne, speaking on Surveyors, Architects, Geologists, and Engineers Association of El Dorado County. Our past president was just at the podium. Also Justin now, second at the Surveyor's office, is our current president. Why is that important? Is because it shows that you have department heads and departments that are actively engaged in the business of surveying, engineering, architecture. We have this group that meets monthly and speaks about the subjects that this board talks about. And certainly having someone who is the only elected surveyor in the state here before you is more than just respect that you have him here. It's because this is what the public wants. The charter gave us this opportunity to have these special positions, and therefore he's one of them. And certainly we appreciate it. I know the public appreciates it, and I hear nothing but good things about Brian. And so I just wanted to thank him and congratulate him for the things that he's doing and the things that are going to be coming up that are going to be fantastic. Technology is going to lead the way. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks for your comments.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from online participants. There's no additional public comment.
Well, and that wraps up our department presentations. So once again, just deep thanks to all of our staff for engaging with us in this process. And thanks for wrapping us up, Brian. Appreciate it very much. Excellent process.
Thanks, Brian.
All right, so that brings us to the end of our agenda, and we now are on, because we've done closed session, we're now on to and froms, and Supervisor Parlin and I have already gone, so who's next? All right, Supervisor Heidel.
And I'm gonna go back to the first part of January because I think there's some important information for everybody to understand here. Tuesday, January 9th, I attended the El Dorado Hills APAC meeting. Their primary discussion, from my perspective, was the Community for Health and Independence pre-application that's been submitted. This is the 1,400 acres in El Dorado County, 1,400 acres in Sacramento County. And there's a plan J6 review to come to the Board of Supervisors. I don't know if we've got a date yet, but I know it was talked about March timeframe, late February, somewhere in there. So we'll let you know, but that's going to be, I think, a very interesting discussion because there are some significant land use variations in there compared to the current zoning and a lot of other things. So look forward to that. Then on January 10th, George and I attended the Marshall and El Dorado County Office of Education Medical Assistant Training Facility ribbon cutting in Cameron Park. Very, very cold day out in the tent.
It was cold. It was raining.
But it went really well, and I'm encouraged to see that kind of collaboration between two major organizations, both of which are invested in making sure that we have adequate medical assistants trained within El Dorado County. And I can bet you that 80% of the people that are trained in this facility will probably stay in El Dorado County.
That's great.
I mean, that's the kind of people we're attracting. And that facility is in Cameron Park. If you're not familiar with it, I'm sure they would welcome the board to take a tour or something or other. So I think that's instrumental. And then Wednesday, January the 17th, Lori and I had a chili bar ad hoc presentation, had an ad hoc meeting with the presentation of the Board of Supervisors coming next week. So we'll be pleased to be able to update you on the progress. And then there's an ask in there in terms of authorization for funding. So you'll read that next week. Same day, I attended the RCRC annual Rural Leadership Reception down in Sacramento. Senator Marie Alvarado Gill was presented with the annual award.
Nice.
And this is one of many annual awards, I guess she's starting to receive. So there is pretty broad recognition on her working across the aisle, just an independent representing rural residents in every measure. And that's being reflected, I think, in these recognitions. So kudos to her and her organization. it's really been a turning point, I think, compared to where we were in the past.
And she's only been in office 1 year, and what she's accomplished in collaboration is incredible.
Right, yeah, yeah. And then I also attended a CSAC leadership program that was to encourage collaboration between various organizations, and that was kind of tied into, CSAC was represented there, so it wasn't a meeting, but I wanted to basically say that the leadership from CSAC, including some very large counties who are first vice chair, second vice chair, we're in attendance to hear the discussion about rural counties. And I think that's important when we talk about something coming from RCRC, you know, hopefully evolving into CSAC and that the rural not coalition, but there's a term for it. But anyway, that group, rural caucus, thank you, the rural caucus, to be able to influence those things at that level and then see how far we go with it. Thursday, January 18th, Pioneer Community Energy held their meeting. And as Brad Cohn was here presenting before, pleased to say that in El Dorado County, we have a 19% discount compared to the PG&E rates for the electrical supply only. In Placer County and in the newly brought on board areas within Nevada County, which is Grass Valley and Nevada City, they're seeing a 10%. So we're seeing almost double the cost savings. And all of that comes about because of the different PCIAs. So there's different indices that were established on your vintage year. And for whatever reason, we got lucky and hit that magic vintage year compared to what the CPUC calculations are and stuff, that we're faring better than the originators in Placer County that started this. So kudos to our CDAC committee and where that got started a long time ago and bringing it forward for the board to consider. And we looked at, do we want to go separate? And we said, no, let's get on with Pioneer. These are the dividends that get returned for that kind of hard work. And I think inspiration, thinking out of the box. And so I think we're on a good path. And I'm not going to be able to make the next meeting, but Supervisor Parlin's going to be attending on my behalf, I guess. So she'll still get introduced to some of the more recent things happening there. Monday, January 22nd, there was a Cal Poly Champions Tour presentation. President and Dr. Jeff Armstrong was there and part of the GSEC coordination on educational needs related to that. I participated in that, and it's related to the Community for Health and Independence and an ask that I have for consideration of an educational type facility within that campus on the El Dorado County side. So it goes back to some of the original vision that other people within El Dorado County have. How do we bring a university type thing? This would not be a full university, but it would be a feeder STEM 2-year type of training if I get it set up right. And there's a lot of discussion to go on. But what I've seen is that when for our local youth to have to go down and attend regular classes in Sacramento County to get the education they need is extremely difficult. So this would provide for Sac State, for UC Davis, for Cal Poly, hopefully if they unify in this feeder system, and credits where you can transfer directly in, and every unit that you take would be directly transferable if it works out right. So it's a discussion phase thing. I don't know where it's going to go. But I think it was, and it's been brought up by other members who are Cal Poly grads who wanted to bring it to Elk Grove. Well, this is an opportunity maybe with the land donation and stuff to bring it a little bit further to the west. But we'll see where, if that goes. Then on Wednesday, January 24th, George and I attended the LAFCO meeting. The primary thing that came out of that was election of officers and establishment of the standing committee membership. So we have that all scored away. And then on Thursday, the 25th, George and I attended the John Adams Academy sports field ribbon cutting.
Which I got there late.
Or we would have had a shovel.
Or I would have had a shovel.
$5.
$5. But a very impressive effort by John Adams Academy to expand their basically their recreational opportunities for kids to go out and play sports and stuff in their sports field. It's got a lot of local support, so just well done. Yeah. Same day I went to the Marshall Medical Tour. Biggest takeaway there was the state of California's 2030 seismic requirements, which are going to cost Marshall a ton of money. And we're going to see a lot of smaller hospitals across the state probably close because they can't afford the cost based upon their own fundraising. This is another unfunded mandate, so to speak. But I think we're going to see significant changes as that 2030 date approaches relative to seismic requirements. And it might have an application to the discussion we had today on the facilities proposed out off of Deer Valley Road, because I don't know what their seismic requirements are, but I would certainly not want to see the county somehow held liable for an event that would occur and there was a collapse of that kind of facility. So we need to kind of remind the state of the other things that they have brought to us that should be looked at beyond just hospitals, in my opinion. If they're significant treatment centers, but I'm not, that's another discussion entirely. And then George and I also attended the first in many months, the El Dorado Hills Community Services District 2x2. Mark Harnstra is the interim general manager, replacing Kevin Lowen. So it was the first time Mark had a chance to be there. Noel Maddock and Ben Paulson are still the CSD's representatives. But what I thought we had some, and Tiffany was there along with Mark. I thought we had some good discussions on our ways of improving our collaboration. And we've got some difficult things we have to get through, as we know. But I think it was a productive discussion. And I think we have some things there that the county could work on to help the CSD and vice versa. So I think I see a mutual thing getting started there that may grow legs, it may not, but it's kind of a new start with Mark in that position. And then later that night, there was a reception by our local law enforcement. But by that, I mean regional law enforcement at Aji's to talk about a ballot measure to address many of the Prop 47 impacts to counties, multiple counties. I think that came off real well. They're in the signature gathering mode. So if you see a petition out to be signed, I would ask you just consider that because I think that's extremely important to our rural residents in terms of some of the things that Prop 47 caused that can be reversed only by a vote of the people. So we'll see what happens there. And then lastly, last Friday, the El Dorado County Tourism Summit, I attended for the first morning session, which was presented by Jody Franklin, and she gave a lot of overall statistics on tourism within the county, the state, and the national levels and stuff. So there was a lot of good information, a lot of, I think, encouraged businesses in terms of finding where their niche may be, because it related to locations where people are visiting and those kinds of things. So I think it truly was kind of a roadmap. If you want to start, for instance, a new successful business in El Dorado County, these are things you really need to understand well, and you can probably increase your probability of success. So done.
I was sorry I couldn't attend that. I got sick on Friday. I woke up sick. So I was glad you represented.
For a short period of time. I think I was planning to stand the full day, but it was good.
I was looking forward to being there.
Yeah.
Who would like to go next?
I'll go next. Attended the Edwall meeting on the 10th. It was a great event and stuff that we put together. And plus then I went to that Marshall Medical ribbon cutting. Then I went back and had lunch. And so then I also, the Rubicon information, there was a meeting that night. I think it was like 6:30. It went on for about an hour. It was a Zoom meeting is what it was. And then we had the Logtown Fire Safe Council meeting that was on Saturday morning. I attended that. And then we had the Grizzly Flats event was put on by the Shingle Springs Cameron Park Chamber, distributing coats and blankets to the people in Grizzly Flat. So it was a great event. Then also I attended a Grizzly Flats tour site, and it was, let's see, hang on just a minute. Anyway, so Greg Stanton was there, and then I think Barry McLean, he was with us, and we looked at that site for a possible merger, maybe with Sierra Institute taking the lead on this thing, so we could different things that we talked about, especially biomass. We talked about a small mill. We talked about a nursery, and this fire resiliency building that could be done too, but also be able to keep the Forest Service facilities, the fire camp and their new fire station they're going to be building here pretty soon, and the school. So there's a lot of good things that could be happening with this particular 17 acres there, and we're moving forward. We're looking into it, and we'll see what we can come up with then. Also, let's see, I had the sheriff's monthly meeting and a lot of other meetings with a lot of the department heads. And then we had attended the LAFCO meeting, John and I did, and that went real well. Then we had the El Dorado Hills CSD 2x2, and I think it's going to be really good. I really do. I think there's a lot of things and a lot of discussions that we can work on to help the county and help them. And then I had, and then we just recently had the budget ad hoc committee meeting yesterday. It was interesting. It really was learning about our budget. So anyway, and thank you, Brooke, for some of your input and stuff. A lot of good questions were asked, and we can move forward.
Well, thank you both for serving in that role.
Yeah, now I know why you guys passed it on to us.
It's an educational process, right?
Well, not only that.
That's right. So
Exactly.
bring us home,
I
Supervisor.
would have taken that seriously, except for all the laughter going on in the corridor back there. Ah, you suckers.
Yeah, exactly.
Not at all.
No, I think that Supervisor Turnbull and I are going to learn a lot, and
Yeah,
you know
it was
we're
very
we're starting at the bottom. So
Yeah, and thank you, Tiffany, for that. So.
yeah. I'll just mention quickly, and I mentioned before, I had a meeting with the Highway Patrol and the Sheriff's Department regarding parking during winter season. It's been a constant problem, and it's getting a little bit worse as our stewardship group today from Team Tahoe shared that program. What we're encouraging is year-round recreation. Well, there's no parking during snow removal for a lot of cars that are trying to access the backcountry. So it's creating a problem. Also attended an orientation with the Transit Authority just recently, and they have a board meeting coming up in a couple days. So I look forward to also learning a lot about what they do. The South Shore Transit Management Authority and the city and myself from representing the county spoke recently. We're trying to figure out how to fund transit in the basin. And we think we know the path that we want to take, which will most likely promote like a joint powers authority between the city and the county. So it's very much in the formation point, but we'd have to do that in order to accept state pass-through monies and eventually Fed monies to be able to fund transit, which currently is bearable in the basin at best. So that's something that I just mentioned that you'll see coming forward in some capacity. Also, we're working with arts and culture. Terry Lemonchuk. She was great. She came up to Tahoe, met with several of the county employees and a couple of the Myers Advisory Council people. And we're at the very, very early stages of talking about a possible welcome sign once you come into the basin. Yes, that's exciting. And then, as you know, I wasn't able to be here with you last week on Wednesday because I did attend Tahoe Regional Planning Agency meeting. We're talking a lot about vehicle miles traveled, which is a whole basin concept. And we did recently adopt new incentives for building affordable housing in town centers. I think I may have mentioned that to this board already. And I did want to also mention we have a Barton presentation coming up in the future. Date hasn't been picked yet. But to your point, Supervisor Heidel, regarding seismic requirements and hospitals, Barton Hospital in the basin is looking at moving into the state of Nevada, but still servicing the residents of the state of California. And so, but it's because they can't afford to fix the problem. It's cheaper for them to abandon it and start over, and that's not a good sign. So that'll be coming forward at some point.
Thank you. CAO.
Yes, two quick items. One additional detail on the public workshop for the hazardous vegetation and defensible space ordinance. So there are two public workshops. One is occurring in the Tahoe Basin on February 13th from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. It's located in the Myers Elementary Multipurpose Room, located at 1095 East San Bernardino Avenue. And then the West Slope Public Workshop is located in the Cameron Park CSD East Assembly Hall at 2502 Country Club Drive. That's on February 29th from 6 to 8 p.m. Both Sue and Carla during this discussion sent each of you
There was emails flying.
and re-forwarded the email to you, so you've got the sheet to share and push out as you see fit. And then just a quick shout out to my amazing staff. They've already drafted the item for the Cannabis Board Ad Hoc Committee. It's already with me, so it won't even go on addendum. Jennifer Franich.
Thank you for that. You do have amazing staff.
Quick, right?
Yes, thank you. All right. Well, thank you all. And with that, it is 4:26 and we are adjourned. And thank you, Kim, for all your support of our meetings as always. Good night, El Dorado County.